A nobody gets sent on a reconnaissance mission to an area where the Manhwa sect operates. But a supreme master from the Manhwa sect kills him in one strike. At the moment of death, a mysterious window suddenly appears with a restart option. When I wake up again, I'm back in the collective dormitory where I lived before I died, just as I'm wondering why I'm here instead of in the afterlife. Suddenly, a long-haired man walks in with a bald man. Then, without warning, a fierce punch comes flying. This sudden blow sends me flying a few meters away. The intense pain from my abdomen makes my whole body tremble, but what shocks me more is how familiar this scene is. It is clearly something I've experienced before. Even every harsh word from the bald man called Chiksan is exactly the same. Before I can recover, the long-haired man is already in front of me. He's Jeok Myong, commander of the Black Moon Company, commanding over 100 members and reporting directly to the Lord of the Great Imperial Pavilion. I'm just a squad leader with only 5 people under me. Jeok Myong looks down at me with contempt. You've got some nerve. Lord Sama wants to see you. With that, he turns to leave, but suddenly he turns back and strokes his hair like a woman. Oh, a word of advice. You're very lucky. That subtle tone really makes me nervous. Watching them walk away, I curse silently to myself. That damn bald guy. His position is lower than mine, but he provokes me just because Jeok Myong is here. Don't let me catch my chance or I'll definitely kill you. But what puzzles me is that symbols suddenly appear above Chiksan's and Jeok Myong's heads. Although I don't understand what this means, it must have a huge connection to my own experience. The scene shifts, and I soon arrive outside the Great Imperial Pavilion office. I am Seolwi, squad leader of the Flying Hand Company, formally requesting an audience. After receiving permission, I carefully walk inside. The old man in red before me is Jibawai Sama, the lord of the Great Imperial Pavilion. This is the Crimson Demon Palace, one of the core strongholds of the demonic cult. Under it are 5 pavilion lords, each immensely skilled in martial arts. Jibawai Sama of the Great Imperial Pavilion has mastered the fire mass demon style. It is said that even a wisp of its heat is enough to reduce someone to bones. His violent temper is also widely known, so the slightest misstep in his presence can be fatal. Jibawai-sama looks at me with a kind expression. Would you like to become secretary of the Heavenly Sun Archive? I can see you want to learn martial arts, so I've specially arranged this for you. At the mention of the Heavenly Sun Archive, I'm secretly delighted, because that's the archive hall holding tens of thousands of martial arts tomes. But before I can celebrate, Jibawai-sama adds, on the condition that you take on a corresponding mission. At these words, I freeze in shock. According to my previous memory, he should next send me on a reconnaissance mission to an area where the Manhwa sect operates. That's no different from being a live target. So I must find an excuse to avoid this mission, or I won't escape the fate of being killed. But before I can refuse, my body freezes in place, unable to move. The 2 old men are also motionless like statues, as if time has stopped. Seeing this, I finally confirm that I've returned to the past after being killed. At the same time, a system window appears before me. There's a countdown timer on it, as if urging me to make a choice. Also, the selection arrow moves according to where I look. If I choose to accept the mission Jibawai-sama gives me, I'll definitely die miserably. But I can't cruelly cut off my own right arm either. So my gaze finally lands on, I would like a different mission. At this moment, the countdown on the panel reaches 0. With a blinding white flash, the dim surroundings become bright. Then, beyond my control, I speak those words, I would like a different mission. The 2 old men stare at me intently as if time never stopped. I'm so scared I immediately cover my mouth, shocked that I had the nerve to say something that could cost me my head. Jibawai-sama suddenly sits up. A strong killing intent makes it impossible to breathe, as if a python has bitten my neck. But after a brief silence, Jibawai-sama suddenly shouts, "Stop!" Only then do I notice a gleaming blade is already at my throat. If his shout had come half a second later, that sword would have already cut off my head. I know this woman. She's Hookbi, Jibawai-sama's bodyguard. She could take on 100 weaklings like me at once. She usually crouches on the office ceiling. Whenever anyone dares to disobey Jibawai-sama's orders, she leaps down from the ceiling and kills them. After Hyukbi steps aside, Jibawai-sama sits back down. Let's hear it. What's your reason for refusing the mission? After you tell me, I'll decide whether to spare your life. Terrified, I quickly bow my head. Please don't misunderstand. I heard the Manhwa sect will gather recently at the Hanam borderland, and you've always wanted to eliminate those masters from Manhwa, so I hope to seize this opportunity to ease your burden. Just tell us when the masters of our cult will provide reinforcement. The Flying Hand Company is ready to go on reconnaissance at any time. Jibawai-sama strokes his beard with a grin. What a coincidence. That's exactly the mission I was going to give you. As you said, the deputy commander plans to personally go there for battle. So before that, we need someone to scout the terrain. After a detailed observation, you just need to report the intelligence to your superior. The reason I say that is because I realize I can't escape this cycle no matter what. Rather than die now, better to die in a few days. Maybe I can find a glimmer of hope. So I stumble to my feet and walk toward the door. Unexpectedly, the moment I pass by Hyukbi, the system window appears. Again, I casually glance back and discover the symbol above Hyukbi's head reads +4 lives. 2 more than Jeok Myong of the Black Moon Company. Although I don't know what this means, it must have a huge connection to the system. After narrowly escaping death, I come to the lakeside to clear my head. This series of strange events leaves me feeling troubled. Inadvertently, I see my own reflection. It turns out there's also a strange symbol above my head, clearly reading Last Chance. I don't understand what this means. Right now I just want to escape from here. But the martial arts I practice are from the demonic cult. That evil aura can't be hidden no matter what, because orthodox martial artists who reach a certain level can easily sense this evil aura. Even if I escape to the Central Plains, I'll still have a hard time surviving. Just then, a mocking voice comes from across the way. It's Chiksan, who bullied me earlier. Hearing I took on a mission as cannon fodder, he burst out laughing. Seeing his smirking face, rage boils up inside me. Suddenly I notice the strange symbol above his head. A bold theory forms in my mind. I rush forward and quickly draw my sword. In an instant, the unprepared bald guy is killed by me in one strike. At the same time, the symbol above his head disappears. Considering my crazy action, I realize there's no turning back now. Then I take a boat to the middle of the lake. I tie Chiksan to some stones and throw him into the lake. After killing Chiksan, at first my body shows no change, until I see my reflection in the water. Only then do I discover with shock that the last chance above my head has suddenly changed to 2 chances. The scene shifts, and soon it's the day of the mission. I lead my team members to the assembly point. Just then, an expressionless woman walks over. There are people from the Manhwa sect nearby, so don't make any rash moves. Once you determine the number of enemies and the surrounding terrain, return immediately. I politely bow to accept the order. She's Chiol Sujin, my direct superior and the commander managing 3 squads of the Flying Hand Company, but she's not personally joining this mission time. In the past, without experience, I didn't notice anything unusual, but now it does seem rather strange. Either she received orders from GDY-sama, or they're in cahoots. Thinking of this, I suddenly order my subordinates to go right. The team members look at each other in confusion. Captain, shouldn't we go left? I don't pay them any mind and instead dash straight towards the right. The team members don't dare say more and continue running with me, because I clearly remember that in my last life, we immediately fell into the Manhwa sect's ambush after reaching the designated location. So this time I plan to do the opposite, running all the way toward the Central Plains, determined to avoid this death trap. Right now, the words 2 chances fill my entire mind. I know the hope of surviving this life is slim, so I'll gather more clues for a chance of survival in the next life. Suddenly, I signal for them to stop, because a wooden cabin has suddenly appeared on our escape route. It's a square building with windows all around, which is most likely an outpost. If I ignore the outpost and go straight through, it will definitely make the team suspicious, so I signal for them to wait in place and continue only if nothing seems wrong. Then I crouch low and slowly approach. With each step, tension spreads through my whole body. I hope not to encounter a supreme master, because I don't want to be killed so quickly. Lost in various thoughts, I've unknowingly reached the window. Then I gather my courage and look inside. Seeing no one, I finally breathe a long sigh of relief. Moments later, the other teammates come to inspect around the cabin and conclude there's no guard here at all. At this moment, I fall into thought again. I don't know what to do. Because I killed Chiksan, I definitely can't return to the demonic cult. Should I just escape to the Central Plains like this? The team members, seeing how abnormal I am today, can't help but start whispering. I realize this too, and am about to come clean with them. Suddenly, the system window appears again, accompanied by a 10-second countdown. System prompt: an enemy has appeared. What would you like to do? My heart immediately races. There's clearly no enemy nearby. I haven't detected even the slightest movement, but watching the time tick away, I know I must make a choice quickly, because I realize that if there really is an enemy, and one whose presence I can't detect at all, it must be a supreme master. Right now, I can only choose the second option, trying to resolve this crisis through dialogue. With a blinding white flash, the dim environment becomes bright. Then I shout into the air, "There is no need for you to hide. Come out!" At these words, the team members immediately form up, ready for battle. But just as they take their positions, a white-haired old man descends from the sky, landing right in the center of the formation. I recognize him immediately. It is Master Guzhong Mayong of the Manhwa sect. No top martial artist can survive against him, so the demonic cult has classified him as the highest level dangerous person. My mood right now is like dead ash. From the moment I reached the assembly point, I've been running in the opposite direction, so we are already far from the mission area, yet Guzhong Mayong of the Manhwa sect shows up here. It's completely baffling. Guzhong Mayong also looks puzzled. "How did you know I was here? Since you've intruded on my patrol area, you'll all stay here. After all, you're all remnants of the demonic cult. Your deaths are no loss." With that, he draws his sword. My team members and I frantically draw our swords too, but how can we be his match? With several flashes of brilliant red light, the team members fall one after another. I don't even know when that sword pierced my chest. Guzhong Mayong walks up to me with a mocking expression. Pathetically weak. If even the captain is this stupid, the others are even worse. My gaze blank, I suddenly raise my head and demand, "You knew we were coming all along, didn't you? Otherwise none of this makes sense." A flash of annoyance crosses Guzhong Mayong's eyes. He grabs my hair and glares at me viciously. "How did you figure it out, you idiot?" I gasp heavily. "I guessed it by accident. Your pursuit speed was beyond imagination. You even knew the exact date and arrival time of our coming here. Otherwise, the ambushers couldn't have appeared so precisely." Guzhong Mayong gives a cold laugh and leans close to my ear. "Since you figured it out, I'll be frank. Think about it carefully. One side improves their performance, the other eliminates annoying people. Isn't that a good thing for both of the sides? But by the way, you really have audacious courage, daring to disobey your superior's orders. Farewell, dear Flying Hand Company squad leader." With a cold flash of red light, I'm back in that collective dormitory again. This is already the second time I've experienced this. Even if I want to escape, I can't. But I know clearly in my heart that this rebirth won't continue forever. Before dying, I clearly saw the words, "last chance." I'm acutely aware that I can't just sit and wait for death. If I keep sitting here, those 2 guys will come soon. So I hide in a corner and observe from the side. Suddenly, I noticed the number above Chiksan's head has disappeared. Could it be because I already killed him once? It seems I can only get lives from people once. But right now, I only have one last rebirth chance. If I escape from here, I'll definitely be hunted by the demonic cult. Even if I escape by luck, there's no guarantee I can survive in the Central Plains. Right now, I can only continue to face those I cannot avoid, and opponents I cannot defeat. After a moment's hesitation, I begin to act. Then I come to GW-sama's office again. This time, unlike before, I immediately kneel and kowtow upon entering. All of this started with the mysterious window that appeared saying now returning to the private meeting with the Lord of the Great Imperial Pavilion, so the method to survive must be in there. The dialogue then unfolds as expected. GW-sama then asks the same question as before. Would you like to become secretary of the Heavenly Sun Archive? If I accept this proposal, he'll definitely attach conditions, then send me on a reconnaissance mission to the Hanam borderland, and I'll inevitably die again. After a moment's hesitation, I bang my head hard on the ground. I'm sorry, my lord. That's too great of an honor for someone like me. I don't deserve such a privilege. Gui-sama looks somewhat surprised at my reaction. Well, alright. By the way, I have a mission for you. Before he can finish, I speak first. My lord, I have something to say to you. As soon as I finish speaking, the system window immediately appears. I've experienced this before. Choosing the first or second option both lead to death. So now I can only choose the third option. I'll cut off my right arm for you. It's an inescapable fate anyway. I just want to witness this outcome myself. GW-sama stares at me in confusion, probably finding this absurd. Why would you cut off your arm for no reason? Nervously, I quickly answer. I've reflected on myself during this time. I once overestimated myself and wanted to learn superior martial arts. I also didn't know my place and went through your office. My fault deserves death. Please allow me to cut off my arm to express my loyalty to you, my lord. The two lords chuckle. It seems he's even more interesting than the rumors say. Then a dagger is thrown in front of me. Then give it a try. I pick up the dagger without hesitation, because I know that once I pass this test, I'll definitely find a way out. I grit my teeth and close my eyes. Soon I feel a chill. The dagger has pierced my shoulder. But suddenly Gui-sama shouts, "Stop!" Then Hyukbi leaps down from the ceiling and knocks the dagger from my hand. Trembling, I put my left hand on my right shoulder. I'm grateful my arm is still there. It is just temporarily immobile. The two lords before me suddenly burst into laughter. What an interesting guy. Since the founding of our cult, this is the first time I've seen someone like you. These words don't make me feel humiliated or ashamed. Instead, they make me unusually calm. Then a wooden plaque carved with Heavenly Sun Archive is thrown in front of me. Go give it a try. Didn't you say before you wanted to be in charge of the Heavenly Sun Archive? I pick up the plaque and bow to accept. Thank you, my lord. I will never forget your kindness. At this moment, Gui-sama is still laughing heartily, shaking his head and saying, well, you had better not. Through this, I finally understand that the mysterious window has 3 options total, and among these options, the method to survive is the last one in terms of outcome. From this, I can confirm one thing, that the method to survive must be among the options. After leaving the Great Imperial Pavilion, I change into clean clothes and head straight to the Heavenly Sun Archive to report. Du-hong, the administrator at the registration desk, looks at my file with confusion. You've been with the Flying Hand Company for 8 years, ranked 12th in combat power among 1,000 people at the Skyward Camp. I didn't expect your combat ability to be so high, yet you're willing to work in such a humble place. Suddenly he notices something wrong with my right arm. I casually say there was a small accident. He doesn't quite believe it and is about to speak, but suddenly sees the recommender on the file is GGY-sama, so he doesn't say more. Then he leads me to the archive hall. Books are densely packed here. At first glance, there are at least tens of thousands of volumes. My usual work is to organize the books here. As I walk and look around, I find these are all basic martial arts and some miscellaneous books. After all, this kind of place couldn't have superior martial arts tomes, but I don't need such powerful martial arts anyway. I just need something that can kill this administrator before me, because the system showed me the life symbol above his head. If I eliminate him, I can gain 1 more life. So how powerful are his martial arts? I quietly move behind him. Then I reach my left hand into my clothes. He seems to sense something's wrong. The instant he turns his head, I pull out the dagger and stab it directly into his abdomen. He pushes me away with a horrified expression. Have you gone mad? I ignore him and take up a fighting stance again. In my heart, I regret stabbing too shallowly, failing to take his life immediately. But seeing the +1 life symbol above his head, I guess his combat ability should be about the same level as Chiksan's. So I need to end this quickly. The longer it drags on, the worse it is for me. But haste makes waste. While I'm not paying attention, he suddenly grabs me tightly. Because I can't use my right arm, I can't break free at all. I can only watch helplessly as he raises the dagger above his head. Fortunately, all of the above is actually a battle I rehearsed in my mind. In my current state, I can't guarantee I can kill him. So when he turns back to look at me warily, what I pull from my clothes isn't a dagger but money, and I don't forget to show a smile. Lord Du-hong, I am looking forward to working with you. The weather is cold, you must be working hard. Please accept this small token. He first glances at me with an expressionless face. I thought this trick wouldn't work. Fortunately, he finally accepts the money cheerfully, and his attitude becomes much better than before. It seems you're someone who understands social matters. If you have any questions, ask me anytime. By the way, your name is Seo Lei, right? A word of advice. If you want to live longer, try not to draw too much attention. After all, there are many monsters here. After saying that, he walks straight out of the archive hall. To leave this place and to take revenge on them, I'm not even afraid of death. What monsters should I fear? Right now I have only one thought. Which tome should I study so I can defeat Du-hong in my current state? So while organizing books, I search. Suddenly, the moment I touch a martial arts tome, the system sends a prompt. Which type of martial art would you like to learn? To my surprise, the system window appears again, and this time hasn't stopped. With my heart racing, I glance at the book's title, A Guide to Samsuan. Then I raise my head and look at the system window again. Among the 3 options, one says available and the other 2 say unavailable. The third option, Chogek School, was mastered by Jibu-sama and is classified as an advanced martial art of our cult. The second option, Jaksu School, is also a martial art famous for being practiced as supplementary training by the former deputy commander. I laugh happily. I finally found these top-tier martial arts tomes. I lean forward to examine the mysterious window, planning to choose Chogek School, so I shift my gaze to it, and the cursor moves accordingly. But the window sends a prompt. With your right arm paralyzed, you cannot learn this martial art. I finally understand. The options marked unavailable mean I cannot learn them yet. Then I can only choose the first option, Sohui School. After selecting Sohui School, the system sends another prompt. Seeing they all have the word available after them, there's no need to worry. I might as well start learning from the sword technique. Then the window prompts again. You have selected sword technique. You will now be shown a video. I can't help but blurt out, what video? Along with my question, a black figure forms before my eyes. This suddenly appearing figure isn't just simply moving, starting from adjusting its stance. The standing support points, the naturally unfolding sword path, even the breathing method that creates white mist at the mouth, all are clearly visible. It turns out this shadow is demonstrating all the techniques of Sohui School bit by bit. But next, the chart of Sohui sword techniques that appear in the window leave me completely confused. Although they're all incomprehensible symbols, one thing is certain. As long as I learn this Sohui School, I can kill Du Hong and increase my rebirth chances. Just like that, a month passes. My left-hand sword technique has become masterful. Then practicing the hand technique and foot technique turns out to be surprisingly easy, but no matter how much I practice, I can't master the grand ship sword from the Sohui sword technique. Even looking at reference materials, though I can see it refers to the left hand, I just can't understand what the direction means. But this is already very good for me. I never expected that by unexpected chance I would obtain divine arts I'd never have the opportunity to practice in my lifetime. It seems killing Du Hong is only a matter of time. Looking at the books scattered all over the floor before me, I feel it's time to organize the shelves. Just then, the sound of a door opening comes from behind. Before I can make any move, I lock eyes with the other person. The person before me has his hands behind his back, dressed like someone from the Central Plains. Because of my confusion, my eyes haven't had time to move away from him. What makes my heart race even more is that the life symbol above his head actually shows plus 10 lives, Hyukbi. The Supreme Master by GDY-sama's side only has 4 lives. Could this be the monster Du Hong mentioned? Unexpectedly, just as I stand up to bow, he waves his hands with a smile. Haha, you don't need to act so formal. This is very different from my expectation. At first glance, he gives off an innocent character. Then he asks what work I do here. After learning I'm the secretary here, he makes a request. There's a book I really like here called A Guide to Samsuan. Have you seen it? At these words, my heart immediately drops 1,000 times, because that book is right in my hand. What surprises me even more is that the mysterious window suddenly appears, and time around me stops as well. Right now my heart is in my throat. If I say the wrong thing, I could very well be killed right here. But why is he looking for this book? No, wait. The key question is why these options appeared. If I say I haven't seen that book, it's a blatant lie, but I can't say I've mastered the martial art style in the book either, so I can't choose either of these two options. Seeing the countdown about to end, I must make a choice. Compared to the worst option, I can only choose the less bad one. I haven't seen that book. As the countdown ends, time around me starts flowing again. Sweating profusely, I force out that answer. The man nods. So you haven't seen it either. Where did I put that? Then he turns and walks toward the bookshelf. Feeling uneasy, I add, let me help you look for it. The man nods politely. Thank you. I really can't remember where I put it. Seeing his smiling and amiable appearance, I barely breathe a sigh of relief. But before I can take 2 steps toward the door, as if suddenly remembering something, he playfully claps his hands. I remember where I put it. I feel I should say something, so I carefully ask, where? After hearing this, he immediately stands still, then slowly turns his head with a dark expression. Aren't you holding it? In an instant, my mind starts spinning. Have I been discovered after all? This is my last chance at rebirth. Watching the man approach step by step, extreme tension makes my whole body tremble. It seems I still can't escape this monster. Should I insist I don't know? Just as I'm about to explain, the man suddenly bursts out laughing. I'm just joking with you. It seems you haven't been on the job long, right? I'm Ilgi-bu. Pleased to meet you. After speaking, he walks to the bookshelf and starts browsing random books. I'm left standing there bewildered. His smile sends chills down my spine, and his teasing behavior. I don't know if it's intentional, but I must stay alert. After a while, the silent Ilgi-bu suddenly speaks. I heard Giri-sama recommended you here. That's quite surprising. That old man isn't the type to go out of his way to ask favors. Hearing the words, old man, I unconsciously frown. Since he calls Gibi-sama old man, it means his status is higher than Gibi-sama. I quickly answer him, he's kind to me. Ilgi-bu gives a cold smile. If he's really so kind to you, why did he make you cut off your own arm? I don't know how to respond and can only freeze in place. His gaze remains on the book, his face wearing an all-knowing expression. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to pry into your past. I'm just too curious about new faces. But at least you're lucky he didn't cut off your head. You'll just have to give up learning martial arts. At this moment, I suddenly realize his true intention. He probably came here from the start to probe me. After all, he came here to find a book, yet he's been reading irrelevant books. Suddenly, the sound of him closing the book pulls me back from my thoughts. Are you wondering who I am? How can someone so young call Gubi-sama an old man? In an instant, my expression changes drastically. How does he know what I'm thinking? Can he read minds? I quickly bow and answer, no, I wouldn't dare think such things. Ilgi-bu puts the book back on the shelf, then casts another scrutinizing look at me. It's normal for you to wonder. So tell me now, how far have you progressed with Sohui School? I lower my head, not daring to meet his eyes. Does he already know? Or is he testing me? I quickly adjust my mindset and say, I don't know what you're talking about. I can't use my right arm, so martial arts are basically out of reach for me. He chuckles and pats my shoulder. I see. You don't need to be so serious. Seeing his reaction, I believe my words worked. Of course, this is before his next sentence. He suddenly leans close to my ear and says ominously, but if you're not telling the truth, then you are taking me for a fool. Hearing his tone, which is impossible to tell if he's joking or serious, heart-clenching fear is filled with me. After saying that, he politely takes his leave and walks toward the door. Watching his retreating figure, I finally breathe a sigh of relief, thinking I've temporarily avoided crisis. But the next second, Ilgibu freezes in place. Only when I hear a ding do I understand that it's not that Ilgibu intentionally stopped, but that the mysterious pop-up has triggered freezing time around us once again. But when I see what the pop-up asks me to choose, I instantly feel as if the sky has collapsed. His true identity is actually Cheonma's fourth disciple, Ganma, ranked 30th in power within the demonic cult, and his martial arts ranking is near the absolute peak. The person standing before me is indeed a monster. Next, my gaze shifts to the second option. If I say I've mastered Sohui School, he'll definitely say I'm taking him for a fool. As for the third option, I don't even need to look, it's absolutely not selectable. Then I don't need to worry, I have no choice. So I decisively select the first option. Aren't you Ganma, the fourth disciple of Cheonma? With a flash of brilliant white light, time around us begins to flow again. Ganma turns back with a slight smile. It seems you are impressive. Though I don't know how you discovered it, that doesn't change anything. I'm just someone who lost in the power struggle long ago. At these words, I quickly kneel and apologize. Please forgive me. I didn't mean to ask something so improperly. At this moment, there isn't the slightest fluctuation in Ganma's eyes. It's fine. Carry on with your work. He then turns to leave. However, after just a few steps, he stops again. The mysterious pop-up appears once more. I'm confused. Didn't I just make a choice? Why is it asking me to choose again? What the hell is going on with this damn pop-up? Just when I thought we'd moved on, the pop-up still isn't done. Once again, it's time to choose the lesser evil. The task continues. I drop to my knees with a thud. In fact, I've already learned the Sohui martial art from the book you were looking for. After speaking, cold sweat pours down again. I don't know how to clean up this mess. Ganma's face darkens severely. So you've been treating me like a fool this whole time. I see you have a death wish. As his words fall, he draws his sword and attacks me. At this critical moment, the mysterious pop-up triggers again. Ganma freezes midair. Looking at the single option on the pop-up, I understand this can no longer be called a choice. It's a one-sided coercion. I'm being forced to accept the worst situation. But this time's countdown is different from before. The time has become 3 digits, meaning the pop-up is giving me time to figure out why this option was given. If in this situation there's still an answer that allows escape, then a prerequisite emerges. The current option transforms from the worst choice into the optimal solution. Facing Ganma, who's openly showing hostility, how can I persuade him? Suddenly I recall his earlier words seemed to reveal hostility toward Jigidui-sama, and he said he doesn't care about power struggles. Is that true? Since this option was given, it means his situation is no different from mine. That's why I can understand his desperate desire for power, because I'm the same. So the way to quell his anger now is to give him power. After all, I have a trump card in my hand that Jigidui-sama holds the position of lord in the demonic cult, yet he's secretly communicating with righteous faction members. Thinking of this, I decisively choose to continue. I immediately shout loudly, "You seem to be in more or less the same situation as me." At these words, he indeed stops his attack. His expression now shows both shock and anger. Convincing him not to kill me is indeed very difficult, but I can only muster my courage and try. When Cheonma chose you as a disciple, the other disciples had already built their foundations. So no matter how hard you work, it's difficult to close the gap with the other disciples. What are you trying to say? Stop beating around the bush. At these words, I finally see hope of survival. Because he could have killed me immediately, yet he only presses the sword against my neck. This means he's curious about what I mean. I immediately shout, "Please win over the Lord of the Great Imperial Pavilion." At these words, Ganma's expression undergoes a subtle change. I continue. The Great Imperial Pavilion is the core branch of the Crimson Demon Palace. If you control the Great Imperial Pavilion, it means you control one of the major strongholds of the demonic cult. Isn't that why you came to see me? Ganma pauses, then sheathes his sword. The killing intent surrounding him dissipates. So I raise my voice even louder. "You weren't here to find a guide to Samsuan at all. Otherwise, you would have taken the book and left already. I wondered, why would you, as Cheonma's disciple, come here? Why keep talking to someone at the very bottom like me?" Finally, I understood. You came to find me. No, to be precise, you came to find someone who might know Lord Sama's weakness. A month ago, Lord Sama assigned the Flying Hand Company a reconnaissance mission, and I was the only one left out. And none of the Flying Hand Company survived that mission. You must have heard about it, so you saw me as an unusual figure. After hearing this, Ganma finally laughs, and keeps laughing. You're quite interesting. No wonder that old Jigidui-sama dislikes you. Since that's the case, tell me, what's his weakness? I bow again. If I provide you with the information you need, what will I get? At these words, his expression sours. But I don't back down, because I know I'll die sooner or later anyway. But dying later is better than dying sooner. So I make my own proposal instead of being led by Ganma. I've already gambled my life, so I want to know what I can get from this. Ganma asks back, what value does your life have? I know it has no value. But if I can save you time and effort, or provide you with a good opportunity, wouldn't my life then have value? He thinks for a moment, then sheathes his drawn sword again. If your information is true, I'll give you appropriate compensation. Getting this answer, I reach the moment of revealing the truth. Lord Sama has been secretly communicating with Gu Zhongniang of the Manhwa sect. Though I can't provide evidence yet, your influence is not to be underestimated. Among them are surely mysterious masters who can uncover the truth. Given some time, you'll definitely find proof. Gama accepts my proposal, but to test my loyalty to him, he assigns me a task. That is to kill Jokmyong, captain of the Black Moon Company. If I accomplish this mission, it will prove I'm not aligned with Jidawai-sama. But I know very well that his real purpose in sending me to assassinate Jokmyong is to send me to my death. Because in his view, someone at the very bottom like me couldn't possibly defeat Jokmyong. So sending me to kill Jokmyong is just to eliminate me and silence me. Meanwhile, according to the state window, Jokmyong's combat power is 10 times mine. Right now, only a sneak attack gives me a chance of survival. And the best time to kill an opponent is when they're most relaxed. So I come to the toilet in Jokmyong's territory. I prepare to crawl into the toilet pit below and wait for my chance. I had observed Jokmyong for a long time. Whenever he went to the toilet, he would stay for a while. I still remember when I was under his command. He would beat me whether he is bored or happy. To kill him, I had rehearsed countless times in my mind. This time, I finally got my chance. I believe with Sohui School, I can defeat the enemy in one move. Soon night falls. Just then, a series of hurried footsteps rapidly approaches. I know it must be Jokmyong because he goes to the toilet at a fixed time every day. Today won't be an exception. So I quickly jump into the toilet pit and hide. Fortunately, it's relatively clean down here. Looks like it was just cleaned not long ago. I slowly draw my sword and wait for the moment. When I hear the sound of his pants dropping, I know the moment has come. I immediately channel my chi, infusing power into the sword. Then, following the techniques of Sohui School, I prepare to strike. Suddenly, an unidentified object drops from above. I curse silently. Damn it. My body immediately leans back, quickly dodging. Then I swing my sword again. Just then, a suddenly appearing pop-up blocks my vision. The content reads, "Use the grand ship's sword technique." Not only that, there's another pop-up. It tells me I've discovered the enemy's weakness. Now is the golden opportunity to defeat the enemy in one strike. I really don't understand what this means, but my body has already started moving on its own, beyond my control. The magnitude of movement can no longer be called a sneak attack. Immediately, tremendous power surges from the sword tip. Accompanied by a brilliant blue light, Jokmyong is split in half. I look at the sword in my hand in amazement. It's actually emitting a faint sword aura. Though I'm covered in foul stench, my heart is extremely excited, because Jokmyong has been killed by me in one strike. At the same time, with his death, his health drops to 0. Only now do I understand, depleting health also means death. But I don't have time to think more. The foul smell rushes to my head. I hurry to the lakeside and start bathing, but no matter how I wash, the smell won't go away. Inadvertently, I see my reflection in the water and discover my rebirth chances have increased from 1 to 3. A trace of greed flashes in my eyes, but I quickly calm down and think about how that the grand ship's sword technique was executed. Moreover, I clearly used sword aura just now, but the status bar shows no decrease in my chi. If I can freely use that powerful force, wouldn't I be able to become much stronger? But in this rebirth, I've already lost my right arm. If others find out I killed Jokmyong, I'll surely die a terrible death. And with this crippled right arm, it'll be hard to become stronger in this life. Since that's the case, I might as well plan carefully for my next rebirth. Now that I've completed the task, I should report back to Ganma, but I can't fully trust him yet. More accurately, I still don't know his intentions. But if I can grasp Gubi-sama's weakness, even at the cost of this life, it won't be a pity. So I put on my clothes and head straight to Gubi-sama's office. Arriving at the door, I don't send word ahead. Instead, I walk straight in and kowtow. Seolwi, secretary of the Heavenly Sun Archive, greets Lord Sama. Jibui-sama's expression darkens. Have you completely lost all respect? You dare barge into my office? What exactly do you want to do? He speaks while approaching me. And why do you reek so badly? Out of fear, I don't dare lift my head to look at him. I keep my head down as I answer. I had no choice. After all, it isn't an easy thing to kill Jokmyong. Hearing this shocking news, Jubby-sama shows no expression. Instead, he approaches me step by step. My face grows increasingly red. Is this the terrifying effect of Fire Mask Demon style? He then gets in my face and grabs my hair. Although I'm curious how you killed Jokmyong. Before that, who did you go see? I advise you not to play clever with me. If you dare lie, I'll kill you immediately. Gibi-sama thinks I'll confess honestly, but I gasp heavily and ask back. Rather than who I went to see, what's more important is what you're trying to hide, isn't it? My tone makes Gibi-sama furious. Since you went to the Heavenly Sun Archive, has you lost your mind? I see you truly have a death wish. At this moment, I finally let go of my fear. Admit it, you've been trying to put me to death all along. Since you're so curious, I'll tell you the truth. I went to see Lord Ganma. He's the one who sent me here. I know I'm lying, but even if I'm exposed, it doesn't matter, because right now I need to provoke him and extract important intelligence. Jidawai-sama releases my hair expressionlessly, then slowly stands up. His brief anger vanishes, and he actually appears composed. Since Ganma assigned you, then I can understand why Jokmyong was killed. So what does he want to know? He asks when and where you secretly met with Gu Zhongyang from the Manhwa sect. He also asks what the time and location of your next meeting is. I really want to know how he'll answer. Secretly communicating with a righteous faction is a grave treasonous crime within the demonic cult regardless of the reason. He remains silent for a long time without answering. Haven't I provoked him enough? I speak again. Lord Ganma has been thinking about this question for a long time, so please tell the truth. After a moment, he finally speaks. We agreed to meet at Mount Huanga at the beginning of next month. My eyes widen, and I celebrate internally. This old bastard finally took the bait. Just then, a square patch of light suddenly appears on the ground. I quietly touch it with my hand, but feel nothing. Just then, the mysterious pop-up suddenly appears, first congratulating me on obtaining the secret map of the Lord of the Great Imperial Pavilion, then asking if I want to view more details. Of course I want to see it. It turns out this map shows a simple diagram of Mount Huanga, where Gibui-sama first met with Gu Zhongmyung of the Manhwa sect. Every quarter after that, they meet here for secret talks. I'm both surprised and delighted. Moreover, what attracts me more is this toolbox. But before I can study its use, Gidoi-sama suddenly speaks. I sent you to work at the Heavenly Sun Archive just over a month ago, yet Ganma trusts you so much, not only teaching you martial arts, but also sending you to kill Jokmayong, and finally having you come here to gather information. Is that right? His tone, gaze, and expression make me uneasy, but I still nod firmly. Unexpectedly, as soon as I finish, he stabs a huge hole through my chest. You really do take me for a fool. Do you know where you went wrong? I might as well tell you, since you're about to die. Ganma doesn't teach martial arts to others, because he only uses the martial arts the master taught him. Seeing Gibivi-sama's smug face, I want to laugh. You fool. It looks like you still don't know. This question confuses Gibi-sama. What are you trying to say? I grin. I mean, you've completely lost. Kisama is both furious and speechless, regretting ever letting me enter the demonic cult. Then, with his fatal blow to me, the mysterious pop-up triggers again. I return once again to the timeline before meeting Jidawai-sama. Though my rebirth chances dropped from 3 to 2, this intact arm gives me much peace of mind. Looking at the status bar on the system panel, perhaps because my right arm has recovered, my health and chi have both increased somewhat. But why is there no Sohui school? I try hard to recall every move of the martial art. A pop-up then notifies me I've obtained Sohui school. So as long as I remember, the pop-up will display it. Not only that, I can also freely retrieve the map stored in the toolbox. Opening it, there's indeed the diagram of Mount Huanga that Jidawai-sama mentioned. At the same time, there are medicinal herbs and red bean jelly that help restore my health. Just tasting a bit, my health indeed recovers somewhat. Such good items should of course be saved for critical moments, so I put it back in the toolbox for future emergencies. This time, I don't plan to follow the main storyline to meet Jidawai-sama, because in the last loop, I already obtained his secret. I'll use it as proof of allegiance to make myself stronger. So I put on my clothes and head straight to the 12th floor of the Heavenly Sun Archive. It is Ganma's office. I bow respectfully. Lord Ganma, Seolwi, squad leader of the Flying Hand Company, requests an audience. Because this is a new Lupine I haven't met yet. He curiously asks why I've come. Facing his inquiry, I'm somewhat nervous but still muster my courage to state my purpose. I've brought important intelligence that can assist you in achieving your grand plans in the future. Though his tone is somewhat doubtful, he ultimately agrees to let me in for a talk. As before, his face constantly wears an inscrutable smile. So what's this intelligence that can help me achieve my grand plans? I breathe a long sigh of relief. As expected, he doesn't get angry at my boldness like Jidawai-sama, so I quickly present the secret map. When he unfolds the map and sees its contents, he instantly loses his composure. Even his tone changes. He coldly questions whether this intelligence is accurate. His gaze makes me somewhat restless, but I still state I can guarantee its authenticity with my life. He snorts coldly. Your life is worth nothing. So, what do you want? I bow again and voice my thoughts. I want to pledge myself to you. I want to become powerful like others. He slowly folds up the map, then comes before me. If this intelligence is accurate, I will grant your wish. He then leaves the office. And so, 3 hours have passed since Ganma went to verify the intelligence. I'm increasingly anxious. For some reason, his unpredictable smile keeps giving me an inexplicable unease. The hierarchy within the demonic cult is very complex. I obviously don't fully understand the political relationships between the various factions, but the only thing I can confirm now is that Jidawai-sama's superior isn't Chionma's 4th disciple Ganma, but the 1st disciple Salma. From this, I deduce that Ganma won't directly take the map to Gibi-sama. My life is temporarily safe. Just then, Ganma returns. Seeing his expressionless face, my heart fills with both fear and unease. What if this plan fails? How should I plan my next life? Just then, the pop-up suddenly triggers. It asks if I need to create a save point. At first, I don't quite understand, but when I see the next pop-up with the word save point, I finally realize this represents the time point for my next rebirth. As I click confirm, the text begins to appear word by word. Time save point, year 95 of the Heavenly Calendar, Chapter 2. Title, 3 options presented by Ganma. As the save completes, Ganma finally speaks. Choose one of these 3 options. As soon as the words are spoken, time around us stops again. This is a completely different form from previous choices. Each option points to a completely different life from now. The new text appearing below tells me the difficulty of each option. The first, the Martial Art Academy, is the representative education and training facility in demonic cult. The head of the cult personally provides instruction, selecting only 3 or 4 people from over 100 each year for cultivation. Though one can learn powerful chi and martial arts there, with just that level of skill, you still can't protect yourself. The second option is personal training by Elder Zhang Guan-nok, who ranks 94th in the cult. However, he is violent, and any slight mistake can easily result in my severe injury during training. The last option has the highest difficulty and gives me an ominous feeling. Who exactly does Ganma want to kill? Could the powerful target mentioned here also mean kill Gubawai-sama? But to kill him, I'd need the corresponding status and strength. Looking at these 3 options, I'm both hesitant and distressed. But before getting stronger, I need to stay alive first. so I decisively choose the first option with the lowest difficulty, becoming Gamma's foot soldier. As the pop-up disappears, time around us begins to flow. I'm very clear that in any situation, as long as I can obtain extra lives, I can change my circumstances through rebirth. Right now, there are 6 days left until I enter the martial art academy, so Gamma spoke with the administrator on the first floor, having me wait in the underground warehouse for arrangements. At the same time, before leaving, he tells me there's a book called A Guide to Samsuan in the archive in the warehouse, which I can study on my own. Only now do I understand that in the last loop, when he asked if I'd seen this book, he wasn't just making conversation. Just then, I think of a question. Right now, my right arm is intact. Perhaps I can learn the other 2 martial arts I didn't master in my previous life, so I rush to the archive in the underground warehouse. After searching around, I finally find a guide to Samsuan. The moment I touch it, the system pop-up triggers. Seeing the option contents, I almost jump with joy. Jaksu school practiced by the former deputy commander and Choguk school practiced by GWI-sama. I can learn both now. Jaksu school's techniques are very unique and highly destructive. Choguk school is what GWI-sama uses. It is one of the top martial arts in the demonic cult. Its destructive power is even more astonishing. This is power I didn't even dare dream of in my past lives. Right now, there are 6 days left until the selection. I must train intensively, and time passes quickly. Soon it's the day to enter the martial art academy. Though I've learned the above 3 martial arts, I still can't unleash power like the shadow did. It seems this is due to my insufficient chi. Only with enough chi will I surely be able to use them. Just then, a stranger suddenly enters. He's Jio-un, the guide Gamma sent to take me to the martial art academy. At the same time, he hands me a medicinal pill, claiming that if I take it, it will increase my chi by over 10 years. Inwardly, I am overjoyed. It's truly getting what I wished for. Gamma giving me this pill before the competition is to help me survive. From this, I can deduce that opponents at the martial art academy are definitely not ordinary. Just as I take the medicinal pill, my chi surges and my health also increases slightly. At the same time, a pop-up notifies me I've also acquired mind reading. Though currently only at the lowest mimicry stage, it allows me to grasp opponent's status and enhance my own vision. Immediately, Jio-un's state window appears. He's one of Ganma's bodyguards, but also a spy that Xianma's first disciple Salma planted with Ganma. But what I don't understand is, why does he have such strong hostility toward me? If his identity as a spy is true, then I can expose him and leave a good impression on Ganma. Just as I think this, he suddenly stops, and then points to a building in the distance. That's the gate to the martial art academy ahead. Walk the rest of the way yourself. After speaking, he turns to leave. But just as I pass him, that damn pop-up appears again. Looking at the options, I realize Gamma gave him 2 pills. And from the third option, I can tell this choice isn't about dialogue but action. So I deduce the first option can't be chosen. It's too direct and I fear for my life. Moreover, the third option is meaningless. So I decisively choose the second option. Don't you have anything to say to me? The moment the pop-up disappears, he turns his head with a puzzled expression. Worried he didn't hear clearly, I steel myself and repeat, "Don't you have anything to say to me?" Seeing his fierce expression, I quickly continue explaining. The Martial Art Academy is where top-level warriors gather. Lord Gamma surely knows my level, and the medicinal herb you just gave me shows that surviving here won't be easy, but I've only gained a little chi. Wouldn't entering rashly like this pose great danger to my life? After hearing this, he first coughs awkwardly, then silently reaches behind his back. I think he'll give me the other pill, but what he pulls out is a sword. The pop-up tells me that though this sword isn't powerful, it mysteriously has a mood-improving effect. I smile awkwardly, cursing bastard silently a few times. I then carry the sword to the gate of the Martial Art Academy. This is a place only those recommended by core figures can enter. Not only can one obtain martial arts tomes here, but also practice the ability to complete missions. But after entering, I worry they'll confiscate weapons, so I put this shadow-slicing sword into the toolbox. Only then do I walk in with peace of mind. The old man before me is the training supervisor of the Martial Art Academy. Though his strength is 1 stage below GB-sama's, they belong to the direct lineage, so no one in the demonic cult dares disrespect them. My first test is to choose one of 4 bamboo slips. The literal meanings are body, speech, writing, and judgment. It seems the test content at the Martial Art Academy will be determined by my choice. Anyway, all 4 must be chosen eventually, so thinking about which to pick first is meaningless. So I reach out and take the first slip marked with body. Seeing I've made my choice, the supervisor simultaneously gives the task content to collect 6 wooden plaques engraved with body with a 1-day time limit. More precisely, as long as I can survive until this time tomorrow, the competition ends. Following the instructions, I walk through the door on the right. He also tells me that inside are martial arts tomes, treasures, and weapons that everyone desires. I can take as many as I want, as long as I complete the main task. There must be other opponents who made the same choice as me. I need to get 6 plaques from them. In other words, I have to kill them. Soon I arrive at the trial grounds. There are all kinds of buildings here. I figure if I just look around, I can find things useful to me, but that also means exposing myself to greater danger. To get what I want, I must move as quickly as possible. But come to think of it, it's way too quiet here. I can't hear any sounds at all. Did I arrive too early? To avoid alerting anyone, after locking onto a target building, I start moving quickly. I don't stop until I reach a safe area. Looking around and finding no signs of movement, I finally breathe a sigh of relief. But just then, a pop-up triggers a warning, notifying me that an unidentified enemy has found my weakness. How would I like to respond now? It then gives me 3 choices: fight back, defend myself, or run away. This is the first time I've seen options like these. Seeing the countdown about to end, to save my life, I decisively choose to run away. I immediately jump into midair, but ultimately, I'm still slashed from behind by the enemy. I end up falling to the ground. The bowl-cut guy who ambushed me has more health than me, but his chi is far below mine. Damn it. If I'd known, I would have chosen to face him head-on. I lost half my health for nothing. Seeing his provocative manner, my anger flares up. I slowly draw my sword. In an instant, the sword gleams sharply. This time I use the sword technique from Soi's school. The sword aura carries a chilling cold. Precisely because of this cold, the opponent's movements slow down. With a flash of icy sword light, that damn enemy's head falls to the ground. Though my martial arts are still at the imitation stage, they're several times more powerful than before. After using them, both my health and chi decrease slightly, though being able to see my state in real time is good. Because of this, I also feel death more acutely. But I don't have time to think more, because now it's time to loot. Not only do I find a wooden plaque needed for the mission, I also obtain a healing potion that can rapidly heal wounds. After looting the spoils, I quickly find a safe place to treat my wound. I originally wanted to use the healing potion, but the more critical the situation, the more cautious I should be. What if I encounter a master stronger than me? Wouldn't the healing potion be wasted? No matter what, I need to wait until I've killed those guys before leaving this world. So I open the toolbox and choose to use medicinal herbs to stop the bleeding. In an instant, not only does my health recover, but my wound also stops bleeding. Just then, a series of hurried footsteps approaches. I quickly find a hidden spot to hide, then steel myself and peek out. I see a man dragging a corpse walking in. Right now, he's searching for loot. I remember the Great Imperial Pavilion has 7 companies under it. Metal, wood, water, fire, earth, plus the sun and moon. Each company name is prefixed with black. Joke Myung, who used to bully me, was captain of the Black Moon Company, and Choco before me is captain of the Black Fire Company. His strength must surely exceed mine. If I want to kill him, I need to defeat him in one move. I still remember the weakness pop-up that appeared when I killed Joke Myung. Can I use that pop-up again this time? But right now I don't know how to activate it. However, he's currently in a relaxed off-guard state. Why hasn't the weakness pop-up appeared? Do I have to wait for an even better moment than now? Seeing he's about to put on the looted gear, I decide not to wait. Though I'm currently injured, if he puts on armor and upgrades his defense, I'll never get another chance. But just as I'm about to draw my sword, a pop-up suddenly appears. You have found an enemy's weakness. How would you like to respond? Following this are 3 response methods, but from the literal text, I can't see any difference. Seeing Choco is about to put on defensive armor, I decisively choose the first attack option. But after selecting, the pop-up prompts again. You will now return to 3 seconds ago. Act immediately. So it means Choco will return to before he put on the armor. Heaven is truly helping me. I immediately draw my sword and move behind him. As the sword pierces through, his health drops to 0. I'm overjoyed. I quickly crouch down and search thoroughly. Finally, I find 5 wooden plaques on him. Besides these, there are some unexpected gains, so I put everything into the toolbox. The toolbox is thoughtful. It automatically categorizes items. Watching the healing potions go from 1 to 4, I decisively and extravagantly take one out and consume it. My health maxes out and the pain in my body disappears. But to be safe, I also put on that armor. Not only does it increase defense, but from the outside, you can't tell at all. But before I can celebrate, a warning pop-up notifies me again that an enemy has appeared nearby. Should I choose to fight back, defend myself, or run away? Damn it. Because I was just too happy, I didn't pay attention to enemies around me. But choosing to fight back is a poor strategy. After all, I don't even know who the opponent is. But choosing to run away, I'm afraid it'll be like last time with that bowl cut guy. So I decisively choose defense. After confirming defense, the pop-up also tells me the enemy's exact location, but the distance is too close. I have no time to react and ultimately take a slash from the opponent. My health nearly hits rock bottom. It seems compared to running away, defense just gives an additional hint about the enemy's location. Fortunately, I put on the armor in time. Otherwise, with this little health, I would have died several times over. This enemy is much stronger than any I've faced before. Am I going to have to reload my save again? Looking at the opponent's terrifying strength on the pop-up, my brain starts racing. His chi is 3 times mine, and his health is 20 times my maximum. But how could someone this powerful have only 1 life? My heart fills with both grievance and unwillingness. Every loop ends in despair. I don't know what fate awaits in my next rebirth. The man opposite me, named Omo, looks displeased. What are you muttering about? You're about to die and still so much nonsense. Unwillingly, I draw my sword, because I know even if I'll be killed, I must struggle to the end. I immediately leap above his head. Perhaps out of survival instinct, the ethereal aura and sword light feel exceptionally dazzling. But Omo looks disdainful. He casually raises his sword to block. Unexpectedly, due to carelessness, he's knocked back 10 meters by my sword aura. I didn't expect that just a simple sword technique would make his health and chi drop significantly. His expression instantly changes drastically, viciously questioning what martial arts I used. This scene makes hope surge in my heart again. There was once a martial arts tome called the Sosu School, one of the strongest martial arts that only elder-level figures in the demonic cult could perform using extremely cold energy. Because this martial art requires extremely cold energy, women practice it more easily than men. But because that martial art was so powerful, men all scrambled to learn it, so this technique spawned many derivatives. And so Hoi School is one of them. Though this attack succeeded, I'm not much better off either, because that move consumes a large amount of my chi. Watching his attacks become increasingly fierce, keeping up with his speed is indeed very difficult. All I can do is dodge as much as possible. Omo is extremely angry at me for dodging like a mouse. Each time he strikes, he uses his full strength, clearly wanting to settle this in one battle. But the more impatient he is, the more easily he reveals weaknesses. Ultimately, I still catch an opportunity. The moment our swords touch, bone-chilling cold energy makes his movement slow. Just as I'm about to use the same trick again because the power gap is too large, not only do I fail to hurt him, but I myself get kicked back 10 meters. Omo looks down at me condescendingly. I didn't expect you to last dozens of moves against me with just one skill. You're quite talented. But don't worry, I'll give you a quick death. Just as he raises his sword, the system pop-up suddenly triggers. It notifies me that Sohui's school proficiency has increased from imitation to beginner level. In despair, I instantly see hope. I immediately raise my sword and charge forward fiercely. Accompanied by several spectacular clashes, I again exchange blows with him evenly. At the same time, my movement speed is much faster than before. Omo is extremely surprised at my suddenly skyrocketing strength, probably wondering if I'm having a final surge before death. But before he can figure it out, his sword suddenly cracks with a snap, revealing a fissure. A pop-up immediately prompts, "You have found the enemy's weakness. Choose to attack, use martial arts, or use a tool." I don't have time to celebrate. My eyes immediately move down. Because choosing attack won't necessarily kill in one hit, this time I choose use martial arts. Though the pop-up shows 3 options, both Sohui School and Chogyuk School are unavailable, probably because my ki is insufficient. So I directly choose Jaksu School. My body immediately loses control. My right hand unconsciously strikes directly at the opponent's chest. The moment of contact, flames like a fierce beast burst from my palm. They directly burn Omo to charcoal. His health also drops to 0. Just like that, an originally unbeatable opponent is actually defeated by me. But more than joy, I'm more worried about my own life. Right now, both my health and chi have hit rock bottom. If I encounter another enemy, I probably won't have such good luck. So I quickly collect the loot and head to a safe area. As the sun rises, after using a healing potion to recover health, I hide in the forest at the outskirts of the building complex. At this moment, having collected 6 wooden plaques, I've already met the completion conditions. I originally wanted to put the extra plaques from Omo into the toolbox for use in the next loop, but the toolbox refuses. It seems to reject things that would help the next loop. There are also these 2 special pills I originally planned to use, but I feel it's necessary to plan more carefully. Because once I die, I'll return to the starting point, so using special pills without a plan is no different from waste. But martial arts tomes are different from special pills. As long as I remember the martial arts I've learned in my mind, they won't disappear. Like this cloaking tome I just got from that enemy. From this I can conclude that the more martial arts tomes, the better. If I can properly utilize tomes in weakness windows, they'll surely bring me benefits, through repeated rebirths. I've confirmed one thing, that whenever there's an opportunity, I must seize it all. Looking at the sun's position now, it should be around noon. Having hidden in a tree hollow all night, I can finally move. I cautiously walk toward the Martial Art Academy office entrance. Suddenly, a dazzling light bursts forth. This magical light clearly isn't a natural phenomenon. Finally, as I expected, the system prompts me again. Would you like to create a save point? Looking at the 2 remaining save slots, I pause for a moment. Although I don't know when save pop-ups will appear again, or if this is the last time. This time I choose not to save. There are still many treasures here, so in my next loop, I'll definitely come back. As the light disappears, I walk straight into the Martial Art Academy office. As I put down the plaques, the supervisor's eyes flash with surprise, but he doesn't say much. Instead, he spreads out the remaining 3 plaques and has me choose one. Since I'll have to choose all of them eventually anyway, I directly choose the plaque marked speech in front of me. The supervisor takes back the plaque and points to the left rear. Go that way, so I bow respectfully, then walk straight toward the entrance. Suddenly a question flashes through my mind. Why can't I see anyone else? Though there's more than one entrance. At least after finishing the first test, I should run into a few people. But where I am is completely empty. Well, forget it. I won't think about it. As long as I pass, that's what matters. Behind the entrance leads directly underground. After walking down a flight of stairs, a small room appears. The door is carved with a character for speech. What kind of test will this be? With this doubt, I open the wooden door. What meets my eyes is a disheveled man. The faint killing intent he emits makes my whole body uncomfortable, even nauseous. He must be a master. Just then, the life symbol above his head catches my attention. For me, this is more important than anything, because it represents the number of life rebirths. But this symbol is different from before. I can't understand its meaning. Suddenly, he curses loudly. "You brat, what are you looking at?" Frightened, I quickly lower my head and bow. I came for the Martial Art Academy test. I want to join. But before I can finish, he interrupts me again. "If you say one more word, I'll kill you." That heart-shaking killing intent makes me instantly shut my mouth. My hands also start trembling uncontrollably. I stand in place thinking about what to do. Is this also part of the test? If I can't take the test, I'll lose my qualification. So right now, I must do something. I slowly look around the room. It is empty with nothing in it. Just as I'm at a loss, a note in a bowl catches my attention. So I quietly circle around the man. At the same time, I don't forget to glance back at him. Does he not care what I do? Then I carefully pick up the note. Suddenly, a pop-up triggers. Question 1. You've received a secret mission to kill people from the Central Plains. After searching, you discover they're hiding in a house deep in the mountains. Right now, they're preparing to leave. Among them are some stronger than you, some equal to you, and some weaker than you. Moreover, your superiors are around. How would you like to respond? It randomly gives me 4 options. This test question really confuses me. The first option, try to catch the enemies by surprise and kill them, is too risky. The second, talk with them, is also dangerous. The fourth, make no choice, feels meaningless. So the third, wait for superiors to arrive, might be the wisest choice. As I confirm the choice, I inadvertently blurt out, just wait nearby. Safety first, after all. At these words, the man's face suddenly darkens. You brat, I clearly warned you. These words instantly fill me with inexplicable fear. I quickly turn around, but it's already too late. At some point, he's grasped a sword in his hand. With a flash of cold light, a clearly visible bloodline appears on my neck. I curse silently, damn it, then my vision goes black, and my mouth can no longer make any sound. When I open my eyes again, I'm back at the first save point. Year 95 of the Heavenly Calendar, Chapter 2. 3 options presented by Gunma. Before leaving, Gamma doesn't forget to mention a guide to Samsuan to me. After saying that, he leaves his office. I unconsciously touch my neck. I really didn't expect that disheveled man to be so powerful. I didn't even have time to resist before being killed. This only shows how weak I am. It seems if I want to survive, I need to prepare even more thoroughly. So I open the toolbox. As I expected, items in the toolbox can be permanently kept. In other words, if I steal things from Gamma's room and put them in the toolbox now, my next rebirth won't be affected. So I start searching for something valuable. Inadvertently seeing myself in the mirror, I can't help feeling melancholic. The extra life I worked so hard to gain by killing Omo was wasted just like that. So now I only have 2 rebirth chances left. But I don't have time to be sentimental. Right now I must act quickly. I carefully check every place that could hide things, including drawers and wardrobes, but don't find anything useful. Dejected, I'm about to close the wardrobe when I discover a small door behind the clothes. The moment I inadvertently touch it, a pop-up suddenly appears. You have obtained Advanced Tome Wind, one of the 4 elemental techniques. Looking at the content of the pop-up before me, my heart starts pounding instantly. Because this isn't an ordinary tome. It's martial arts Chionma taught his disciples, one of the top techniques in the demonic cult. I excitedly run all the way to the seldom visited underground warehouse. Then I quickly open the toolbox and store it. Seeing it safely stored, I finally breathe a sigh of relief. Next, I start checking my state window. Right now, my health and chi can be described as pathetic. This time, I must get the other pill from Jio-un. After being inexplicably killed in my last life, I understood one thing: that safe and cautious choices don't bring the best results. And whoever gets the treasures at the Martial Art Academy first will have a great impact on fate. Especially to fight masters and pass the test, I need to be fully prepared. In other words, I need to become powerful by any means necessary. So I choose to use all the remaining special pills. Immediately, my health and chi values jump from 3 digits to 4 digits. But it's not just numerical changes. The physical changes exceed my expectations. My fat decreases, muscles increase, and even my height seems to have grown considerably. Next, what I need to do is learn the wind technique I just obtained. This is an amazing technique that can destroy a building with just a finger. But before I can celebrate, a system pop-up suddenly prompts, "You can't use this, you must have at least 30,000 health and 50,000 ki to use it." Looking at the astronomical numbers displayed on the system panel, they feel impossibly distant. It seems right now I can only achieve this goal by seizing various opportunities, so I turn my attention to the chart of the Grand Ship Sword Techniques of Sohui School. This is a move with powerful sword aura that doesn't consume chi. If I can unlock this secret, most problems will be solved. Time passes quickly. Soon it's the day to enter the Martial Art Academy again. As in my previous life, Jio-un finds me and hands me a pill. The moment I take it, both my health and chi increase, and the Juxu school also advances from imitation to beginner level. With this strength, I surely won't easily lose to others at the Martial Art Academy this time. After reaching the Martial Art Academy, he points to the building ahead. That's the Martial Art Academy. After speaking, he prepares to turn and leave, exactly like my previous life. The moment we pass each other, the pop-up arrives as expected. But the second option I chose last time has disappeared, probably because the shadow-slicing sword has already been stored in my toolbox. Though the remaining 2 options are both tricky, I still choose the most direct option. Hand over the other pill you received from Lord Gamma. Jio-un looks back at me with displeasure. What did you say? Right now I'm somewhat nervous, but still muster my courage to repeat. Lord Gamma said he would give me 2 pills, so I'm asking you. Jio-un stares at me without speaking, but I can feel his expression becoming somewhat rigid. Did you not receive it? Then I'm truly sorry. Though I might enter the Martial Art Academy a bit late after this, since things are as they are, I'll go get it from Lord Gamma myself. Sure enough, as soon as I finish speaking, Jio-un hands the other pill to me. Its texture is red, emitting blue light. At a glance, I can tell it's no ordinary pill. But unexpectedly, the moment I take it, a fierce punch hammers straight into my chest, instantly making me lose combat ability. Then Jio-un comes before me, looking at me viciously. Anyway, you won't come out of the Martial Art Academy alive. Even if you do survive, I'll kill you. After spitting at me, he turns and leaves, watching his disappearing figure. I have only one thought: if I can pass, he'll be the first one I kill. I immediately put the pill in my mouth. In an instant, all my stats increase dramatically. At the same time, mind reading advances from imitation to beginner level. Jio-1's status panel can finally be viewed. Health 15,000, QI 12,000. It seems I must improve my strength as soon as possible. Soon I arrive at the Martial Art Academy office. After confirming my identity as expected, the supervisor hands out 4 wooden plaques. In the same scene, he says the same words. This is within my expectations. I then choose the plaque marked body again, but this time, unlike before, I raise a question with him. This test wouldn't have just me alone, would it? From the wooden plaques, there should be other people. But why haven't I seen anyone here? Are there other entrances besides this one? But the supervisor remains silent. More accurately, he's motionless like a stone lion at a temple entrance. I think I should just go in directly. The moment I step through the entrance, he finally speaks, saying something inexplicable. He tells me, the standards get higher over time. I don't understand the meaning of his words. Does higher standards mean entering later requires greater strength? Either way, I'll have to fight eventually. I should act quickly to get more treasures. That's what matters. And so, I arrive once again at this bloody place. After entering the test grounds, I vigilantly scan the surroundings. I remember last time I was ambushed as soon as I approached a building. This time I plan to ambush him instead, but after changing observation points multiple times, I still can't find the first opponent's location. I worry that I might be attacked by others if I continue delaying. Ultimately, I decide to use myself as bait and walk over. Just then, the pop-up triggers as expected. I grin. What should come has finally come. Last time I chose the option of running away. The result was leaving my back to the enemy and suffering severe injury. But I don't want to choose defense either, because I know the enemy's combat power isn't high. I can easily take him down now. As I confirm the fight back option, the bowl cut guy appears as expected. He leaps down from above, charging straight at me. I simply raise my sword to block easily. In an instant, sparks fly. The bowl cut guy is knocked back 10 meters. At this moment, there's an overwhelming power gap. It's as if proving that even while making eye contact with him, a weakness state window can appear. I didn't expect that witnessing such a gap would bring so much pleasure. The current me will win, regardless of which option I choose. I've already used attack and martial arts, so I plan to use this guy to understand the use of the tool. The tomes on the toolbox have disappeared, showing only usable medicinal items and gear, so I choose the shadow slicing sword. This time the pop-up raises another question. Where would you like to put the shadow slicing sword? I choose my right hand, then continue. Immediately, my right hand flashes with light, and the sword appears simultaneously. It seems this function will be very useful when the sword falls, but it can only be used when the pop-up appears. At this moment, the bowl cut guy opposite me looks shocked. He then charges at me without restraint, but in my eyes, his speed is too slow. With just a simple strike, I easily kill him. While searching for loot, I'm thinking which option is best when discovering an enemy's weakness. Choosing to use the tool isn't better than choosing attack. Return back to 3 seconds ago. But in a crisis, using special pills does help restore health. After finding the wooden plaque marked body, I arrive at a larger building. Because in my view, the bigger the building, the more treasures there will be. After looking around, I cross the wall, continuing forward while keeping a low posture, and I don't forget to activate cloaking to hide my presence. Though I'm much stronger than before, this is relative. As long as the opponent's strength is similar to me, I won't be discovered so easily. I jump back and forth on the eaves between floors. Soon I arrive at the target building's roof. Then I quietly infiltrate and start searching for targets. But after searching around, I have no gains. Though thinking about it, this makes sense. If treasures could be found so easily, they wouldn't be called treasures. Just then, I sense movement nearby. I quickly hide in a corner and peek out to observe. Normally in this position, I definitely couldn't hear. It must be the effect of cloaking, allowing me to hear faint sounds around me. Cloaking is a martial art developed to hide one's presence. Detecting others' presence is also part of the martial art, so having this effect isn't strange. Watching the opponent enter the adjacent room, I prepare to quietly follow and wait for the weakness window. But outside the door, I can only hear him moving around. I can't see the specific situation inside. I'm getting increasingly anxious because being exposed in the hall without defense like this could be dangerous. To avoid the extreme situation of having to deal with threats both inside and out, I cautiously steel myself and push open the door. The man searching inside suddenly turns his head. His reaction is so fast that the weakness window doesn't trigger. Only the enemy status bar appears. He's the commander of the Myolsa company at the tumultuous Sky Pavilion, with combat power far below mine. So without hesitation, I rush forward and swing my sword down, though he barely blocks this fatal strike. In his panic, his unstable posture causes him to twist his ankle. He then crashes to the ground with a thud. Naturally, I won't miss this excellent opportunity. I directly stab my sword into his shoulder. This powerful strike makes his health instantly drop to rock bottom. Based on experience, the weakness window should appear, but why hasn't it this time? At this moment, the man suddenly weakly begs me to kill him. Only then do I understand, for someone who has lost the will to fight, the weakness window won't appear. I inadvertently turn my head and see the storage cabinet he searched. Inside, besides a piece of red bean jelly, there's nothing else. I then look at the man with scrutinizing eyes again. You've been searching here so long. What exactly are you looking for? But he doesn't answer my question. I don't know if he's lost consciousness. Worried someone might come in at any moment, I pick up my sword, ready to kill him. Just then, a pop-up sends a notification. Based on my experience, at times like this, torturing him is more meaningful than killing him. So I place my hand between his broken collarbones and increase pressure. The tremendous pain makes him wail continuously. After a moment, I stop. Answer me. The man looks pained. What do you want me to answer? You know better than me, don't you? Do you want another round? As I speak, I reach my hand toward his shoulder. He finally becomes frightened. He tells me there's a secret in his headband. I open it and look. It's actually a fragment of a treasure map, 1 of 7. Inside, it details all the treasures within the purple-roofed building at the Martial Art Academy. There are 10 treasures in total. Seeing I've succeeded, the man immediately requests I give him a quick death. I smile slightly, indicating this is simple. I'll hit your pressure points, then send you off in one move. But the moment I strike the pressure point, a pop-up sends another notification, kill him or torture him more. I'm speechless. So that guy still isn't telling the truth even at death's door. Later, looking at the blood on the ground, I breathe a long sigh. The treasure map fragments are finally all collected by me, but I didn't expect that guy to be so disgusting. Hiding fragments of map on his feet and crotch is somewhat understandable, but it is really excessive to stuff the fragments in the buttocks. I look at the map, and the red bean jelly in the drawer. If I'm not mistaken, there should be a treasure in this drawer. No wonder that guy searched for so long. The treasure isn't where it should be. In other words, someone replaced the treasure with red bean jelly to mock others. Before all the treasures are taken, I must act quickly. I then find the first treasure, a guide to the mysteries of sound. Generally, learning martial arts tomes takes a lot of time, so in this situation, one can't utilize it well. But I'm different. With cloaking as a foundation, learning a guide to the mysteries of sound is lightning fast. The second treasure is found behind the wardrobe. Although this book on making poison is temporarily useless, learning it never hurts. The third treasure is hidden in the ceiling. Advanced treasure, Demon Fist Gloves. A treasure item of Zhongguan Nok, ranked 34th in the demonic cult. So far, I've obtained 3 treasures in total. 1 has been taken by someone else. Before the remaining treasures are taken by others, I need to act quickly. Suddenly, when I walk to a stairway corner, a clamor comes from next door. I approach and look, discovering there are actually 4 people eyeing each other, ready for a group battle. 2 members from the 7 Dragons Company of the official Demon Palace, and 2 members from the Demon Dragons Company of the Crimson Demon Palace. The official Demon Palace and Crimson Demon Palace are 2 of the 4 pillars supporting the centralized management of the demonic cult. Under the Crimson Demon Palace are the Great Imperial Pavilion and Tumultuous Sky Pavilion. They're all superior division members. Each one is stronger than Jokmayon, captain of the Black Moon Company. Right now the 4 are at a standoff, but the treasure is right there. Though I'm stronger than them, I am not strong enough to win them easily. If I could see their offense and defense, my calculations would be more accurate. Unfortunately, except in special circumstances, that data simply won't appear. It seems taking them all down won't be easy. Just then, the battle begins. The members from the Crimson Demon Palace launch the first attack. Logically, I shouldn't rashly engage them now, but I really don't want to just walk away, because without taking risks, I can't become powerful. This is the insight I gained after experiencing several deaths. Just as I'm hesitating, a system pop-up suddenly triggers. You have found the 7 Dragons Company member Gamja's weakness. I unconsciously curse, because I just wondered if a pop-up would appear if that guy called Gamja fell, and it actually appeared. At this moment, I'm somewhat afraid. Is this damn pop-up trying to get me killed? But this time, an option I've never seen before appears. Approach the enemy, seeing the countdown about to end. Even if I choose to use martial arts to kill one of them, I can't do anything more. There are 4 enemies, and once I choose to one to kill, the other 3 will join forces against me. Seeing only 2 seconds left on the countdown, I can only leave it to fate and choose that newly appeared option. Unexpectedly, the pop-up prompts again, asking where I want to move. Immediately, 4 blue columns rise around Gamja, reaching the ceiling, having me choose one of 4 positions to teleport to. I'm stunned by this sudden change. Time remains still. The 4 enemies stand motionless. Even their breathing has stopped. Most importantly, there's no countdown this time, so I must think carefully. Currently, with Gamja at the center, Salyu is positioned to the south, Gamja's companion Mugyong to the west. The east and north are relatively safer, not too close to Salyu and Seote, nor too close to his companion Mugyong. To minimize variables, I must simultaneously kill 2 targets who aren't companions. In that case, it will create chaos. Ultimately, with minimum risk, I determine the teleport position. I choose the north. As I confirm the option, in the blink of an eye, I'm already beside Gamja. He turns his head toward me a beat slower. But by then it's too late. I've already precisely pierced his chest. He dies instantly. The other 3 are immediately shocked by this scene. In my view, they're not far from death either, because all of their weakness windows appear almost simultaneously. So I act according to plan. I choose to strike Salyu, who's from a different faction than Gamja. This time I directly choose to use Chogyuk School. In an instant, flames burst from the sword tip, flying toward Salyu. As the sword aura pierces through, Salyu falls to the ground. The power of this technique truly surprises me, but the cost of using it is also very high. It consumed nearly half my chi. Suddenly a roar comes from behind. I was too intoxicated with the thrill of killing Salyu. It's too late to dodge now. Just as the blade is about to pierce my chest, I remember the demon fist gloves I'm wearing. With a loud metallic clang, I forcefully block this fatal strike. This isn't over yet. It's my turn to counterattack. I immediately channel chi into the demon fist gloves. The moment I strike, the airflow formed by chi directly knocks the opponent back 10 meters. Perhaps it's a critical hit from the item bonus. The opponent's health drops to 0 and dies instantly. Yet I only consumed 200 QI. It couldn't be more cost-effective. Now only Gamja's companion Mugyong remains. This time I choose to face him head-on. After 5 minutes, I finally send him to meet Gamja. Next comes the looting phase. Not only do I collect 6 wooden plaques and 2 special pills, but also a defense-boosting Imperial full-body armor. This is obviously stronger than the Heavenly Silver armor. After collecting the loot, I approach the treasure box. Opening it, there's only a piece of red bean jelly inside. It seems I'm still a step too late. Suddenly, I sense a familiar killing intent. With a flash, I block the opponent's attack. The newcomer blurts out, "Damn it, I've encountered a strong enemy." I look closely and it's actually Oma from the Suricheon company that I encountered in my last life. At this moment, I finally understand why the box is empty. This empty box should have contained the special pill that would help me improve in this life. In my last life, Oma's health was 4,650, but now it's 4,350, 300 points less. In other words, in my last life, I entered this building much later than now. Moreover, with Oma's abilities, he couldn't kill these 4 people. So in my last life, they must have been killed by Oma's ambush during the battle. Seeing me standing motionless and expressionless, he finally can't help but speak. "Hey, don't be impulsive. I just arrived here and I have nothing. Even if you kill me, you won't get anything. How about we part ways here? What do you think?" My gaze is cold, but I don't attack. Instead, I ask him back, "Where are you planning to go next? It's better our routes don't overlap." Oma nods nervously. "I'm going to the yellow-roofed building because there will be fewer enemies there," but I shake my head in disagreement. "Indeed, there's no need to take risks. But I'm also planning to go to the yellow-roofed building, so you should go somewhere else." He agrees without even thinking, eager to get as far from me as possible, but I call him back again. "I have one more thing to ask you. When will I encounter truly powerful guys? I feel like everyone I've met so far are just small fries." Oma looks puzzled. "Are you joking? It seems no one told you some details before you came. I admit you're strong, but only until tonight. Because by dawn tomorrow, some top masters of a completely different level will come. If you can't obtain more treasures before then, it'll be very hard to survive. They're all commanders representing the central administration. Their strength is beyond your imagination." After saying that, he vanishes in a flash. I sigh deeply. The 5 pavilions and 9 offices supporting the central administration of the demonic cult. If they're at this level, they must all be absolute masters. Without adequate preparation, I'll indeed have difficulty surviving. So I sweep all the special pills from the toolbox clean, hoping I can survive. I then head to the yellow-roofed building. As in my last life, Choco is looting spoils. Next, A pop-up notifies me of his weakness. I chuckle and choose the approach the enemy option. In an instant, I teleport behind Chieko. He turns his head a beat slower. Belated terror appears before my eyes. Though I carry killing intent, I smile. You needn't panic. If I wanted to attack, you'd already be on the ground. Choco realizes the gap between us, so he obediently lowers his sword. I glance at the ground. Sure enough, he's wearing the heavenly silver armor. It seems items not placed in the toolbox reappear after a loop. I glance at Choco, then casually squat down to collect loot. The heavenly silver armor naturally should be mine. I put it into the toolbox. As for these two wooden plaques, they're useless to me, so I toss them directly to Choco. Just answer my questions truthfully, and these are yours. Choco nods nervously. I didn't kill him this time because I want to learn more about this test. Do you know about the contents of the 3 tests? Speech, writing, and judgment? Choco's gaze is somewhat dazed. If I answer, you'll let me go? After getting my affirmative answer, he finally tells me the information I want. Someone of your strength doesn't know the test contents? Well, I suppose so. Seeing you chose the body plaque at the start tells me. In fact, the various tests at the Martial Art Academy have a set order. If you don't follow the order, you can't pass. Though I don't know the specific order of these 4 tests: body, speech, writing, judgment. I know the body test is the last one. At these words, I'm immediately shocked. I immediately grab his collar and confirm repeatedly. I can't believe this is the last test. If so, then in my last life after this test ended, what was the speech test I chose? Seeing I'm going crazy, Choco hurriedly explains, I only discovered after entering that the organizers have set this place to a mode where treasures can't be monopolized in advance. At this moment, I finally understand those powerful people don't enter from the start. Oma also said that commander-level figures will enter the test grounds at dawn tomorrow, so what I can do is use treasures to defeat them. Thinking this, I look up at Choco. I believe you. You should escape while you can. Choco pauses for a moment, then reveals some information to me. At dawn tomorrow, some people who've completed the other 3 tests will enter. Before then, if I can't find treasures to resist them, I'll quit. They're all top masters from the 5 pavilions and 9 offices in the demonic cult. At the same time, from our great Imperial Pavilion will come a captain of the black metal company called Birang Shin. He's one of the strong warriors from the great Imperial Pavilion's 7 companies. Just as I'm listening intently, a system pop-up suddenly issues a mission. Do you accept the quest to eliminate Birang Shin? Completion reward, 1 blue dragon pill. It can increase health by 16,000 and increase ki by 17,000. Looking at the pop-up panel, I cover my mouth in surprise. With such a huge boost, I have no need to hesitate about accepting the mission. I must eliminate him. The pop-up then prompts again. As I confirm the mission, my state window refreshes, and a new fighting power window is added. Naturally, the target character Birang Shin's state window also appears. Whether health, chi, or fighting power, he's far above me. Though there's a large power gap, if I can properly utilize the treasures I've obtained, fighting with him isn't impossible. Then I ask Chieko one last question. About the test contents, what else do you know? He answers one by one. First, I know judgment means making decisions. I heard that after a time limit, poison is released, and speech means someone will pose questions. If you can't give satisfactory answers, you'll lose your life. Though I'm not too clear about writing, I heard they give you a book, pose questions based on its contents, and you write and submit answers. After speaking, he hurriedly leaves, but I stand there grinding my teeth in anger, because Jio-un didn't tell me any of this information. It seems he deliberately didn't want me to qualify. The remaining time I spend searching for treasures in the yellow roof building. Right now, what can be useful are only the lightning bomb and some special pills to restore health and chi. At dawn, I prepare for battle. Suddenly, wails come from the distance. It means the slaughter time has begun. I immediately activate cloaking to hide my presence. Using the rooftops, I leap continuously, arriving at an observation point. Unexpectedly, corpses are already strewn everywhere here. Even those who hid well are ultimately discovered and killed on the spot. They're the Dawn Hunters, conducting one-sided slaughter. Seeing the clearly visible word target above his head, I know he's the captain of the black metal company, Birang Shin. Right now, my greatest concern is how to find his weakness, but following too closely is tantamount to seeking death. Suddenly, I think of a question: how did I survive in my last life from these hunters who can even find those in hiding? I huddle and slowly approach, but always maintain a certain distance from Birang Shin. I peek out and actually see Choco. It's already past midnight, yet he hasn't left. It seems he hasn't given up his greed for treasures. Fighting him is none other than Birang Shin. Apparently, he's already received permission from the Lord of the Great Imperial Pavilion. After midnight, even fellow disciples can be killed. Choco grits his teeth and squeezes out his last bit of chi to counterattack. But how could he be a match for Birang Shin? With just one strike, he's killed on the spot. Birang Shin then squats down to search for loot, pulling out several wooden plaques and miscellaneous items from Choco. A trace of irritation flashes in his eyes. Damn it, there is not a single useful thing on him. At this moment, outside the door, I'm also very anxious. After observing so long, the weakness window still hasn't appeared. Suddenly, I think of the lightning bomb in the toolbox. I plan to use it first to distract, then look for an opening. Unexpectedly, the system prompts that the toolbox can't be opened, because the enemy nearby has been aware of my presence. To open the toolbox, I must escape his influence. I didn't expect that even with cloaking, Birang Shin is still aware of my faint presence. Realizing the danger, I turn and start running frantically, but I'm still cornered by Birang Shin at the end of the corridor. I think I'm surely dead, but the moment he turns back, a pop-up notifies me of his weakness. My heart leaps with joy. I originally wanted to use martial arts, but I hesitate. Our distance is too far. Even if I've discovered his weakness, I might not successfully kill him, because his weakness appeared at quite a distance. Using martial arts is ultimately only effective at close range. Ultimately, I choose to teleport behind Birang Shin. He suddenly turns his head. Right at this unavoidable moment, he surprisingly manages to defend. At the same time, he quickly jumps and retreats. Though he avoided my attack due to his flustered retreat, I discover his weakness again. I don't have time to think. I directly choose to use martial arts. In an instant, blazing sword aura bursts from the sword tip, directly dealing 8,000 damage to Birang Shin. Attacked by flames, Birang Shin staggers backward. At this moment, I have no time to check the status bar. Instead, I frantically rush forward, continuously attacking with Sohui sword techniques. The moment our swords touch, I kick toward his chest. After this combo, his health drops another 410 points. Birang Shin tries to stand, but I don't give him the chance. This time I don't rush over. Instead, I use the fist wind generated by the demon fist gloves to attack. Birang Shin just stands up and has to dodge sideways, but doesn't completely avoid it. His health drops another 640 points. But this is far from enough. I grit my teeth and rush forward, not giving him a chance to breathe. Using Sohui's sword techniques again, I force him back. This time I also add sword aura to the technique. Birang Shin raises his sword to defend again, but doesn't completely negate the sword aura. His health drops another more than 1100 points. Under normal circumstances, he could definitely defend completely, but under my nearly insane offensive, he doesn't get a second to breathe. Just then, the pop-up notifies me again of his weakness. My heart leaps with joy. Birang Shin hasn't succeeded with a single attack opportunity. It seems the battle is about to end. But suddenly, a situation I've never seen occurs. My weakness window and warning window appear simultaneously. Birang Shin has also discovered my weakness. Both state windows timers are decreasing. No matter what, I must make a choice quickly. Attacking can briefly rewind 3 seconds to turn the situation around and let me see the enemy's movements. But at the same time, I'll still expose my own weakness. Right now, there's no time for me to consider. I can only make a choice based on instinct. The moment I confirm attack and counterattack, Birang Shin staggers back several steps. As I expected, the battle successfully returns back to 3 seconds ago. I understand this is both crisis and opportunity, so I quickly lower my body. Because my weakness is also exposed now, I can only not attack while preparing defense. In an instant, wave-like energy spreads. Though I didn't see his movements clearly, the blood dripping on my face is clearly visible. That powerful sword aura consumed a large amount of Birang Shin's chi. If I hadn't chosen defense then, I'd surely be dead. However, fortunately, with his current chi, it's insufficient to generate such powerful sword aura again. It means I have the advantage in health and chi. Birang Shin looks confused, questioning who I am and how I have such abilities, but I snort coldly. I have nothing to say to someone about to die. I then fiercely launch an attack forward. With each exchange, we are evenly matched, both dealing damage to each other. But I'm very clear that though my health is higher than Birang Shin's, relatively speaking, my chi is still insufficient. If he finds an attack opportunity, I'm completely done for. But I have no time to dwell on this now. I immediately use Sohui sword techniques again. After a frenzy of attacks, I find the chi gap between me and my opponent getting smaller. If I continue like this, I'll probably never have a chance to turn things around. Unexpectedly, just as I'm distracted, he suddenly swings his sword at me. I hurriedly raise my sword to block, but don't hear the sound of metal clashing. At this moment, I'm completely confused, because he's actually not attacking directly, but preparing to swing the sword. Though I don't understand his intention, I know well the principle of striking first. I immediately thrust my sword toward his chest, but Birang Shin suddenly steps back. Did he see through my intention? Were all his moves feints? I see him grin. But having struck at nothing, I instantly gave him an opportunity to attack me. At this moment, he seizes my weakness. The system also triggers a warning pop-up. As options pop up, time around us stops again. 3 options are all related to distance and movements with the enemy. If I choose fight back, I'll be very close to the opponent, so without powerful martial arts to kill the enemy in one move, I'll be in danger. If I choose run away, though it's easier to avoid the enemy's attack, I'll still be injured due to exposing my back. In comparison, defend is a good choice. It maintains distance and allows observing the enemy's movements, so I decisively choose the defend option. Unexpectedly, the moment I confirm, heart-wrenching pain instantly spreads throughout my body. Though I was prepared, this strike is much faster than I expected. At the same time, due to this attack, my health and Birang Shin's reverse. At this moment, I have no way to win, but Birang Shin's voice sounds especially confident. I don't know how many power-boosting treasures you've obtained here, but ultimately it's just this much. Birang Shin isn't bragging. His battle sense is quite sharp, honed through countless real battles. After all, he's responsible for core missions at the Great Imperial Pavilion and serves as captain of the Black Metal Company with guaranteed promotion. He then raises his sword and comes before me. The moment the blade swings down, I quickly retreat. Suddenly his sword aura changes, actually curving toward me. Unable to dodge in time, I suffer severe damage again. My health also drops to freezing point. In blurred vision, I sense something approaching me. Just as he's almost in front of me, I instinctively start moving my body, but not toward the enemy. Instead jumping toward the window. He indeed falls for it, thinking I'm fleeing. To kill me, he also hurriedly jumps down. But suddenly my vision clears again, because the weakness pop-up appeared, notifying me I've discovered the captain of the Black Metal Company's weakness. No matter what situation I'm in, it won't affect the appearance of the window. As long as the enemy has a weakness, this window will definitely pop up. It completely meets my expectations, but I no longer have strength. Choosing attack will surely cost me my life, so I shift my gaze to the toolbox. I choose to use a healing potion to restore health, because right now, the most important thing is to survive. In an instant, my health value surges, and my still body starts moving again. At the same time, with my health recovering, I block a series of attacks with agile movements. Then both of us land almost simultaneously. Birong Shin looks at me, who is full of energy, with a shocked face. He's curious, wasn't I just on my last breath? What happened? But I smile confidently and raise my sword. Finally, Birong Shin falls to the ground and dies. This strike also nearly exhausts my health and chi, though I'm glad I survived. My hands can't stop trembling. From objective conditions, Birong Shin is far stronger than me. This battle can only be said to be my good luck. With the mission completed, as compensation I receive one blue dragon pill. It can raise my chi and health above 10,000, so it is a special pill even more powerful than the Martial Art Academy's treasures. But before I can celebrate, a voice suddenly comes from behind. I reflexively draw my sword. Looking back, it's actually a beautiful woman. On guard against enemy ambush, I freeze in place for a moment. Not just because of her appearance, but more because of her fighting power far exceeding Birong Shin's. But facing me, she doesn't choose to attack. Instead, she gives an inscrutable smile. Before leaving, she tosses out an inexplicable line, "Look forward to seeing you again." I stare at her alluring figure for a long time, not because I'm infatuated, but because her stats far exceeding Birong Shin's leave me without even the courage to chase after her. Afterward, I come to the forest at the building's outskirts and hide, because in my last life I safely waited here until the test ended. Currently, I have 2 lives left. I must determine which of these 2 lives I should focus on more. Right now, all my stats have hit rock bottom. If I take the blue dragon pill now, I'll gain strength surpassing Birong Shin. But if I'm besieged by those dawn hunters, my chances of survival are almost 0. In my next life, I might not have such good luck to obtain the blue dragon pill again. Helplessly, I set aside this troublesome problem for now. I plan to first put the demon fist gloves into the toolbox. Though it doesn't quite suit me as a sword specialist, it's helped me through several crises after all. Also, this imperial full-body armor is already in tatters, so there's no need to put it in the toolbox. Oh right, there's also the shadow-slicing sword. Just as I'm about to open the toolbox to put it in, it doesn't respond. In an instant, my hair stands on end. The reason the toolbox won't open must be that someone has been aware of my presence with hostility. At the same time, I faintly hear a voice. I didn't expect there'd be a fish that slipped through the net here. As the words fall, a fierce sword aura slashes directly toward the tree hollow where I am. I quickly jump to dodge. Looking closely, it's indeed a dawn hunter, carrying a sharp sword on his shoulder. He's Gaoyol, captain of the 7 Dragons Company of the Crimson Demon Palace. Though his fighting power is on par with Birong Shin's, with my current physical condition, I'll probably be hard to escape death. Gaoyol grins. Why are your eyes darting around? Do you think of a way to survive? It is meaningless, you're going to die anyway. As he speaks, he raises his sword. Although what he says is true, even if I'm killed, I'll give it my all. I immediately draw my sword and channel chi, preparing to fight to the death. But suddenly my body is tripped by something. Looking up, it's actually a warning pop-up. Gaoyol has found your weakness. How would you like to respond? Is it because our strength gap is too large? I clearly attacked first, yet I'm at a disadvantage before even swinging my sword. So based on past experience, I choose to defend. The moment I confirm, he comes before me at astonishing speed, then kicks me fiercely in the chest, but he has no intention of stopping. Next, he fiercely strikes my back with his foot. A pop-up notifies me this strike dealt 235 damage. My health bar also drops to freezing point. I tremble trying to get up, but at this moment I don't even have the strength to hold my sword. Gaoyol could have just left me there to die, but he insists on coming forward to humiliate me before giving up. He then squats down, grabs my hair, and lifts it up. Trash like you can only become fertilizer for my back garden. Then while shaking my head, he continues mocking. When I want to step on you, you can only be stepped on. When I want to hit you, you can only be hit. When I want to kill you, you can only die. Due to lacking of power, I can only listen without a trace of resistance. Even at the moment of impending death, I'm thinking about how to become powerful. Even in adversity, I'll never give up. At this moment, the sword in my hand bursts with pale blue flames. At the same time, a pop-up triggers, now use the Grand Ship sword technique. I stare blankly at the text on the pop-up, doubting if I'm seeing wrong. After all, both my health and chi are exhausted right now. Forget killing someone, I can barely even grip my sword. Unexpectedly, my body moves on its own. Massive sword aura surges out like a waterfall. This passively executed move deals an astonishing 20,000 damage to Gaoyol. The method to use Grand Ship sword is actually the sequence of head shaking. Having taken a fatal blow completely unprepared, Gaoyol gasps heavily. At the same time, with an expression of disbelief, he questions how I did it. In fact, if not for my exhausted health preventing me from exerting full power, he'd already be dead. I don't answer his question. Instead, I tell him his doom is sealed. After all, with such severe injuries, the other hunter surely won't spare you. Gaoyol grits his teeth in anger. He hurriedly raises his sword, ready to fight me again. But at this moment, my vision is already starting to blur. The strength in my hands disappears. Even my sword falls to the ground. I'm already satisfied with this life. After all, I have the blue dragon pill and know how to use the Grand Ship sword. But for some reason, the pop-up appears again, notifying me I've discovered Gaoyol's weakness. But right now, forget fighting. I don't even have the strength to hold a sword. I'm already in a state of certain death. But in an instant, a thought suddenly flashes through my mind. There's still a lightning bomb stored in the toolbox. I immediately throw the lightning bomb at Gaoyol. Then I curl up beside a protruding rock. Through blurred vision, I witness this spectacular scene. Flames instantly turn the surroundings into a sea of fire. The explosion is enough to shake the earth. I didn't expect this power to be so great. Gaoyol's body is blown away. Moreover, the explosion avoided me. Apparently, the lightning bomb's damage can avoid its owner, but with such severe injuries, I won't have much time left either, so I desperately try to crawl to Gaoyol to collect some loot. Seeing it so close, if I can't get something, it would be such a waste of the lightning bomb. Suddenly, I think of the red bean jelly I took a bite of in the toolbox, though after eating it, my health didn't increase much. It greatly helps me as I crawl, gritting my teeth. Just as my health drops to 1 point again, I finally harvest what I want. I immediately put everything into the toolbox. Having arranged everything, I finally breathe a sigh of relief, waiting for death to come. But just then, I suddenly open my eyes wide, because the shadow-slicing sword I used hasn't been put in the toolbox yet. I struggle to lift my hand toward the shadow-slicing sword, but it's too late. As my health drops to 0, those familiar words once again block my vision. Time rewinds, and I return once again to year 95 of the Heavenly Calendar, Chapter 2, 3 options presented by Ganma. This is my last chance at rebirth. Along with Ganma's voice, the surroundings brighten. I'm very familiar with these 3 options. Just like in my previous life, I choose become Ganma's foot soldier, but this time I don't follow the original script. Instead, I raise a question: Lord Ganma, if there's a spy around you, how should it be handled? Though I know this is risky. I need to ensure certain things. He doesn't seem to care, and says, if you learn any clues about spies on your way to the Martial Art Academy, you can report to me anytime. I should be at the Yuan Palace then. The Yuan Palace is an area reserved only for Chioma's disciples to rest. Ordinary warriors of the cult cannot approach that place. Anyone who approaches without reason will be eliminated immediately. Suddenly he stops and smiles slightly. Of course, it would be best if you could capture them. Then I arrive at the underground warehouse of the Heavenly Sun Archive to wait for Jio-un. I mentioned the spy to Ganma precisely to avoid going to the Martial Art Academy. It seems my roundabout tactic worked, though the Martial Art Academy still has many tempting treasures. But the Dawn Hunters are extremely powerful. The Martial Art Academy examination route is too dangerous, so I plan to capture the spy Jio-un first. But before that, my primary task is to analyze the toolbox. In my previous life, because I died, all the special pills I consumed turned to nothing. My health and chi also reverted to their saved state. Fortunately, before dying, I obtained some spoils from Gaoiol. Besides weapons, there were also some special pills that could increase my strength. I consumed the special pills, along with the blue dragon pill. In an instant, both my health and chi rise to an astonishing level above 20,000. These unprecedented numbers give me a feeling of breaking through my body's limits. At the same time, the enhancement in my senses is very noticeable. I can even hear clearly the sounds of people walking on the roof, picking up things, and even coughing. It also brings a special ability. My mind reading level has increased from imitation to elementary. Finally, I draw my sword. Following the head-shaking motion from my previous life, I directly unleash the Grand Ship Sword technique. The energy blast condensed from blue particles erupts violently, producing a powerful explosion in an instant. I promise this life will be completely different from before. Though powerful, it also has a fatal weakness. The head-shaking motion takes too long. No enemy will obediently wait to be killed, just as I'm thinking about how to simplify the process. Administrator Du Hong suddenly walks in. He looks impatient. It seems the commotion from my sword strike disturbed him. He looks around at the damaged bookshelves and books with displeasure. But that doesn't matter to me at all, because my attention is drawn to the life symbol above his head. Just as I'm about to strike, the word mission in his status bar catches my attention. Mission: become Du Hong's pet. Completing it will upgrade your combat type. Suddenly Du Hong opens his mouth and spits food from his mouth at me. Irritation flashes in my eyes. Then, when he spits food at me again, I involuntarily clench my fists. But reason tells me I can't kill him now. Of course, killing him now would be very simple, but I must consider the chain reactions that would follow, so I can't let any variables disrupt my plan. My first goal in this life is to eliminate Jio-un, so I quickly bow in apology and say I'll repair the damaged items in the archive hall as soon as possible. But this time, Du Hong goes even further and spits at me. He grins, saying he's been too bored lately and the people coming and going here always annoy him. Then he steps closer with a wicked smile like a creepy uncle. Let's know each other better from now on. Silwi. Ha 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 ha. In an instant, killing intent surges in my eyes. I can't take this anymore. I might as well kill him. But remembering the mission completion reward, I decide to let him live a few more days. But I soon regret it. Not only does he call me out at night to clean the toilet until dawn, this morning he has me clean the toilet waste again. I swear, once I complete the mission, I'll kill him in the most cruel way possible. Fortunately, I completed one quest while cleaning the toilet last night. Now I just need to finish cleaning this waste and another quest will be complete. But there are still 6 quests left. They probably won't be easy. What exactly is the item type the system will reward? I really hope it's worth my hard work. Suddenly the sound of a wooden door shaking comes from above. Looking up, I discover it's the manager of the Heavenly Sun Archive's 3rd floor, Ibiok. I quickly tell him someone's here, but this damn manager ignores me completely. He just glances back at me and strips off his pants completely. Watching something pour out like a waterfall, killing intent surges wildly in my eyes. Afterwards, I quickly run to the lake to wash my body. While washing, I rehearse in my mind how to eliminate those 2 old bastards. First, I'll beat them severely, then press their heads into the waste and trample them madly until they stop breathing. But somehow, even though my skin is nearly rubbed raw, I can still smell a faint stench. Now all I can do is vent frantically where no one's around. After bathing, I return to the archive hall of the Heavenly Sun Archive. As soon as I enter, I see the 2 of them exchanging glances, though I really want to beat them up right now. For the system reward, I must endure a bit longer, so I grit my teeth and force out a smile. I've cleaned up the task you assigned. Then a pop-up shows 2 out of 8 quests completed. You did well. Go prepare some bathwater for us too. I quickly bow my head, saying I'll fetch the water right away. But just as I'm about to turn and leave, the other old man suddenly adds, "Are your hands clean? They better not smell." I answer through gritted teeth, "Rest assured I washed very thoroughly." At this moment, my chi is surging wildly, reaching an uncontrollable state. Suddenly, the 2 relaxed old men stand up in panic. Then they rush toward the door with terrified expressions. My gaze naturally turns to the entrance. It's Soryang, the Dawn Hunter I met in my previous life. I wonder why she's here. Compared to when we met in my previous life, her power level is lower. It seems she hasn't received the mission to head to the Martial Art Academy yet. She came to to find Ganma this time. After learning he went to the Yuan Palace, she shifts her gaze toward me. Who is that? I don't think I've seen him before, Duhong reports in a low voice. He's sent by the Lord of the Great Imperial Pavilion to manage the underground warehouse. He's insignificant. You needn't mind him. Then she shifts her gaze, casting a subtle look at me. Is that so? But he seems quite interesting. My cheeks flush slightly. She was like this when we met in my previous life too. Just looking at her makes my heart nearly stop. Then she approaches me and asks my name. Though I don't know why you came to this underground warehouse. Suddenly, the conversation stops. She covers her nose and mouth. She must have smelled something. Realizing something, she continues, but I'm sure there's a reason, right? I suppress the rage in my heart. This foul smell won't wash off no matter what. It's all because of those two old bastards. Then Soryung waves goodbye to me. I involuntarily raise my hand too. Then I'm startled. Not because those two old men are glaring at me angrily, but because of the overly presumptuous choices in the pop-up. Looking at these terrible options, I can only protest silently in my mind. As the countdown timer approaches 0, I can only choose the lesser of evils, selecting a less presumptuous option. Would you like to go out with me? The moment I confirm, the surroundings begin to brighten. I hold my breath, wanting to know how she'll react. I ignore the two old men's expressions for now. Unexpectedly, Soryang gives me a faint smile. I guessed right. You really are interesting. Seeing that she shows no hostility after hearing my unreasonable words, I finally breathe a sigh of relief. But the next second, the system pop-up triggers again, making me choose one more from the remaining two options. This is insane. Just like with Ganma, it's an unavoidable choice. Until now, I've been choosing options slightly better than the worst, but they always end up becoming the worst outcome. And the worst option often turns out to be the best choice, though this only holds true under the assumption that all options must be chosen. Finally, I decide to take a gamble this time. Would you like to spend a hot night with me? The moment she hears my words, Soryung's expression instantly stiffens. In my view, her reaction is normal. Anyone would think I'm a madman. To ease the awkwardness, I quickly speak. I know no normal person would say such things. I struggle every day to have a better day, but I still end up like this. Just now, I was covered in filth and couldn't even utter a word. That's why I said such blunt words even though I knew it was impossible. Because I want to find a reason to keep living, though it might offend you. Meeting you is already my greatest fortune. Perhaps remembering my life of being repeatedly killed and reborn, I suddenly feel sadness. At first, I only started speaking to lessen her anger, but later, even I don't know what I'm saying anymore. It's like venting my inner emotions. But her unexpected answer makes me unable to believe my ears. I don't feel offended. What? Is she being sincere? After hearing those words, she's actually not angry. Flustered, I hear her voice again. I just think you're too candid. After hearing my words, the two old men's expressions twist grotesquely. Do you know who you're talking to? How dare you speak such nonsense? My lady, don't worry. We'll punish him for this outrage. Unexpectedly, as soon as they finish speaking, they're instantly knocked down by Soryang. I don't even see her move. Just as we pass by each other, I hear her whisper to me, "You must become strong as you wish, then escape this hell with me." After saying this, she turns and leaves. I feel that because of this choice, both my past and future have changed, because a symbol I've never seen before appears above Soryung's head. Afterwards, I continue completing the quest, rubbing my swollen cheeks while washing bed sheets. Because after Soryung left, I had to endure the two old men's punches and kicks. My whole body still aches faintly. I finish washing all the clothes and bedding, hanging them one by one on the clothesline. Then I open the toolbox and smile with satisfaction. Inside is the King Myong's tunic that increases defense, the white spirit bomb that disrupts vision, and the book of understanding swordsmanship that increases sword technique proficiency. I didn't expect those two old men to hide such good things in their room. As payment for cleaning, I'll reluctantly take them. Now I've completed half the quest. In a few more days, the quest will be fully complete. By then, even if they discover it, it won't matter, because they'll be dead. Suddenly, I remember Soryung's smile again. I look up at the sky. Though my power is still weak now, I will definitely become strong. When the opportunity comes, I can leave the demonic cult together with Soryang. After 6 days of hellish life, I finally complete 7 of Duhong's commands. But this last one truly surprises me. They tie me to a cross to serve as their human punching bag. They learn some hand technique from somewhere, and both insist their moves are the most authentic. To demonstrate to the other, Duhong places both fists at his waist, adjusting his breathing. Then with a loud shout, he throws his punch. Tied up completely, I endure all his attacks like a punching bag. After pounding several punches, he withdraws his fists and catches his breath. I naively think it's over. Unexpectedly, Ibiok beside him also wants to show off. His tireless punches are so heavy and fast that I almost cry out in pain. I silently pray for it to end quickly. Just then, his foot technique suddenly becomes strange. He seems to target my groin. I panic and tell him to stop, but before I finish speaking, that bone-deep pain surges through my entire body. Now I've lost interest in the system's reward. If I don't beat them up immediately, I can't relieve the hatred in my heart. So facing Duhong's incoming punch again, I decisively choose to dodge. The two old men look at me in shock. Have you been beaten, stupid? You dare to dodge? Just then, the number I've been longing for finally fills up. The long-awaited combat-type reward appears before me. One is turn-based fight, the other is AI fight, but I don't understand what these two options mean. Unexpectedly, just as I open the details page, Ibiok's fist comes at me. Not only do I not dodge, but I feel unusually excited. I break free from the ropes and catch the incoming fist. These hellish 6 days, I'll return in full. Ibiok's expression freezes instantly. Just then, I raise my right foot and kick his groin. Immediately, his screams echo through heaven and earth. In an instant, Duhong also lunges from behind, but his punch is too slow. I just casually throw a punch. and he is sent foaming at the mouth. Then a pop-up shows, Du-hong is dead. I'm shocked at first, then quickly grab his collar to check. I had planned to torture him for days as revenge. I didn't expect this old thing to be so fragile. At this moment, the pop-up on the left draws my attention. This is the turn-based details page I just opened, but didn't have time to read. The system window appears when the user either leaves himself exposed or senses danger. Then, time stops and options are provided based on the type of attack. The advantage is increased efficiency and the ability to use items. The disadvantage is that when there are many enemies, it may not activate or time may not stop. In comparison, the AI fight mode is much simpler. The user hands control to the system and watches from a distance. But the disadvantage is not only I can't use items, but once the system controls the body, I can only wait for the outcome. You cannot intervene midway. The second option looks cooler, but how will I fight? Watching Ibiok get up from the ground. So I curiously activate AI fight. In an instant, I separate from my body, then float high in the air, looking down. Watching Ibiok attack my body, AI Seolwi stands motionless with his head down. Is there a system malfunction? But I can't do anything now. I can only watch helplessly as my body is about to take damage. Fortunately, the moment the attack is about to land, he opens his eyes, and then performs a backflip kick that sends Ibiok to his death on the spot. His skilled and precise technique surprises me greatly. He didn't even use a power strike to defeat the enemy, but the battle doesn't seem over. I'm still floating in midair, because it seems someone's coming. Looking closely, it's Pyogum, the director of the Heavenly Sun Archive. He glances at Ibiok lying on the ground, then looks up and questions AI Seolwi, "What do you do?" AI Seolwi stands motionless. I'm curious how he'll respond to Pyogum. Though Pyogum's combat power is below mine, he's not so easily dealt with. After all, he has a sword, while my body is empty-handed. Just as he's about to draw, AI Seolwi strikes first. His heel pushes off, then he charges at the target. Though striking first is risky, speed is crucial in battle. Pyogum seems to sense AI Seolwi's attack direction. He finds the attack point and thrusts directly. The speed from drawing to thrusting is like lightning. AI Seolwi seems to have predicted his move. After quickly dodging sideways, he immediately pulls back as if he never intended to get close. The next second, AI Seolwi charges forward again with a fierce attack. Like before, he dodges and retreats again, but this time he doesn't completely avoid it, leaving a slight wound on his face. The more I watch, the more anxious I become. His meaningless, reckless behavior truly baffles me. But since the target isn't eliminated, I can't intervene. Just then, AI Seolwi launches a third attack. Like the previous two times, he charges in the same direction. Feeling humiliated, Pyogum swings the sword with force. "What do you take me for?" Though his sword swing this time is fiercer than before, AI Seolwi quickly lowers his body and perfectly avoids it. Then AI Seolwi braces his hands on the ground, extends his right foot, and strikes Pyogum's abdomen fiercely. With a scream, AI Seolwi adjusts his stance again, and with amazing speed he uses a spinning kick to hit his jaw. Then Pyogum collapses to the ground with a thud, even dropping his sword. This scene leaves me stunned. Suddenly a pop-up asks, "What would you like to do with Pyogum?" I didn't expect AI Seolwi to give me the choice. I immediately select kill him. Then AI Seolwi breaks Pyogum's neck. I can't help but sigh, not because I defeated Pyogum, but because AI Seolwi's fighting style and tactics are so unexpected. More importantly, the AI fight is over. The entire battle consumed only 12 points of health and no QI at all. This isn't about winning or losing, it is a fighting method I never imagined. If it were me, I probably couldn't do it. The battle ends, and I return to my body. After disposing of the 3 bodies, I return to the archive hall. Having killed Administrator Du-hong, my rebirth chances increased to 2. Now I just need to capture Jio-won to gain Gamma's trust, but just in case, I open the toolbox and put on the heavenly silver armor, and upgrade my martial arts by 1 level. Finally, I adjust the combat mode to turn-based fight. Now, to capture the spy Jio-un, I'm fully prepared. In the blink of an eye, the day to enter the Martial Art Academy arrives. Just as I'm reviewing my combat mode, a pop-up suddenly shows, "You have passed an important point. Would you like to save?" I choose save without hesitation. Though nothing special happened, I believe this pop-up must appear for a reason. Then the panel displays the save title. After failing the test at the Martial Art Academy, the final opponent, if what the system says is true, I did take the Martial Art Academy exam but didn't pass. But this so-called final opponent confuses me. Just then, a dark figure walks in. Looking closely, it's Jio-won as expected. Is this the final opponent the pop-up mentioned? Like in my previous life, he hands me 1 pill. I take the pill and swallow it naturally. The pill's effect immediately appears in the status bar. After taking it, my gaze turns to Jio-won again. "Aren't you going to give me another pill? I heard from Lord Ganma that he gave you the flying dragon pill to pass to me. Please hand it over." His expression seems somewhat displeased, but reluctantly takes out the flying dragon pill from his chest. After receiving it, I quickly take it. Just like in my previous life, after I take the flying dragon pill, he immediately plans to give me a heavy punch. Back then, his movements were too fast for me to see clearly, but now it's different. My strength has greatly increased. I can easily block even heavier punches than this. Why are you being like that? Did the first disciple teach you to be so impulsive? At this moment, as the flying dragon pill is absorbed, my mind reading also upgrades from elementary to basic level. Not only can I clearly see my fighting power, but also Jio-un's is fully visible. I believe I can easily defeat him this time, but the next second I regret it. Previously, because my mind reading level was too low, I couldn't check his fighting power. Now that my mind reading has upgraded to basic level, I can finally see his fighting power. It's an astonishing 190,000. Birangshin's fighting power is only 70. 70,000. He's actually stronger than the Dawn Hunters. The pressure of being 90,000 points below him makes me feel suffocated. Suddenly, a pop-up warns that Jio-un has found my weakness. In this situation, choosing a frontal attack would be suicide, but I can't find anywhere to escape, so I can only grit my teeth and choose to defend myself. In an instant, Jio-un attacks me at unimaginable speed. I desperately twist my body to avoid the attack. Finally, I barely create distance from him, but before I can catch my breath, the pop-up warns again that Jio-un found my weakness. The power gap is too great. In panic, I have no time to think, and can only helplessly choose run away, but I still suffer his critical hit. My health also decreases by nearly 1/3. The huge power gap makes me unable to see his movements clearly, plus I can't use the Grand Ship's sword. Though my health and chi are high, I'm still at a disadvantage. The only things I can use against him now are my health and chi, so I stagger to my feet, preparing to counter with the Sohui School sword technique. Seeing the sword aura emanating from my sword, Jio-un is clearly surprised, but he doesn't retreat. Instead, he blocks my wind-like sword technique. Then I quickly slash again. In an instant, his face turns pale. At the same time, the cold energy released by the Sohui School sword technique seems to slow his speed, but even so, he still blocks all my attacks. I firmly believe the Sohui School will work. I just need to keep pressing the attack. Unexpectedly, the system pop-up triggers again, indicating Jio-un found my weakness. I don't understand why my weakness appears when every move I make is steady, but I don't want to escape anymore. I decisively choose the fight back option. In an instant, fury burns in me. I raise my sword and charge straight at Jio-un, but just then, his sword tip bursts with dazzling red light. Before I can react, it pierces my shoulder. At the same time, my health drops sharply. I fall to my knees with a thud, watching helplessly as he walks up to me and raises his fist. As that heavy punch falls, my vision gradually blurs. At the same time, a line of text I've never seen appears, indicating I'm unconscious and in an immobile state. After several slaps, I finally slowly open my eyes. In an instant, stinging and dull sensations flood my entire body. Now I'm severely injured. I don't know what terrible things will happen next. Looking up, I see a dark figure slowly approaching me. A pop-up shows he's Ma Guian from the Crimson Demon Palace, an ally of Qianma's first disciple. But when he approaches, I discover he's actually the examiner for the speech examination at the Martial Art Academy, and the one who killed me there. But the insight symbol above his head confuses me, and he immediately asks strange questions. Who sent you here? If you answer my questions properly, I can make your death easier. I look up blankly, not understanding what he's saying at all. He seems to have expected this. It seems you won't talk without some punishments. Then he places his hand on my injured shoulder and applies force suddenly. In an instant, indescribable pain surges through my entire body. This is the habitual torture method in demonic cult called bone twist, which brings extreme suffering to those interrogated. Fortunately, he soon withdraws his hand, giving me a brief moment to breathe. I'll ask you again, who sent you? As a mere squad leader of the Great Imperial Pavilion, with such profound strength, you must have a backer. Barely conscious, I look up with a slight smile. You're right. The Lord of the Great Imperial Pavilion sent me. As soon as I finish speaking, he begins his bone twist again. This time it lasts slightly longer than the first, causing me to pass out from the pain. But then comes a loud slap. How can you pass out? Wake up. We have plenty of time to take this slowly. Though my body is now covered in wounds, my eyes grow brighter. Didn't you get that backwards? If you don't kill me before the Martial Art Academy, you're the ones who can't deliver, right? At this moment, Ma Guian's expression changes subtly. Why do you think that? Because Gamma will come looking for me. That's why you're stopping me from passing the exam. Why would we do that? Hearing this, I show a mocking smile, because I know the Lord of the Great Imperial Pavilion's secret. At this, he remains expressionless. How amusing. What does your knowing his secret have to do with us? I chuckle. Do you really not know, or are you testing me? Admit it. You're working with the Lord of the Great Imperial Pavilion. After all, the first disciple's spy is torturing me. This proves you're all in this together, including colluding with the righteous sect Gu Zhongmyong. This time they react. It seems I guessed right. They all have the hostility symbol above their heads. There's only one reason. I'm a threat to the first disciple, Salma, but I haven't done anything to threaten Salma, nor do I have that ability. It seems I'm threatening their ally, the Lord of the Great Imperial Pavilion. Though they discovered the secret map was stolen by me, they're not sure if I revealed the secret to Ganma. That's why they tied me to this remote cave for interrogation. Unexpectedly, at this point, a pop-up suddenly shows. Congratulations. You have figured out the first disciple's intention using good insight. You've earned the system reward insight points. Now you can upgrade one of your martial arts skills to a higher level. But before I can celebrate, their third accomplice appears in the cave. She seems to have been eavesdropping nearby. When I see her face clearly, I'm not surprised at all. She's Hawkby, the Lord of the Great Imperial Pavilion's bodyguard. Seeing they can't extract useful information from me, she has no need to hide anymore. You're more interesting than I imagined, but there's no need to listen further. Whether the Martial Art Academy exam is over or not, as long as you threaten Lord Salma, you'll be killed without question, with that crimson sword flash. My vision is once again blocked by this familiar text. Then reloading, I return to the archive hall. Through this death, I learn one thing. There's no way I'll be accepted by the Martial Art Academy. At the same time, no matter what, I must fight Jio-un. From what I've seen of AI Solwy's fighting method, he's much stronger than me fighting personally. So I change from turn-based to AI fight mode. At the same time, I open the toolbox and equip myself with King Myong's tunic and the warrior spirit blade. Besides that, I hide a poisoned dagger in my chest and place the white spirit bomb on the table. Because the AI fight mode doesn't allow opening the toolbox, I prepare everything in advance so AI Seoli can seek the best solution during battle. This is my last rebirth chance, so I must win this battle. Suddenly I remember the insight I gained in my previous life. Just as I'm about to check the usage details, Jio-un walks in. When he sees me, He looks curious, questioning why I'm holding a blade, but before I can react, the AI has already intervened. The battle is about to begin. Then I suddenly realize I made a mistake. AI Silwi doesn't speak. I should have taken the pills first, then started the battle. That way the odds would be higher. Just then, Jio-un asks that question again. I asked you why you're here holding a blade. Are you deaf? At this moment, my heart sinks halfway. Unexpectedly, the next second, AI Silwi actually speaks because I was just training. Should I hold a mop instead of a blade? This statement leaves Jio-un with no rebuttal. Then he hands over the first pill as before. AI Silwi takes the pill and swallows it in one gulp. Jio-un turns around and says, "Follow me." Hearing his words, AI Silwi doesn't follow. Instead, he directly asks him for the flying dragon pill. I thought AI Silwi could only fight. I never expected he could not only speak but also make judgments in his own favor. Jio-un turns back with displeasure, exactly the same reaction as in my previous life. Next comes the moment for punching. I really look forward to seeing how AI Silwi will respond. After obtaining the pill, AI Silwi quickly launches an attack. Sensing something wrong, Jio-un reacts very fast, lowering his body to dodge, while quickly retreating and creating distance. He questions with a confused expression, "Are you insane?" Unexpectedly, AI Silwi gives him no chance to breathe and continues attacking fiercely. It's not a simple thrust this time, but a proper use of the sword technique from the Sohui school. AI Silwi continues the fierce attack, but Jio-un shows no intention of retreating, blocking all incoming attacks every time. Watching from midair, my heart pounds. Is AI Silwi going to attack blindly like last time? Facing Jio-un, whose fighting power far exceeds his own, blind attacks won't work. I already tested this in my previous life. Suddenly, I see an unbelievable scene. AI Silwi's grip on the blade isn't in his right hand but his left, and that motion creates a completely unexpected situation. Use Grand Ship Sword technique. In an instant, a dazzling blue light bursts from the blade edge. This powerful sword aura makes Jio-un unable to believe his eyes. With the eruption of the sword aura, Jio-un is also sent flying, crashing into the wall. I didn't expect the blade could also execute the Grand Ship Sword technique, and AI Silwi naturally chains the moves together. It seems his preparatory motions were calculated during the battle. Unexpectedly at this moment, Jio-un staggers to his feet. Though he's already lost an arm, his voice remains calm. Not only is your swordsmanship exceptional, but you can also use blade techniques to injure me severely. How you did it? Seeing AI Silwi doesn't answer, Jio-un has no choice but to draw the shadow-slicing sword, preparing to cripple AI Silwi before interrogating him slowly. He leaps up and instantly appears before AI Silwi. In this seemingly impossible-to-defend situation, AI Silwi easily dodges and retreats. While creating distance, he instantly launches the attack. Then a fierce flame bursts from the blade tip, striking directly at Jio-un. But Jio-un still escapes, only leaving some sparks on his clothes. His expression darkens. He's never encountered such a troublesome opponent. Then he leaps directly above AI Silwi, preparing for a quick finish. But he ends up passing by AI Silwi. AI Silwi jumps toward the wall, then uses the momentum to bounce again. Finally, he passes directly over Jio-un to land behind him. Along with the jumping arc, a delicate sword aura cuts through the air, dealing another severe blow to Jio-un. His powerful adaptability and operation leave me stunned. Jio-un no longer has his previous composure, replaced by a panicked expression. I thought victory was certain this time. But just then, AI Silwi's blade shows cracks, then shatters all over the ground. It seems this blade couldn't withstand the assault of the Grand Ship Sword. Jio-un also sees this scene. His panicked eyes suddenly brighten. Guma also told me to give you the sword. Fortunately, I didn't. It seems my luck isn't bad today. At this moment, I start muttering in my mind, damn it, I should have asked for the shadow-slicing sword too. But it's too late for regrets now. Suddenly, AI Silwi speaks again, "You fool. Do you mention luck in front of me?" At this moment, I can't believe my ears. The AI is actually cursing. "You slimy little spy, listen carefully. Your basic techniques and foot techniques are so slow I can't stand watching. If you don't believe me, try attacking. I'll crush your head directly." Hearing AI Silwi's words, I feel strange, as if another personality entered my body. But those words severely damage Jio-un's pride. He recklessly charges forward, determined to beat AI Silwi into pulp. Though he's now severely injured, his fighting power still doesn't lose to AI Silwi. After several minutes like this, AI Silwi doesn't want to play cat and mouse anymore. Taking advantage of Jio-un's pursuit, he throws the white spirit bomb. With a loud bang, Jio-un suffers another severe blow, just as he prepares to stand and fight again. Suddenly, a hidden weapon flies from the smoke, striking his shoulder. The weapon contains poison. In an instant, the toxin spreads rapidly, causing Jio-un's whole body to tremble. If not detoxified immediately, he'll surely die soon from the poison. But I must bring the spy Jio-un alive before Ganma to maximize his value. However, the battle before me isn't over. AI Silwi picks up the shattered blade from the ground, then approaches Jio-un. Semi-conscious, Jio-un stiffly raises one hand, seeming to want to say something, but AI Silwi pays no attention, instead showing an expression full of killing intent. Then one hand presses his head, the other hand raises the shattered blade. Watching the seemingly out-of-control AI Silwi, I have no choice and can only roar from midair. Just as the blade is about to fall, the system pop-up I've been hoping for finally appears. What would you like to do with Jio-un? At this moment, I finally breathe a sigh of relief. I decisively choose knock him out. The moment I confirm, I regain control of my body. I don't dare delay a second. I quickly open the toolbox and take out the antidote, then forcefully stuff it into the dying Jio-un's mouth. At the same time, I don't forget to put the shadow-slicing sword back in the toolbox. Right now, there's still some distance to the Yuan Palace. Considering there are many people along the way, to avoid attention, I find a large sack and stuff Jio-un inside. Wrapped in the sack, Jio-un seems much more conscious. But I just need to punch him once once and he quickly quiets down. Then I continue toward the Yuan Palace. Just then, a guard blocks my way. He's just a small gatekeeper at the Yuan Palace, but his fighting power is astonishingly high. Right away, he loudly questions what I'm doing. When he hears I'm here to see Ganma, his expression quickly softens. Then he turns to report for me, but suddenly killing intent surges in his eyes. If you dare lie to me, I'll take your life. Not long after, I see that guard again. After getting permission, I carry the sack inside. This is one of the largest gardens on the outskirts of the building complex. Looking up slightly, I can see mountains covered in snow. The Yuan Palace belongs neither to the 5 pavilions nor the 9 offices. It's an independent palace where only Cheonma and his disciples can reside. But somehow, the closer I get to Ganma's residence, the more something feels wrong, because the guard told me Ganma is currently receiving guests. Sure enough, when I approach, that familiar face makes me freeze in place. He's Cheonma's first disciple, Salma. The other disciples are also present. The status bar only shows Salma's body normal without displaying any of his other stats. Seeing my confused expression, Ganma immediately asks why I'm here, because in his view, I should be at the Martial Art Academy exam at this time. I feel a chill down my spine, because Geo-un on my back is the spy Salma sent to Ganma. I wanted to present Geo-un to Ganma, but Salma happens to be here too. Seeing I don't answer, Ganma's voice rises again. I'm asking you, why are you here? At this moment, Cheonma's second disciple Mahu suddenly sits up straight. What's wrong, Ganma? Who made you so angry? But as soon as he finishes speaking, the surrounding colors instantly dim and time stops abruptly. A mysterious pop-up appears, prompting me to make a choice from the following options. But seeing those crazy options, I instantly want to die. Option 1, I brought you Salma's spy. Option 2, step outside, Mahu, or I'll kill you. Option 3, it's me, you fool. The last option is clearly responding to Mahu's words, and among these crazy options, it's the worst one. But based on my past experience, the worst option is often the best solution. This time I'm betting my last life with no chance to be reborn. I absolutely cannot make any mistakes. The moment I confirm, I involuntarily shout those words, "It's me, you fool!" The moment it slips out, I break into a cold sweat. While Mahu, who is insulted, smiles slightly, his eyes still scrutinizing me. At this instant, a powerful sword aura rushes toward me, followed by a flexible sword that bends. The person attacking me is Cheonma's third disciple, Aryong, and the one blocking her attack is Mahu, whom I just insulted. But Aryong seems unwilling to back down. Though I didn't insult her, she seems to feel insulted too. Mahu glances at Ganma's stiff expression, then gives Aryang a look. You're attacking our dear Ganma's subordinate. How can I just sit by? Then he glances at Salma sitting silently by the window. Look at Salma. He's broad-minded and doesn't take this guy's insults to heart at all. Aryang and Mahu exchange glances. Finally, she slowly retracts the sword into her wrist. It's an automatic sword, also called a divine weapon. It is flexible like a snake. Seeing she's given up the idea of killing me, I quickly touch my neck. That move must have been Aryang's killing technique. Forget seeing the motion, I didn't even react when her sword was at my throat. So how strong is Mahu who can block such an attack? I begin to doubt whether I really have a chance to leave here alive. After several seconds of silence, Mahu finally speaks. Ganma, your subordinate is truly interesting. He dares to curse me harshly. Ha 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 ha. Ganma apologizes awkwardly. I'm sorry. I'll personally deal with him. At this, Mahu suddenly becomes serious. Didn't you hear what I said? I mean, there's no need to punish him. I see all of this. Maybe Mahu is a good person. If he hadn't defended me, I'd probably be dead several times over. But the suddenly appearing pop-up instantly changes my view. You have received 3 rewards for choosing that option. First reward, you can see the personality type of Cheonma's disciples. At this instant, a system description immediately appears above Mahu's head. He has antisocial personality disorder. To achieve his goals, he'll do anything. His seemingly kind behavior is all carefully calculated. He can disguise himself well and hide perfectly. This continuous appearing explanation makes my scalp tingle. Suddenly his gaze fixes on me. You didn't come here just to insult me, right? What's your purpose here? His gaze feels familiar to me, full of thrill and pleasure, exactly like Gowai-sama's eyes. I bite my lip, not knowing how to speak, but I can't not answer. It seems I need to interest Mahu to survive. Then I kneel on both knees and put down the sack, Lord Ganma. Following your instructions, I caught the spy. In an instant, their gaze turns to Ganma. Ganma's expression changes subtly. What do you mean? I quickly open the sack, revealing the unconscious Geo-un inside. Ganma seems shocked, unable to make a sound from his throat. Suddenly, my heart trembles too, because Salma's gaze is on me. Then the pop-up also displays Salma's personality type. He blocks out others' pain for his own benefit and will do anything to achieve his goals. His heart is full of desire to eliminate everything he dislikes, taking pleasure in destroying others' hope of survival before death. Though the demonic cult is full of madmen, he's the only one who takes pleasure in killing. Mahu turns back to ask Aryang if she wants to interrogate, but she refuses. But he doesn't give up. Try it, Aryang. Didn't he say that person is a spy? Maybe we can find out who the spy is connected to. Aryang keeps her distance. With displeasure. Please don't push troublesome things onto me. At this moment, Aryang's personality type also appears. She has histrionic personality disorder, specifically manifesting as a strong desire for attention. To get what she wants, she can perfectly manipulate her own emotions and physiological reactions. I can't help but sigh. Are there any normal people here at all? Then Ganma steps forward and asks me, why do you think he's a spy? At this, the other disciples' gazes gather again. I can only answer with difficulty. To make me fail the exam at the Martial Art Academy, he deliberately didn't deliver the pills and sword you entrusted him to give me. Instead, he beat me and threatened my life. Midway, he also said something like this. Ganma blurts out curiously. What did he say? Then I give the answer I prepared before coming. You'll never pass the Martial Art Academy exam. Because even if you're lucky enough to get out, I'll kill you. Just like that fourth disciple Ganma, cowardly as a rat, surviving underground. Though this is made up, seeing Ganma's furious expression, I should have successfully sowed discord between them, because Ganma has two extreme emotions wavering between insecurity and blind obedience, which is borderline personality disorder, and I just hit his sore spot. His hands tremble. His weakness is accurately struck. Even emotional regulation seems powerless. At this moment, Mahu turns his gaze to me again. You already know whose spy he is, right? I can't answer this question because I don't have evidence to prove Jio-un is a spy sent by Salma. Suddenly, the system gives the second reward. In an instant, Magvian's secret letter is placed in Jio-un's chest. Seeing this message, I immediately understand the meaning of the three options that appeared earlier with the numerical symbols +1, +2, +3. These aren't simple rewards, but rewards given according to the situation. Ma Guian is the person in charge of the speech examination at the martial art academy. He's also the person I met in the cave when caught by Jio-un in my previous life. Like Jio-un, he's Salma's subordinate. Then I confidently extend my hand, indicating the evidence is in Jio-un's chest. Following the system's hint, a secret letter is indeed found in Jio-un's chest. Ganma opens the secret letter with a serious expression. Mahu also curiously leans in. What does it say? But Ganma readily hands it directly to him. Salma, who's been silently observing, finally speaks. How strange. Whether it's a spy voluntarily exposing his identity or trying to stop an insignificant guy from entering the martial art academy. But in any case, he's a warrior guarding Chianma's disciples. Yet now he's defeated by a nobody taking the martial art academy exam. Doesn't that seem absurd? Seeing Salma look up at me, that deadly killing intent presses on me, making my whole body stiff and unable to move. I can't help but wonder if I can really survive from this monster's hands. Suddenly the system's third reward appears, raising my health and ki to 100,000. All other ability values increase significantly, including the characteristic technique chart of the elemental techniques and mind reading. In an instant, I'm so happy I almost cry out. Power surges wildly through my body. This powerful feeling is simply wonderful. But before I can be happy for 2 seconds, the system pop-up suddenly sends a warning indicating Salma found my weakness. How should I respond? In an instant, I'm scared pale. Why did he suddenly attack? Though I've become very strong, I can't compare to Salma at all. Most importantly, even though I've increased my mind reading level, I still can't check his ability values. But I absolutely can't die like this. Right now, escape is the only option. The moment the option is confirmed, Salma's sword aura also attacks me. I use all my strength to dodge his attack while involuntarily letting out a miserable scream. I thought I was surely dead, but that powerful sword aura didn't hit me. After checking the status panel, I discover that my enhanced abilities in King Myong's tunic change the sword aura's direction. At this moment, Salma's blade is still humming. I thought he'd attack again. Unexpectedly, the next second he sheathes his sword. It seems you have some ability after all. After speaking, he begins walking toward me. Right now, my limbs can't move. I can only helplessly let events unfold. His powerful pressure is too terrifying. One must reach the highest realm to be like him, able to make enemies completely stiff with just a look. Am I really going to die here? Fortunately, Mahu suddenly blocks Salma walking toward me for some reason. That's enough, Salma. Salma glances at the secret letter in his hand, then quickly looks at Ganma. But Ganma doesn't speak or take any action. Seeing this, Salma clicks his tongue, then turns and leaves. Fortunately, he doesn't walk toward me but leaves Ganma's courtyard directly. I breathe a long sigh of relief, glad I'm still alive. But when I look down and see Jio-un's separated head and body, I'm startled. Because Salma's sword aura wasn't aimed only at me, but also at Jio-un. It seems he planned from the start to silence us both. Before leaving, Mahu returns the secret letter to Ganma, also praising him for taking in a good subordinate. Yang, who's been staring at me, also leaves me with an uncomfortable look. Then she and Mahu leave. I'm bewildered and uneasy. It's not strange that Salma, who's involved, reacted this way. But why did the other disciples also react that way? I can't help but be very curious about the secret letter's contents. After they leave, Ganma's expression softens considerably, and he doesn't mention what just happened. Instead, he takes me to a remote place. Along the way, the pop-up unexpectedly displays Ganma's various stats. His fighting power is astonishing, the highest value I've seen in any ability so far, but I don't understand the meaning of that symbol after it. Suddenly, he takes me to a dead end. An ominous feeling arises. I cautiously ask what place this is. Ganma smiles slightly. What else could it be? Then the next second, he changes to a creepy expression, of course. A place to interrogate you. In an instant, countless warning pop-ups appear madly, constantly indicating the enemy found my weakness. I break into a cold sweat at a loss. This is a situation I've never seen. At the same time, there are countless countdown timers. So before I can choose, choices are automatically made, with countless counterattack options confirmed. In an instant, I completely lose consciousness. When I wake up again, I'm shocked to discover I still can't escape the fate of being tied up. What makes me more desperate is my status panel shows my pressure points have been sealed, my body can't move, 1 ear has lost hearing, I have 6 stab wounds, 32 minor injuries, chaotic blood circulation with continuous pain. Almost all abilities have dropped to rock bottom. I weakly look up at Ganma and question him, why are you doing this to me? He doesn't answer directly but spreads the secret letter before me. I force my eyes open to look. It's full of dense symbols. Unable to understand, I can only ask back, is this a cipher? Ganma seems to have expected my answer. Since you're pretending not to know, I'll tell you. Qianma's disciples know all the ciphers used by the 5 pavilions and 9 offices. This is the cipher of the Night Sky Pavilion that follows me. Decoded, the secret letter means, kill the traitor. These words completely confuse me. What does kill the traitor mean? What is the Night Sky Pavilion that follows Ganma? Isn't this Ma Guian's secret letter from the Crimson Demon Palace. Seeing I won't admit it, he grabs my hair, his expression becoming increasingly twisted. Your acting is really good. What mission did you receive? Who's behind you? But I have no idea what he's talking about. Unexpectedly, the next second, bone twist is performed on me again. This interrogation lasts longer than when Ma Guian interrogated me. When the torture stops, my mind has no thoughts, only endless pain and voices full of warnings. Let me make this easy for you. Guisama killed your teammates. Then he sent you to the Heavenly Sun Archive. You gave me his secret map. To please me, you told me you wanted to become stronger, so I sent you to the Martial Art Academy. But it seems your strength far exceeds the Martial Art Academy level. So I guess you never intended to pass the Academy test. Your ultimate goal was to become a spy and gain my trust. Hearing his words, I didn't expect that catching the traitor Jio-un would make me the traitor instead. I listened carefully to every word Gamma says, silently telling myself I'll definitely find a way out. So I hypothesized that the secret letter saying, kill the traitor, is likely true. This can be confirmed from how the Chianma disciples turned and left after seeing the secret letter. That's why they left the right to deal with me to Ganma. Simply put, Ganma's subordinate discovered a traitor nearby, so he commissioned Jio-un to find and execute this unknown traitor. And in their view, whoever killed Jio-un proves they want to cover up the truth. After sorting out the whole story, I raise my head again. I just need to prove that I don't work for Jiduai-sama, right? Ganma looks puzzled. What do you mean? I mean, you just need me to prove I'm not on their side, right? Can you prove it? Of course, because I know clearly the mysterious pop-up will guide my escape as always. It created the opportunity for me to be alone with Ganma after becoming a spy, and the secret letter is the reward to appease Salma's suspicion. Sure enough, the pop-up arrives as expected. This time, it's the toolbox that can't be opened during battle. Then a tome appears in my chest. Please search my clothes at my chest. When Ganma sees that book in my chest, his expression instantly becomes panicked and shocked, then asks me, how do you have this? I know this is a tome only Chianma's disciples would possess. Now it's found in my chest, so it makes him unable to understand. I quickly answer, I got it from Jio-un. Please think, if I were really a spy, how could I possibly have this? May I ask, when did you lose this tome? Ganma definitely can't answer, because the shame of losing something so important isn't permitted by his pride. He looks at that elemental techniques tome and falls into thought. Then that mouth closed for so long finally opens. You're right. The time the tome was lost doesn't match the time you appeared, but he still looks at me with suspicion. However, the Lord of the Night Sky Pavilion couldn't possibly betray me. I continue to argue. If the Lord of the Night Sky Pavilion gave no instructions, then at least one conclusion can be drawn. Once we take action, the enemy has no reason to sit and wait. Those good at strategy always prepare in advance for everything. Whether Jio-un dies or his identity is exposed, they prepared in advance for both situations. Ganma seems to understand my meaning. You're saying this current situation was also planned in advance by them? He looks depressed, not knowing whom to believe. This is probably what the pop-up called borderline personality disorder. For this personality, recognition is key. So I add again, if I really had ulterior motives, how could I hide the elemental techniques in front of other disciples? At this, Ganma finally can't respond. His position in the cult is already quite difficult. If I had taken out the tome, then his position wouldn't just be awkward, but would escalate to a question of staying or leaving. Because the tome the head of the demonic cult gave him is actually in the hands of a lowly nobody like me. He slowly turns around, showing the smile from when he first met me. Your answer this time slightly pleases me. Then he sits in front of me. But I still have one question. When you arrived at the Yuan Palace, why were you disrespectful? I'm startled at first, but in just an instant I figure out how to answer. Lord Ganma, I was just expressing my inner thoughts for you. Hearing this, Ganma's expression differs from usual, his eyes carrying a trace of curiosity. At this moment, I finally confirm I can definitely persuade him. Among the 4 disciplines, one is a viper, one is a fraud, and one is a madman. You must have been tormented by those abnormal people for a long time. Thinking of this, I can't control the anger in my heart. In addition, seeing them gloating beside you, I couldn't control myself ever more. I'm truly sorry. I overstepped, unexpectedly. As soon as I finish speaking, Ganma begins laughing madly. Then he stands and comes to my side, gripping my shoulders tightly. I think I said the wrong thing and will endure bone twist again. But he tells me gently, Silwy, among all your explanations so far, this is the answer that satisfies me most. Then I become dizzy and pass out. When I open my eyes again, I find myself on a very comfortable bed. At the same time, I feel power surging wildly inside my body. A pop-up tells me I've taken flower of blood pit fruit and white deer gallbladder. My body has not only fully recovered, but my health, chi, and fighting power have each increased by 10,000. It seems Ganma gave me special pills. And this place seems to be a room only people of noble status can inhabit. Not only is there a comfortable large bed and wardrobe, even the mirror on the desk sparkles. I quickly rush forward to check the text above my head. As expected, it's my last life. Though I'm glad I survived this time, because I joined Ganma, the weakest of the 4 disciples, there will definitely be more situations that could kill me. So I need more lives. After this crisis and becoming stronger, I can finally use the elemental techniques. With it, I can surely become even stronger. Suddenly, I remember the insight points I gained last time. They can upgrade any existing martial art to a higher level. So I choose to upgrade the Sohui school. With the use option confirmed, the Sohui school successfully upgrades to the Sosu school. It's so powerful that one can fight swords with bare hands. So it basically makes the user invincible to sword strikes. Though this tome has only existed for 20 years, someone once used it to overwhelmingly eliminate hundreds of members of the Iron-Willed Guards. She's called the Level-Headed Witch, Mirio Chion. so I come to the open space in front of the door and begin practicing the martial art that generates cold energy. Though I haven't reached the state to fully execute this technique, its power is still astonishing. The air from all directions instantly transforms into hundreds of blades, cutting the ground to pieces. Just then, Gamma walks over. What a mistake. I was too excited after obtaining the Sosu school and forgot to observe my surroundings. He seems somewhat surprised. Are you Mirio Chion's disciple? No wonder I felt something was off from the beginning. After all, how could a nobody like you possibly capture Gio-un? Right now, Gamma has no trust in me at all, but just being seen using the Sosu school, I already sense friendliness in his words. Maybe I can use this point. Then I show an embarrassed expression. You still discovered it. You're right. I am Lady Mirio Chion's disciple. At this, his trust in me rises another level. I see. I really wronged you. You probably wanted to hide this secret, but I'm too suspicious. Is your master still training? Because she's so elusive, almost no one in the cult knows her whereabouts. Though I don't know either, I must adapt to the situation. More than 10 years ago, my master said she wanted to break through to a higher realm, then left. I haven't seen her since, and she hasn't contacted me to this day. Hearing this, Gamma's face shows a satisfied expression. I understand you. After all, she's famously cold in the cult. You were right before. The Lord of the Night Sky Pavilion never interfered in this matter. It seems someone is manipulating things in the shadows. So I'm thinking, how about you join the Silver Spirit Unit starting today? Hearing this, I'm immediately stunned. Because the Silver Spirit Unit is one of Gamma's core forces. They're mainly responsible for tracking and concealment. They also assassinate enemies as needed. Though the brutal training is hard to endure, this is a more efficient opportunity to become stronger than going to the martial art academy. So I decisively bow and express I won't fail his trust. As soon as I finish speaking, a pop-up sends a message. You have completed the mission. Become Gamma's foot soldier. Based on your total score, you are given 3 new lives. At the same time, a simulation combat mode is added. During battle, you can switch combat styles. You can switch from turn-based fighting to AI, then to simulation mode. But after switching from turn-based fighting to AI, you cannot switch back to turn-based fighting. Simulation mode becomes more effective as you reach greater levels of mastery and learn more martial art styles. As in AI mode, you cannot see your opponent's stats while in simulation mode. Simulation mode provides only one opportunity. When facing multiple opponents, the strongest opponent is used as reference. The system also sends a suggestion. If you're not satisfied with your current life, try a higher difficulty level, such as the 3 options presented by Gamma. Suddenly, Gamma has some urgent business and leaves, telling me to wait here. I wanted to use this gap to sleep well. Unexpectedly, he returns shortly, bringing someone with him. It's Hyuku, head of the Silver Spirit Unit. His combat stats are astonishingly high. I can't imagine how strong he is. Normally, joining the Silver Spirit Unit requires a selection exam, but since I'm Mirio Chion's disciple, the exam is waived. But a simple test is needed to assign me a position, and the test content is I need to try my best to attack the head of the Silver Spirit Unit. But in the upcoming battle, because the head of the Silver Spirit Unit before me is too powerful, even I use my strongest technique, the Sosu school. It's all useless. He even mocks me as a loser, completely unworthy of joining the Silver Spirit Unit. With no choice, I can only switch from turn-based to AI mode. In an instant, the aura around my body changes noticeably. With the AI's intervention, a new round of battle begins. At the same time, my view rapidly expands, finally stopping at a position overlooking between AI Seolwi and Hyuku. As usual, AI Seolwi begins attacking fiercely. While observing the opponent's movements, he reacts quickly. But none of the close-range martial arts work. Even the most powerful attack is easily neutralized. As expected, the gap of dozens of times in fighting power is insurmountable. Just then, I see an unbelievable scene. AI Seolwi below is staring at me with crimson eyes. Not only that, his whisper echoes in my ears. You fool. Knowing the level gap is so huge, you still make me take over this battle. Look at you there, hiding like coward. Do you know what you lack most? I'm both surprised he dares speak to me so openly and unable to answer his question. You lack endless greed. You should tear the enemy apart at all costs. Understand? At this moment, I'm deeply ashamed. Most top demonic cult members indeed fight with the awareness he mentions. Only bottom-level people like us are indecisive. Hyugu, who's been silently observing, finally speaks impatiently. Are you going to fight or not? Seolwi then turns his gaze to Haiku opposite. With just this body, I can't possibly beat you. Suddenly, he begins pressing pressure points continuously. Divine Spirit Channel, Energy Gate Channel, and Mysterious Gate Channel. This scene makes my heart pound. I never expected this madman would want to forcefully develop potential at the cost of his life. Just when I'm at a loss, the information pop-up finally triggers, asking if I want to intervene in the battle. I choose to agree without hesitation. Just as he's about to press the last fatal channel, I finally regain control of my body. Hyuku walks up to me smugly, praising my good performance this time. But I want to fight him again, only to be refused. Seeing me persist, his expression becomes gloomy again. That's enough. Didn't I say? I already know your strength. Suddenly Ganma, watching from the side, speaks, do as Seolwi says. This time give it your all, Seolwi. Under Ganma's pressure, Hyuku can only agree very reluctantly. Looking at Hyuku's displeased expression, I raise my sword again. I know well that no matter how well I perform, my movements could never be as fluid as an AI's, since I can't beat Hyuku anyway. I decisively try the new combat type, simulation. It can analyze the best moves in martial arts and present them in video form. After a few seconds of waiting, the system finally organizes and analyzes dozens of moves. Hyuku begins urging me impatiently, are you going to fight or not? I also becomes increasingly anxious. Just then, the system pop-up indicates it will play a video. This shadow's color is deeper than when I first practiced the Sohui school. After rushing out from my body, it heads straight for Hoku. At the same time, a shadow also emerges from Hoku's body. He just thrusts his sword into my shadow's chest, and the shadow representing me disappears. But next, more than a dozen shadows emerge from my body again. They show me all the moves I can use, but none can shake Hoku's shadow, who can handle any attack my shadow launch. Just when I think everything is about to end, one shadow of mine suddenly slashes Hoku's waist. In an instant, all other shadows disappear, leaving only the successful shadow in place. Then the pop-up shows the attack motion and sequence. As the battle begins, I leap up and rush to Haiku, trying upper and middle attacks. Naturally, Hoku blocks these simple attacks, but I don't stop. Instead, I continue following the pop-up description, moving laterally to the right and trying a lower slash, but this is also easily neutralized. Then I try upper and lower attacks. While continuously blocking my simple attacks, Haku's expression becomes increasingly twisted, using such childish moves to fight me. Are you mocking me? Sure enough, after blocking the last attack, the irritated Huku can no longer endure and draws his sword to counterattack. For some reason, I unexpectedly dodge his attack. Even I'm extremely surprised. But I don't stop for my lucky escape. Instead, I deploy moves like the last shadow. After a brief silence, the fiercely swung blade slashes Hoku's waist. In an instant, Hoku is filled with shock. I used ordinary slashes to irritate him, then suddenly deployed moves he doesn't expect. It's his carelessness that gives me an opening. Seeing blood, killing intent gradually surges in Haku's eyes. Then he angrily raises his sword and charges at me. With a gloomy wind blowing, Haku is already before me. Fortunately, the moment his blade falls, Gamma stops him. That's enough. If you attack Silwi with such force, he will die. Hearing Gamma's warning, Hiku quickly regains his senses, stepping back while hurriedly bowing an apology. I'm truly sorry, Lord Gamma. Please forgive me. Gamma waves his hand. No need to say sorry. Even from my perspective, it was Seolwai that provoked first. I watch from the side in confusion. The power Hugu emanates certainly shocks me, but what's more surprising is Gamma blocking him. His ability value isn't very high, even lower than Hugu's, yet he can block him so easily. I finally understand the meaning of that strange symbol marked next to the ability value. His power is unimaginable. Suddenly Gamma looks back at me. According to the performance, I should appoint Seolwi as the captain of the Dead Spirit Company. But considering he needs time to adapt in the unit, I'll arrange the training instructor and have him receive the necessary training. After the necessary training, then I will appoint him as the captain of the Dead Spirit Company. How about that? Huku bows again. I was thinking the same thing. Huku has quickly calmed his emotions. After that, Gamma turns his gaze to me again. Listen carefully, Solwi. I'm temporarily making you a member of the Dead Spirit Company. After I excitedly accept the order, a pop-up appears. You have been appointed as a member of the Dead Spirit Company of the Silver Spirit Unit. In the following 3 days, I spend time in a cycle of cultivating energy, regulating breath, eating, and sleeping. But AI Solwi's advice keeps flooding my mind. You lack endless greed. Looking at the 4 remaining rebirth chances in the mirror, I understand that each time my lives increase, my sense of urgency slowly decreases. It seems I still lack the courage to face difficulties. Gamma said, as long as I adapt and complete the Silver Spirit Unit training, within 3 years, he'll promote me to captain of the Dead Spirit Company. So I must surpass that AI Selwi within 3 years, to a level he can't catch up to. Just as I pick up my clothes to prepare for training, suddenly a pop-up appears, asking if I would like to save. This is a notification that only appears when I've solved special events or when something is imminent. But it popped up when I approached the bed. It seems something is about to happen, so I decisively choose to save. Year 95% of the Heavenly Calendar, Chapter 3, 3-year period of explosive growth after becoming Gamma's foot soldier, based on my current experience. The save point will tell me the current situation in detail. So these 3 years of explosive growth refer to an excellent period for rapidly improving my strength. But my mind is a bit chaotic now. Rather than overthinking, it's better to act immediately. So I get up to wash and then begin cultivation. But the moment I touch the wooden door, I have to stop again because time around has stopped. A pop-up prompts me about what I need to do in September. 36 should represent 36 months of 3 years, and this September is the first month. Eager to become stronger, I decisively choose Learn Martial Arts. After confirming, the expanded list makes my eyes light up. The first option is the Silver Spirit Unit's main school. As a member, it is definitely what must be learned first. The Silver Spirit Unit's main school is called Ilwanso School. The moment I confirm, the door opens, as if he's been waiting outside for me to press the confirm button. He's Jakpa, the training instructor here, and also my direct superior. Starting today, he'll teach me the Silver Spirit Unit's main school. Unexpectedly, to his surprise, on the first day of practice, I learned the Ilwanso School. After 5 long months of diligent training, all my physical stats improve by leaps and bounds. Even my realm reaches Supreme Master. But when it reaches the 6th month, I suddenly sense something wrong. The learning missions in the original list disappeared. Presumably, there are no more martial arts to learn in this training academy. Then next, I can only choose to accept missions. But after all, I've now reached Supreme Master. If I do missions, I should do the hardest ones. So I select the first option with anticipation. Then I arrive at Gamma's office. Seolwi, you've become much stronger than before, but you still lack a few things. You are not ready to carry out this mission now. Come back when you're ready. After Gamma's brief answer, I reappear at the room's entrance. At the same time, the first option has an added suffix indicating it's not available. Without much thoughts, I move to the second option, Hyuku. At this moment, he's covered in sweat, seemingly carrying out a special mission. Solwi, I heard you unlocked full circulation this time. Truly impressive. But this isn't the right time for me to give you a mission. Come back in a year. Then I return to the room, again. From the brief conversation, I deduce I'm not yet qualified enough, or the time hasn't come. To avoid this situation again, I move my gaze to the last option. Servant who brings your meals. The moment I confirm, someone suddenly requests an audience outside. This servant is No-Sam, attendant to Elder Bacon Sama, and also the one responsible for my 3 meals a day. According to his description, One day Elder Bacon-sama went to the deputy commander's office to find him, but the deputy commander happened to be out, so Elder Bacon waited there. And coincidentally at that time, he discovered a martial art tome in the furnace that wouldn't burn. After struggling, he finally secretly handed this tome to his confidant outside the door. And the problem arose from this. The confidant who received the tome suddenly disappeared. In other words, that confidant left the cult and went to the Central Plains. What's certain is that confidant wasn't killed or personally dealt with by the deputy commander, because no body was found. Moreover, it wasn't him but Elder Bacon who entered the office. So the connection between the two isn't strong. Right now, Elder Bacon is in a state unable to act. If the deputy commander deliberately placed the tome there and Elder Bacon acted, then he essentially fell into a trap. I don't understand the internal power struggles of the demonic cult and Elder Bacon's position well, so I directly ask Nosum why he is telling me all this. He becomes increasingly anxious. If that confidant fled from the cult to the Central Plains, then someone must eliminate him. So right now, we need someone with no influence who can move freely to find and kill him. I pretend to look troubled. Though he speaks high-mindedly, I know they actually just want to find someone whose death during the mission wouldn't be noticed. Because I have no backing. There are no concerns. As for moving freely, it means the demonic cult won't care about my life or death. After thinking for a moment, I speak again. If I bring that person back, what will the reward be? Nosum quickly nods. Elder Bacon said if you encounter difficulties in the future, he can unconditionally help you through one crisis. I think getting one favor from a current elder is indeed a good condition. With a ding, a mission pop-up triggers, indicating I accepted Nosum's mission. Elder Bacon's top disciple Mugi Eum has run away to Chonghae with a martial art tome. Please bring him back within 1 month. After completing the mission, you will earn the trust of Bacon-sama, ranked 31st in the demonic cult. Moreover, you will receive a tome of camouflage, map fragment to cult leader's secret book and a key, but among these rewards I'm most interested in the tome of camouflage. I heard it's a tome that allows freely changing appearance. Suddenly I feel Mugi Eum's name is a bit familiar, so I ask Nosum, is Mugi Eum a lecher? After getting an affirmative answer, a string of curses involuntarily escape. Then I ask Nosum when I should depart. Nosum looks embarrassed. There's one more thing to tell you. Elder Bacon said you need to go with someone he sent. That person knows Mugi Eum well, and can easily enter and exit the cult. I immediately understand they don't trust me, so they're just planting an informant beside me. Though I'm somewhat displeased, I don't object. This person is Saek-du, a carpenter by trade. The first impression can be described as very fierce. That kind of oppression makes one involuntarily want to draw a sword, but strangely, it also carries a bit of cuteness. Though he looks somewhat strong, he has no chi at all, and his method of freely entering and exiting the demonic cult is going out to buy lumber under the pretext of building a frontline defensive wall by the entrance to the demonic cult. Saek-du and I then set out on the official road to Chonghae. Along the way, I learned Mugi Eum is Saek-du's childhood friend. No matter what Mugi Eum becomes, he can recognize him at a glance, because even if he changes his appearance, habits and behaviors can't be changed. Whenever Mugi Eum's name is mentioned, Saek-du becomes especially angry because Mugi Eum bullied him daily, saying he's ugly and can't marry a wife. At this point, I've heard enough of his nagging. What's with all the crying? He's a grown man. Fortunately, we soon reach our destination. Looking at the bustling scenery on the road, an inexplicable sadness wells up in my heart. I was born into a butcher family but became an orphan early. When begging on the street, I often suffered beatings and scolding. As I was barely surviving in this filthy world, several black-clothed people suddenly found me and asked if I wanted to learn martial arts. Because of the last sentence, I came to the demonic cult. At that time, I didn't know my life would fall further into the abyss. Suddenly, Saek-du's voice brings me back. Captain Seolwi, I'm hungry. Let's go to the inn ahead to eat something. Across the road is a large 3-story inn. So I walk in with Saek-du. Unexpectedly, the inn is filled with tension. It turns out disciples from 2 sword sects are arguing to get a woman's attention. As the situation escalates, a woman to the side is somewhat uneasy, asking Miss Ju beside her if they should intervene. But Miss Ju remains calm. Those guys are all cowards. After shouting a bit more, they'll probably agree to fight another day. They're just putting on airs to make a good impression on me. Just then, 2 unfamiliar faces catch her attention. At this moment, Saek-du and I don't want to watch the excitement. Our eyes are fixed on the delicious food. But halfway through eating, we discover all our money went to the carriage fee. As we are at a loss, a dart suddenly attacks from behind. Saek-du easily catches it with just chopsticks. Then his eyes light up with an idea. Captain Seolwi, don't worry. Leave the money problem to me. Then he stands and pretends to let out a miserable wail. Oh no, my hand. I think it's broken. Poor Saek-du is going to die. Then he throws a wooden stool at the 2 groups arguing, which draws all eyes in the inn to him. Saek-du shows a fierce look, asking them, which useless idiot threw this dart? The 2 groups exchange glances, finally mustering courage to speak. Get lost. Don't you see we're fighting? Seeing no one answers his question, Saek-du angrily stomps the ground hard. The entire inn shakes. The onlookers are shocked by his unreasonable action and overwhelming power, yet still no one speaks. So Saek-du walks straight forward, grabs the leaders of the 2 groups demanding who did it. Before such terrifying power, the 2 are already frozen in place with fear. Saek-du knows his plan succeeded, so he pretends to be fierce and informs them, you are going to pay for our meal. Do you understand? The 2 men nod repeatedly in fear. Never mind just a meal. Even if it meant buying this entire inn and presenting it, they would agree. Their answer satisfies Saek-du greatly. Just as he's about to turn and leave, crisp applause comes from behind. Truly impressive. She's So-ye-ju, granddaughter of the Lord of Menjumsan Manor, the wealthiest person in Chonghae. Though from the stats she has nothing special, she can even be called weak, but she still wields considerable influence in Chonghae. No wonder the 2 swordsmen fought over her. More importantly, A pop-up indicates she has 2 special missions related to foot soldier. Probably they are only obtainable by choosing Nosim's mission and coming here. She comes to me excitedly. I haven't seen such brilliant freeloading tactics in a long time. Unlike those blockheads from the sword sects who only know how to show off verbally. Whenever I see masters like you, I'm especially interested and would like to get to know you. In conversation, she thinks we're disciplines from some sect, not thinking of the demonic cult at all. Seeing her admiring gaze, I seize the opportunity and make a small request of her. But as soon as I finish, she turns to leave. Are you asking for help at our first meeting? Isn't that a bit presumptuous? However, her curious eyes quickly betray her. Then let me hear what it is. She orders servants to bring a pot of tea. I explain we came here to capture a criminal, Miss Ju. Compared to us who are strangers here, you should be able to find him easily. Moreover, the Manjumsan manor is very good at gathering intelligence, so we hope you can lend us a hand. Soyeju doesn't nod immediately, but asks if we have information about that person. I shake my head. That lecher is skilled in disguise, so there's no record of his appearance. We only know he's obsessed with women and possesses the demonic martial art. Hearing the demonic martial art, she immediately pauses, her expression instantly changing subtly. Although Chonghae is a border region far from the Central Plains, the fear of the demonic cult seems no less than the people of Central Plains. Seeing she shows no reaction, I continue. He can hide his demonic nature, so as long as he doesn't use the demonic martial art, we can't discern his original appearance. Seeing I know the demonic cult so well, her expression becomes more tense. Are you also from the demonic cult? I quickly shake my head in denial. After all, there's no need to let her have unnecessary prejudice against us. Unless one reaches the highest realm, no one can tell I'm a supreme master who can even control demonic energy. And Sikdu is just an ordinary demonic cult member with no ki, only brute strength. Sohyeju smiles slightly. If I accept your request, what can you do for me? I chuckle. Miss Ju, you seem to have some misunderstanding. Try to imagine 2 warriors successfully capturing a dangerous demonic cult member with the help of the Manjumsan Manor. Wouldn't that be a meritorious deed for the Manjumsan Manor? I can't let her seize the initiative. If she doesn't accept my proposal, I'll have to find another way. Soyeju shows a composed smile. What you say makes some sense. I'll help you, then I add, I hope you can generously provide us 2 more things, a space to rest well and food to fill our stomachs. She suddenly freezes. I thought she'd say I'm pushing my luck, but she says, is that enough? I'll also provide enough money, intelligence resources available anytime, and maps of the surrounding area. But after successfully capturing that lecher, please visit the Mangjumsan Manor again, though I don't know the reason. I can guess it's related to the mission she faces. Then, we come to the Mangjumsan Manor with her. Suddenly a maid reports that Soyeju's marriage partner has been invited to the manor. A trace of irritation flashes in Soyeju's eyes, because she doesn't want to discuss marriage yet. After settling us in, she goes straight to where her grandfather receives guests. He's the wealthiest person in Chonghae, also the lord of Manjumsan Manor, Wang Gulju. And the distinguished-looking person opposite is Mu Yonjong, disciple of the Manhwa sect. But as soon as he sees Soyeju, he becomes somewhat nervous because Soyeju doesn't have much fondness for him. She immediately questions why he suddenly came to visit. Hearing this, Mu Yonjong becomes more nervous. Miss Ju, please forgive my rudeness. I just missed you too much. Seeing the atmosphere too subtle, Wang Gulju quickly smooths things over. Mr. Zhang just happened to meet me on his way back after handling the matter I entrusted him with. Meanwhile, in a side room of the Manjumsan Manor, I'm studying the technique chart of the elemental techniques wind. Siakdu beside me is lying on the door eavesdropping. It turns out people in the manor are all watching and discussing Miss Ju's marriage partner. Siakdu is very curious about this and asks if I want to join the crowd. Right now I'm studying the elemental techniques and have no interest in anything else. But when I hear Siakdu say her marriage partner is from the Manhwa sect, my expression instantly twists. After all, the Manhwa sect is the sect that teamed up with DW-sama to drive me to desperation. Hearing someone mention the Manhwa sect, I feel my blood flowing backward. Then I take the shadow slicing sword and have Siakdu lead the way, because I'm very curious what the discipline from the Manhwa sect looks like. Meanwhile, Wang Gulju is still talking about his granddaughter's marriage. Mr. Zhang is a distinguished disciple from a famous family in the Manhwa sect. He has integrity and understands chivalry. Moreover, he's a recognized master of this generation. I think you two are well matched. But Sohyeju has had her own opinion since childhood and won't compromise because of a few words from her grandfather. Your indecisive yet impatient personality often messes things up. What's more, the rumors about Mr. Zhang's obsession with women are already widespread, but Wang Gulju doesn't agree with her view, thinking as long as there are no bad habits or doing whatever he wants with women, it's not a big problem. Mu Yonjong also pats his chest beside them, guaranteeing those are just rumors. At this moment, Mu Yonjong is deeply attracted by Soyeju's beauty, not noticing at all that people have surrounded them. When he leisurely finishes a cup of tea and looks around, his expression instantly changes subtly, then unusually makes an excuse about having urgent matters and not wanting to disturb further, preparing to leave. This baffling behavior leaves Wang Gulju unable to understand. Seeing Mu Yonjong about to leave, I ask Sakdu, is he really from the Manhwa sect? Sakdu firmly confirms this is true. Then I cast a doubtful gaze at Mu Yonjong again. You said before that as long as you meet Mugi Eom, you definitely recognize him, right? But now it seems camouflage really exists. But looking at the text appearing in the system pop-up, I fall into thought. It seems now that Mu Yonjong may have been killed and Mugi Eom has taken his identity. Though I've heard his strength is great, I didn't expect him to have 1.68 million fighting power. Moreover, this is my first time seeing a boost symbol. Although I'm concerned about this additional ability, defeating him should be no problem. What troubles me now are Miss Ju's 2 missions. If she discovers I'm using the demonic martial art during battle, those 2 missions will surely disappear. Fortunately, Mugi Eom's identity is now confirmed. It is best to simply follow him and look for an opportunity to expose his identity. Just then, I sense Mugi Eom's sinister gaze. He seems to have discovered me. but looking carefully, I find his gaze slightly to the side. He's not looking at me but at Sokdu. Suddenly, Sokdu stares at me with clear eyes. Captain Seolwi, do you think this person surnamed Jung is who we're looking for? I remain calm and just nod. But he confidently states, I dare say I can recognize that guy at a glance, so it's really not him. At this moment, I'm speechless, wondering if Sikdu is an idiot. Just then, the three walk out of the pavilion but still keep distance from the crowd. There really are some impressive people here. Soyeju beside him picks up, you mean those two? They're both my guests. Hearing this, Muyeonjong frowns. I can tell you must be masters. Then he turns and walks before us. Am I right? Sakdu's eyes remain clear. We are indeed a bit special. Manjimsan Manor invited us after seeing our martial arts. Just then, Muyeonjong's eyes narrow slightly. At the same time, I sense sticky demonic energy from his gaze. I can tell he wants to test my martial arts, but I'm not flustered at all because I'm already using a non-demonic internal energy into my practice. At his current level, he can't detect my demonic martial arts. Just as the atmosphere becomes more subtle, Soyeju finally can't help but interject. You're so rude! What do you think you are doing to my guests? Muyeonjong seems to realize his problem and quickly waves his hands to explain it's just a misunderstanding. He just wanted to see what her guests were like. Just as he's about to turn and leave, I suddenly issue him a warning. You think we can't find you? Actually, I plan to follow him and look for opportunities, but I've changed my mind now. Unexpectedly, just as I draw the shadow-slicing sword, time around instantly stops. A pop-up indicates I found Mugi Eum's weakness, along with additional reference conditions for the mission. According to this reference, first I can't kill Mugi Eum, but must capture him. And if I use the demonic martial art or righteous people die, I can't accept Soyeju's missions. After reading, I open the details page labeled Warning. If Mugi Eum doesn't use the demonic martial art, you will be branded an enemy of the martial world. If Sokdu dies, you fail this mission. In summary, it seems I must induce Mugi Eum to use the demonic martial art. At the same time, I can't let Sokdu die. Then familiar options appear before me. Since there's no need to give up the system's rewards, I just need to respond appropriately. So I choose the most effective fourth option, approach the enemy. With a brief flash, I'm already standing behind Mugi Eum. Just as he reacts, I directly thrust the sword into his abdomen. The strike should have landed cleanly, but for some reason, it is bounced back by strong recoil. At the same time, Mugi Eum uses this gap to distance himself from me. In the end, I only caused him minor injuries. Looking carefully, I discover this is his protective energy shield. But even so, it's no big deal because the power gap is too large. The weakness pop-up voice keeps echoing in my ears, indicating I've found the enemy's weakness. With each move I make, Mugi Eum's protective energy shield is already shattered. Even though I only use 10% of my power, his stats keep declining. Finally, the desire to live forces him to kneel and beg for mercy. But just then, soldiers from Manjimsan Manor surround us, claiming to rescue the righteous Mr. Jung, who is from a distinguished sect. Because I never thought about dealing with these people, but their weakness pop-ups start appearing explosively. Those pop-ups overwhelmingly block my vision. When fighting with them, I can't take their lives. With no choice, I can only knock them unconscious. Watching Mugi Eum's back gradually disappear, my patience finally snaps, and I finally decide to change from turn-based fighting to simulation mode. Then the overwhelming weakness pop-ups quietly disappear. But now the knocked out people wake up one after another. Just then, Sakdu rushes over. Suddenly, it occurs to me that I can have Sakdu attack in my place. He probably doesn't have special restrictions like me. After explaining everything, I change simulation back to turn-based fighting. Unexpectedly, the system refuses. Only then do I remember I can't change combat modes at will. But in simulation mode, I can't see the opponent's ability values at all. It seems I can only screen through the crowd one by one, but this way he might escape. Suddenly, a miserable scream comes from behind. Looking closer, I'm startled. A man who seems to have had his essence drained lies on the ground. This must be Mugi Eum's amplification ability, essence absorption. He must be trying to recover health using the demonic martial art of absorbing human essence. But he changed his appearance with camouflage. What's worse, my status window can't display, which makes me very anxious. Suddenly a shout comes from across. Someone died here too! I quickly rush forward to check the situation. Two corpses lie on the ground in the same state as before. An old man points not far away. Warrior, he ran that way. I look in the direction he points and tilt my head in confusion. Without any warning, the simulation mode suddenly activates and prompts me to jump immediately. In an instant, my hair stands on end, but there's no time to think. Then I mimic the shadow's motion and leap into midair. Almost simultaneously, the old man thrusts his blade. That was close. I almost got ambushed by Mugi Eum. I didn't expect him to disguise himself as an old man, but before I can react, he mixes into the crowd again and changes appearance. Suddenly, screams come from not far away again. I don't hesitate and rush there directly. Sure enough, I see a corpse drained of essence. Beside it is a woman holding a child. I gasp heavily, asking if she saw the killer. She doesn't speak, just keeps shaking her head. This time I don't fall for it and directly grab her wrist, but through her pulse, I sense she has no chi. So this person definitely isn't Mugi Eum. Then I release my hand and look around. Suddenly the shadow jumps out again, and the system pop-up prompts me to jump. Before I can react, a searing pain comes from my waist. I reflexively swing my sword backward. I sever the neck of the woman behind me, only to find she is already a corpse drained of all essence. But the child in her arms is gone. Was it the baby in her arms who attacked me? Damn it. I didn't expect that camouflage can actually transform to this extent, even freely changing the body structure. At this moment, I'm already severely injured. If I don't heal immediately, there might be danger to my life. Just then, the Lord of Manjimsan Manor orders all his guards attacking me to stop, because he learned from the captain of the guards that demonic cult people are around. Several have already died from losing essence. Then he turns his gaze to Sohye-ju. Did that person called Seoli really tell you he was looking for a lecher skilled in camouflage? After getting an affirmative answer, He asks the captain again if he's seen Mu Yonzhong. At this moment, the captain shows a subtle expression. Mr. Zhang disappeared while fighting that warrior. In my view, Mr. Zhang should be, but he doesn't continue saying because he's never seen such an absurd scene in his life, in this deathly silent situation. Not far away, two Seoktis look at each other, roaring madly as if seeing mortal enemies. So Yeju, who has a general understanding of the current situation, comes to me. Sir Warrior, is the person you're looking for among these two? What about Mr. Zhang? I explained to her. The lecher we're looking for has been disguising himself as Mr. Zhang. Presumably he's already dead at the hands of the person before us. This sudden bad news makes the startled Soyeju cover her mouth. But I have no time to comfort her emotions now because Mugi Ium is truly difficult to deal with. No wonder Elder Bacon took him as his final disciple. At this moment, Soyeju's gaze changes from shock to confusion. What should we do now? We need to distinguish which of the two is your partner. I ignore her question and walk directly before the two Seoktis. You don't need to argue anymore. I'll beat you both half to death first. Then the fake will surely reveal himself. Brace yourselves, both of you, with my rubbing fists. The expression of Seokdu on the right quickly changes. At the same time, his body's joints crack. Finally, he changes back to his original appearance, and his aura obviously differs from before. He must have temporarily increased his power using the essence he absorbed from others. Suddenly, Mugi Ium pulls out a vine-like iron chain from his waist. This should be his signature weapon. I sigh helplessly. Mugi Ium thinks now is an excellent opportunity, probably because he believes the earlier ambush injured me, making him so confident. Little does he know I've secretly taken a healing potion. At this moment, Mugi Ium suddenly attacks. Such an astonishing speed makes Soyeju beside me cover her mouth. Suddenly, the sound of tearing skin fills the air, caused by his whip precisely hitting my body. But I don't resist, just passively taking the beating. Seokdu beside me wants to help. Unexpectedly, he also takes a strike from the whip. Mugi Ium then laughs triumphantly. Don't fall down before I've vented my anger. Let me torture you properly. But his continuously swinging whip suddenly stops. Just to confirm how long I covered in wounds can hold on, but I contemptuously touch my wounds. Is this all you've got? It's no different from scratching an itch. This dismissive provocation instantly enrages Mugi Ium. Then he injects massive demonic energy into the iron whip, preparing to launch a lethal strike. At this instant, everyone around senses this demonic energy, so he's from the demonic cult. With the success of the plan, my eyes fill with excitement. It seems these lashes weren't taken in vain. Then a pop-up indicates, you have met all the requirements for completing this mission. You may now capture Mugi Ium. Almost simultaneously, I teleport before Mugi Ium. While grabbing his hair, I directly give him a loud slap. Then a second, a third slap. From now on, I won't stop. You better grit your teeth and hold on. I'll shatter all the bones in your face. Only now does Mugi Ium, grabbed by the hair, realize how terrifying being beaten is. After that, I have Seokdu carry him to a small enclosed room. But, no matter how heavy Seokdu's fists are, Mugi Ium still doesn't speak anything. He even threatens. Once I successfully escape, I'll kill you two first. Moreover, you can't get any intelligence from me because I've experienced this kind of torture many times. Before entering the door, he said, as long as there were no punches and kicks, he'd obediently tell everything. But as soon as we ask him to write out the content of the Tome of Camouflage, his eyes immediately change. Perhaps he thinks as long as he doesn't speak, we have no way to deal with him. In fact, whether to let Mugi Ium go or kill him, I don't really care. Though the mission is complete. As rewards, I only got two things. One piece of map to cult leader's secret book, and a key. So I speak. On the way here, I was thinking about how to make you yield, and it hits me that there's a special method to deal with a lecher like you. Mugi Ium's brain races, but still can't figure out what method I mean. I grin. Then using strange foot techniques, I kick his groin. Mugi Ium immediately screams. The mentally crushing pain and sting make his whole body tremble. I look at him apologetically. I should have hit both, but it was a bit off. I'm truly sorry. But I guarantee this time I definitely won't fail. When I raise my leg again, he finally begs for my mercy. In an instant, he seems to become a docile little lamb, continuously writing his Tome of Camouflage. Seeing his frightened expression, I can't help but sneer coldly. I have no sympathy for someone who absorbs people's essence. Unexpectedly, Mugi Ium looks even more aggrieved. I didn't mean to do that. It's just that I'm only good at one technique. I just wanted to leave the demonic cult and live a new life. I'm sick of doing things for the cult, so I lived as Mr. Zhang. His act of playing pitiful leaves me speechless, so I changed the topic. Why did you run away with the tome Elder Bacon gave you? Mugi Ium freezes. You mean the shadow deception technique? In an instant, I'm full of doubt. The unexpected martial art from his mouth surprises me greatly. So before, he used the shadow deception technique to change his bone structure. With the completion of writing camouflage, the system's reward pop-up triggers, indicating I've learned camouflage and the shadow deception. Camouflage can allow one to hide the Adam's apple, change the voice and hairstyle. Moreover, it can't change bone structure or eyes that observe things. However, it is possible to change bone structure by using the shadow deception technique. And the system's compensation reward, including pieces of map to cult leader's secret book and the key, which should also be related to it. The cult leader's secret lair I once dared not enter due to too many guards. Now with such powerful martial arts, I should have some chance of success then. When I walk out of the interrogation room, Wangil-ju and Sohye-ju have been waiting for a long time. This time, Sohye-ju isn't just here to deliver a message, but also mentions the request she made at our first meeting. Can you come to the Mangjumsan Manor again when you have time? Looking at the mission symbol above her head, I nod, indicating I won't go back on my word. Afterwards, I return to the Silver Spirit Unit's residence. After completing the mission, Bacon-sama's favorability toward me reaches its peak. At the same time, All my body stats increased by 10,000. Now the 11th day's mission is over. For the remaining 17 days, I can finally move freely, but I don't slack off. Instead, I plan to review the newly learned martial arts. First is camouflage, then the shadow deception that can enlarge or shrink the body, the Soshinsu school that catches blades with bare hands, the blazing fist school that can shoot flames, and wind, one of the elemental techniques. In this way, I make full use of the remaining 17 days. The greatest gain is I finally learned how to speed up the elemental wind technique, though I can't use it flexibly yet. Just thinking about becoming stronger excites me. After completing the final energy circulation, I stand and walk toward the door. Next is the training of the 7th month. Like last time, I choose the lowest difficulty 4th option among 4 options, the doctor who healed me. With a dazzling white light, I then arrive at Mount Na in the White Dream Palace's jurisdiction under the Central Administration. Just as I'm puzzled about the specific mission for being teleported here, a warning pop-up triggers telling me, Dr. Hong is being pursued by the White Blood Company. Please find Dr. Hong before they do. After looking around, I immediately understand what I should do because a figure is running wildly on a hillside in the distance. Seeing the exclamation mark above his head, it's not hard for me to tell he should be Dr. Hong mentioned in the mission, and dozens of people are chasing him behind. At this moment, the leading captain is extremely angry, ordering they must capture Dr. Hong before he escapes the White Dream Palace. His order receives a response from his subordinates, but there's also someone who doesn't respond. That person is me at the end of the company. At this moment, using camouflage, I've already infiltrated the White Blood Company, but I still don't know how to save Dr. Hong being chased by them, because the captain commanding at the front of the line possesses extraordinary fighting power. The White Dream Palace is one of the main forces of the superior branch, so even a small captain, someone like Jok Myong from the past, can't compare at all. If it's just one person alone, I could still find a way to deal with it. The problem isn't Captain Hyoguang, but the subordinates he leads. Their fighting power is all above several 100,000, and some even exceed 1 million. Just then, everyone suddenly stops, because 3 forks appear ahead. One is wetland, one is a cave, the other is a hillside. After thinking for a moment, Hyoguang decides to split into 3 routes to pursue. I mix into the squad entering the cave, because I faintly sense Dr. Hong's presence from outside the cave. But halfway through, the squad stops again. Then the squad leader signals to divide into 2 columns on each side of the cave. If another fork appears, continue forward in groups of 2. After speaking, he steps back, indicating he'll wait here. As long as I'm here, he'll definitely have nowhere to go. You just need to concentrate on searching every corner. I'm glad that this path also seems to be the direction Dr. Hong run away. When the numbers of members keep decreasing, it won't be too late to act. Meanwhile, Dr. Hong is gasping heavily. He no longer has the strength to escape. Just then, he thinks of Ganma. I'm truly sorry, Lord Ganma. I wanted to bring this valuable purple dragon herb to you. Unfortunately, before I could escape, I'm about to die here. But even if I die, I must destroy it. Just as Dr. Hong is about to put the purple dragon herb in his mouth, somehow a blade is already at his throat. From now on, if you move even a bit, I'll take your life. I won't let you die peacefully, but will make you die in pain. A trace of wavering flashes in Dr. Hong's eyes, but before he can decide, I've already grabbed the man's throat. Drop your sword now, or I'll snap your neck. Of course, the man cooperates, but in the end, I still break his neck. Then I walk before Dr. Hong and drop the camouflage. Don't worry, I'm not your enemy. Perhaps because the cave is too dark, Dr. Hong remains immersed in terror. To let him see clearly, I use my ki to ignite a flame at my fingertip. Only then does he recognize me as Seolwi, who often has him treat ailments. After simple communication, I finally sort out the whole story. It turns out Hyoguang from the White Blood Company accidentally discovered the purple dragon herb during training. The more precious the medicinal herb, once reported, it's almost impossible to return to one's own hands, so he planned to secretly keep it for himself. But taking it directly might be life-threatening. So he asked Dr. Hong to appraise and help him process it. But Dr. Hong ran away after getting the purple dragon herb, and all material assets within the cult belong to the Central Administration. Therefore, Hyoguang is chasing him to destroy evidence of wanting to monopolize the purple dragon herb. I asked Dr. Hong somewhat curiously, why did you steal this purple dragon herb? Didn't you think things would develop like this? Unexpectedly, Dr. Hong's gaze remains firm. The purple dragon herb is a very precious medicinal herb. Even at the cost of my life, I must present it to Lord Gamma. I follow. I'm somewhat speechless but still say those words, how should I help you? Unexpectedly, as soon as I finish, a mission pop-up triggers, indicating I've accepted Dr. Hong's mission. The content is, Trisio Hong, the Central Administration's doctor is being pursued by the White Blood Company. Please show him that you can be trusted. Upon success, you'll attract the attention of Manjiopsura, the Lord of the White Dream Palace. Compensation rewards are the highest level purple dragon herb among special pills, and a piece of map to cult leader's secret book. After reading the content, a trace of wavering appears in my eyes. The Lord of the White Dream Palace is a very influential figure in the Central Administration. If I annihilate his soldiers, he should be furious. Just then, I hear someone slowly approaching. After instructing Dr. Hong to try not to make noise, I activate camouflage and walk toward the entrance. Just then, a White Blood Company member walks over. With his appearance, the mission notification also triggers. If you don't demonstrate absolute might, Dr. Hong won't give you the purple dragon herb. If you take too long to complete the mission, an even more powerful enemy will appear. Then I move my gaze to the warning pop-up. You will fail this mission if Dr. Hong dies. At the same time, you must keep your identity a secret from the enemies in order to complete the mission. As time flows again, the man holding a torch finally speaks. He's not inside? I don't answer directly but raise my hand indicating I want to walk in a bit more, and asking the man if he wants to go together. As I expected, the man quickly walks toward the cave's depths. Suddenly he turns back, seeming to want to say something, but I kill him with one strike. Then I signal Dr. Hong to hurry and leave here. But before Dr. Hong can stand, an angry rebuke suddenly comes from behind me. Do you really think you can escape? Unexpectedly, the cave that was pitch black just now suddenly has many dazzling torches. At this moment, the sixth group leader steps out first to break the silence. You look unfamiliar. Where are you from? Well, obviously not from the White Dream Palace. While changing the topic, I quickly scan the surroundings. This battle needs my preemptive action to secure victory. Although they have many people, they haven't reached a level I can't handle. The leader before me darkens his face. What an audacious guy. Don't you see what the situation is now? Do you think you can escape? According to the system's reference, I should end this battle with overwhelming power, and I must fight while using camouflage to hide my true identity. But the problem is, compared to consuming Qi, it's a technique that must consume mental power, so I can't exert my full strength. At this time, switching to simulation mode is more suitable than turn-based fighting. Then the analysis window appears as expected. With the system's battlefield analysis complete, dozens of shadows move in various forms and attack enemies. These countless shadows quickly show me the best fighting method. Then I launch into action. First, I jump behind them by using untraceable phantom steps, using lateral slashes to kill the last two members, then followed by sideways movements. I perform continuous slashes by using Soshinsu School. At the same time, I condense frozen armor emitting cold light around my body. Ordinary swords can't penetrate at all. Finally comes the finishing Sosu School, the moment it's activated. Countless sharp blades condense from the ground, mainly used for large-scale harvesting. This scene pulls the despairing Dr. Hong back. He previously thought I only entered the Silver Spirit unit through connections. He didn't expect I'd have such powerful strength. With the appearance of the end simulation pop-up, I finally breathe a long sigh of relief. Looking down at my slightly trembling sword, I can't help but feel amazed. Just by following the shadow's route, I can eliminate enemies so accurately. Even though I couldn't exert my original power due to camouflage, I still easily defeated them. But somehow, I always feel this all ending is somewhat chilling. Just as I prepare to take Dr. Hong away, a familiar voice suddenly comes from the cave entrance. Why hasn't the sixth group come out yet? I seem to hear Captain Hyoguang's voice, damn it. Did they sense something wrong and all gather here? But killing them all isn't the best strategy, and right now the biggest problem is Hyoguang and my fighting power are evenly matched. Moreover, his mysterious fighting spirit isn't an ordinary ability. Even if I'm lucky enough to kill everyone, it will definitely leave future troubles. Just when I'm at a loss, Dr. Hong suddenly speaks, but his expression seems somewhat strange. It seems we can only stop here. You should know too, I was destined from the start to be unable to escape from here. If the news hadn't leaked, it would be fine. But now some members have died. If I don't make a sacrifice, I'm afraid it will implicate you. I don't agree with his defeatist words. Without trying, how can we know the result? If we kill everyone, no one will suspect us. But Dr. Hong shakes his head. The truth is, it's not just the White Blood Company who saw me escaping. At this, I immediately fall silent. As he said, if I kill them, it will bring greater disaster. Not just me, it might even bring trouble to Ganma. And Dr. Hong clearly knows this. Suddenly, he hands over the purple dragon herb. Please be sure to give this purple dragon herb to Lord Ganma. Can you promise me? I stare at the herb, first freeze, then nod. Almost instantly a pop-up triggers, indicating the mission is complete, and I obtain one purple dragon herb and a piece of map to Cult Leader's secret book. I'm somewhat puzzled because I thought the mission would fail, but now I've successfully completed it. Wasn't this initially a mission to escape with Dr. Hong? But thinking carefully, rescuing Dr. Hong being pursued by the White Blood Company wasn't the mission. Showing him my reliable strength and obtaining the purple dragon herb is. Just then, he slowly stands. I'll go attract their attention. You take the opportunity to escape. Then as he limps toward the exit, he doesn't forget to remind me. Please be sure to give the purple dragon herb to Lord Ganma. Then he musters courage and charges toward the cave entrance, with several miserable screams. I also return to my residence. Calming down, I begin thinking about how to handle this precious herb. Though this is what Dr. Hong entrusted me to give Ganma, he's now dead. So there's no need to fulfill the promise. If no one knows of the purple dragon herb's existence, even if I eat it, no one will know. Of course, Dr. Hong might have already sent this message via carrier pigeon. Just in case, I prepare to do an experiment. I first open the toolbox and put the purple dragon herb in. Then I open the save panel and overwrite the least important second save point. It becomes the first year of explosive growth. This way, even if Ganma knows of the purple dragon herb's existence, I can respond. After all, I have 4 lives left. With a successful save, I open the toolbox again, take out the purple dragon herb, and stuff it in my mouth in one bite. Unexpectedly, a warning pop-up suddenly triggers, indicating I need the extreme yang mental technique to absorb the purple dragon herb's effects. Otherwise, it takes 1 year to fully digest it. Looking at the system pop-up's warning, I'm very speechless. It doesn't tell me what effects the purple dragon herb has, or what the extreme yang mental technique is. Suddenly, my face starts getting hot. Is this its side effect? I'm starting to regret it. Without knowing if this herb is good or bad for me, I stuffed it in my mouth. What if I get diarrhea? Just as my cheeks continue burning, the system pop-up suddenly triggers, indicating Manjiapsura, the Lord of the White Dream Palace, wants to meet me. I need to choose accept or refuse. I'm so scared I immediately sit up, while an inexplicable fear surges in my heart. His sudden visit must mean he discovered some connection between me and his subordinates, so I decisively choose to refuse the meeting. Unexpectedly, the system indicates refusal is invalid. Damn it, I can only bite the bullet. So I very reluctantly open the door. He's Manhwa, the Lord of the White Dream Palace, one of the cult's 8 palaces. He is not subject to any restrictions from other cult organizations and reports directly to the cult leader. Within the cult hierarchy, he holds the 29th rank, but the cooperation symbol above his head confuses me, and I can't see his fighting power value at all. I ask what brings him to deign to visit my humble dwelling, but he tells me to guess. Immediately a bad premonition wells up to me. His question seems as if he already knows I stole the medicinal herb, but I've learned all advanced tracking courses. The lightness technique used then was also so I shouldn't have been discovered. As he approaches me, he says those words again in a commanding tone. I told you to guess. Didn't you hear? Facing his repeated pressing, I have no time to hesitate. Just as I'm about to answer, I can't guess. The system pop-up suddenly triggers. Looking at these 2 speechless options in the pop-up, I instantly want to die. The arrogant answers are like the replies when I first met Gamma, making me unable to choose. At this moment, the countdown timer is rapidly passing, but at least there's a glimmer of hope that each time the option I consider worst is the only way out. But even so, this time's options are simply too excessive. So, both fearful and irritated, I choose the first option. As time flows again, I blurt out, "What the fuck are you talking about? This is bullshit." After speaking, I nervously break into a sweat, but don't forget to observe his expression. But whether it's because these words too deeply touch a nerve, or he wants to show magnanimous indifference, after hearing these words, his lips instead curl up slightly. "You're quite bold." After speaking, he turns to leave. At this moment, I finally breathe a sigh of relief, glad this old man is fairly approachable. But suddenly he stops. Occasionally when walking, I can see signs of fever on subordinates' faces. This is generally a reaction that appears when side effects occur after taking medicinal herbs. But it's okay. I can understand your desire to hide it. After all, it's a precious medicinal herb. While speaking, he slowly turns toward me. "Your face is very red now. Is something uncomfortable?" At this instant, my neck is tightly gripped by him. His speed isn't just fast, it even makes one doubt whether it's possible in reality. "Young man, if you think I can't take your life, you're very wrong. I don't belong to any Chiyama disciples' camp, so even if I take your life, there won't be any problem." With intense pain, my vision begins to blur. Then his hand pierces through my chest. With a dazzling white light, I return to the save point. At this moment, I have 3 lives left. I touch my chest, getting angrier the more I think. The life I worked so hard for was so easily lost. I even had no time at all to dodge that fatal strike. Getting the purple dragon herb is good, but everything got messed up after that. It seems the Lord of the White Dream Palace is very certain of the purple dragon herb's existence. That's why he came to find me. Thinking carefully, the correct option is very likely not the first, which means it's the second option. But I should also consider other possibilities. If I don't eat the purple dragon herb, but give it to Ganma as Dr. Hong instructed, perhaps that's the correct answer. Fortunately, I saved the purple dragon herb in the toolbox in my previous life. Right now, I still have a chance to decide how to use it. But even if I give it to Ganma, what if this can't settle the matter? Even if the Lord of the White Dream Palace knows Ganma took the purple dragon herb, he won't let it go. And before that, worried about friction with the Lord of the White Dream Palace, Ganma is also very likely to abandon me. After thinking for a moment, I don't want to make various assumptions anymore. I had better to make judgments based on what I'm certain of now. With the pop-up's trigger, the Lord of the White Dream Palace comes to my residence again. The dialogue is still the same as in my previous life. "Nice to meet you. Let me introduce myself. I'm Manhwa, the Lord of the White Dream Palace." Though his tone is calm, my spine feels a chill, because I've experienced his ferocity before, and the cooperation symbol above his head must contain some meaning. Though I don't know how it will work, he's definitely related to the purple dragon herb. Finally, I decide to try. So after he introduces himself, I speak first, because I'm worried that arrogant pop-up will trigger at any time. Regarding the purple dragon herb's whereabouts, I have something to tell you. The Lord of the White Dream Palace looks me up and down, while his lips change subtly. Giving the purple dragon herb to the Lord of the White Dream Palace instead of Ganma is my well-considered decision. I know doing this has certain dangers, but the symbol of cooperation might bring me another turning point, so I think this is a choice worth trying. But I indicate that to know the purple dragon herb's whereabouts, he must first promise me one condition. At this, killing intent immediately surges in the Lord of the White Dream Palace's eyes. "Are you trying to make a deal with me? You're really a bold fellow. Why don't you tell me directly?" In this situation, I must avoid direct confrontation with him as much as possible. Rather than trying to read his thoughts, better to guide him in a direction favorable to myself. So I decisively answer his question. "Because Ganma also knows about the purple dragon herb? Is that so?" "So Ganma also knows." After thinking for a moment, he finally agrees. "But from the start, this purple dragon herb was ours. I'll also explain properly to my disciples. Then, let's cooperate with each other like this." The word cooperation surprises me. It's not that I didn't expect him to give an affirmative answer. I just didn't expect him to proactively propose cooperation. This is also the first time my gaze directly meets his. Then I take out the herb from my chest and give it to him. Before leaving, he even says something like, "Thanks for your cooperation." But watching his back, I discover something wrong. The cooperation symbol above his head hasn't disappeared, but he clearly said he'd cooperate. In that case, the symbol above his head should disappear. But after just a few steps, he stops again. "Oh right. I suddenly remembered something. I forgot to take back one thing from you." I ask in confusion, "What is it?" Then his words and the warning pop-up before me appear simultaneously. "Revenge for my dead subordinates." The system issues a warning pop-up. "The Lord of the White Dream Palace discovered your weakness. What would you like to respond?" In an instant, my heart rises to my throat. Was my speculation wrong? But the opponent is the Lord of the White Dream Palace, ranked 29th in the demonic cult. Though there's no way out, I must make a choice. After all, if death is certain, the weakness pop-up couldn't appear. When I died in my previous life, I couldn't resist at all, but with a weakness pop-up appearing like now, doesn't it mean that even with extremely low probability, there's a possibility of survival? In the continuously decreasing countdown, my gaze stays on the combat mode column with a bang. There's only one way I can think of to deal with this situation before me. That's to activate AI mode. Then I arrive in midair overlooking the battle. AI Solway first looks around. Then he stares fixedly at the Lord of the White Dream Palace before him. Soon his whole body trembles. Finally he curses loudly at me, who is overlooking from midair. Is this something a human can do? You're simply a bastard. The sight of AI Seowi barking like a mad dog sends a chill down my spine. Perhaps his current mood is somewhat similar to mine. But soon, AI Seowi composes his emotions, and his aura changes accordingly. You should also know that I killed your subordinates completely out of consideration for them. A trace of doubt appears in the Lord of the White Dream Palace's cold gaze. What do you mean by that? At this moment, AI Seowi becomes even calmer. What I mean is, I could have killed them all, but I only killed the 6th group members. Isn't that showing them mercy? Perhaps because AI Seowi's words are too provocative. The Lord of the White Dream Palace makes no movement, just quietly watching from the side. At this moment, hope ignites in me, who is floating in midair. AI Seowi actually dares to say such provocative words. So, he should have a way to defeat the Lord of the White Dream Palace. After all, he always displays things beyond my expectations, with a deafening roar. AI solely pushes off and leaps into the air, but he doesn't charge at the Lord of the White Dream Palace. Instead, he charges in a completely different direction. This scene leaves me speechless. But before he can run a few steps, he's split in half by the sword aura of the Lord of the White Dream Palace. With that dazzling blade light, those familiar words appear again. I look at the save panel and think for a long time, wondering whether to choose other save points. With only 2 lives left, I have regretted countless times why I accepted this crazy mission. But despite this, I still choose the latest save point. Repeatedly experiencing the same things makes me extremely irritated, but I still can't give up the mission that took 2 of my lives. I slowly sit up, take a deep breath, and finally feel alive again. After much thought, the only way to escape now is to give the purple dragon herb to Ganma. So the scene changes and I arrive at his office. His expression upon seeing me is no different from before. He just asks what brings me here. But when he sees the purple dragon herb, his expression instantly changes subtly. Did Dr. Hong really ask you to give this to me? It helps me greatly. I won't forget this. So you don't need to worry too much. Even if the Lord of the White Dream Palace comes to find you, he can't do whatever he wants. Returning to my room, I immediately breathe a sigh of relief. Something so simple to solve, yet it cost me 2 precious lives. A strong sense of self-reproach wells up in my heart. Through this matter, I also understand a principle that excessive greed can cost me my life. Even missions shouldn't be blindly accepted. Just as I prepare to sleep well, the system pop-up suddenly triggers, indicating Manjiobsura, the Lord of the White Dream Palace, wishes to see me. Like before, my refusal option is rejected by the system again, but I've already given the purple dragon herb to Ganma. Why would he still come looking? And with the same actions and tone as before. It seems after Ganma got the purple dragon herb, he didn't communicate with the Lord of the White Dream Palace. More desperately, this pop-up leading to death triggers again. But I don't give up. Rather than dying directly, it would be better to choose a different option from before. Perhaps there's a glimmer of hope. So I fix my gaze on the second option. As the pop-up disappears, I involuntarily say those words, "I ate the herb. Is there a problem?" My arrogant answer makes the Lord of the White Dream Palace freeze. But soon he draws his sword. "You insolent fool. I see you don't want to live." With killing intent surging in his eyes, I begin quietly waiting for judgment to come. But just as he swings his blade, a familiar voice suddenly comes from outside the door. "So you're here. You really made me search." The moment I see Ganma, the grievance in my heart instantly vanishes. After some time passes, their conversation finally ends. But the Lord of the White Dream Palace's gaze at me still fills with killing intent. Although I worry he'll suddenly launch a killing spree on me again. But this worry soon disappears, because he walks toward the main door. After the Lord of the White Dream Palace leaves, Ganma slowly comes before me. I've already talked with him. You don't need to worry. As long as I'm here, he won't lay a hand on you. Looking at his refined appearance and reliable demeanor, I temporarily forget what kind of person he is. Though I don't know if it's due to his prestige as a disciple of Chionma or some kind of deal, he's someone who can protect me by persuading the Lord of the White Dream Palace. At the same time, he doesn't forget to encourage me. You were able to get the purple dragon herb from Dr. Hong surrounded by the White Blood Company and return alive, which shows you definitely possess corresponding strength. So you're qualified to receive this. Saying this, he hands me a sword. In an instant, I'm extremely excited, quickly bowing to express I definitely won't disappoint. What Ganma gives me is a divine weapon. Not only can it increase fighting power, even my combat mode abilities are greatly enhanced, so I can't wait to come to the open space in front of the door, preparing to try the precious sword only Chionma disciples can use. If I use it to execute my current strongest ability, Wind God, what effect will it have? With the completion of the preparatory motion, I instantly execute that strongest strike. A powerful sword wind whistles past, quickly devouring everything around. What remains is only a huge deep pit. At this moment, I finally understand the meaning of destructive power increased 30%. Unknowingly, it's already the 8th month of training. The long unseen status window appears again. But since that last incident, I've grown weary of executing missions, and I also want to master the technique of Wind God. So I decisively choose to continue training. Soon I'm teleported to the garden of the Black Martial Arts Academy. The terrain here is flat, so it's not easily monitored. In the blink of an eye, it's the 13th month of training. In the past 5 months, I've swung my sword madly, but the success rate of executing the Wind God is only 30%, and I still haven't found the root of the problem. At the same time, the second year's panel adds a new schedule option. That's teach martial arts in the first row. Driven by curiosity, I click this option. The first row is an executable option. Teach the company commanders of the Dead Spirit Company demonic martial art. The second is a non-executable option. Carry out a mission with the company commanders of the Dead Spirit Company. I suddenly remember Gama said before he'd appoint me as the captain of the Dead Spirit Company, but only after I adapt to the organization and have qualifications. It seems today is the day of appointment. With confirmation of the first option, I'm teleported to Haiku's office, who is the head of the Silver Spirit Unit. The dialogue greeting me unfolds. I heard you completed the Silver Spirit Unit's commander training course in just 1 year. It is truly unbelievable. It seems Lord Gama's judgment was indeed correct. Since you now possess all qualifications, I'll formally appoint you as the captain of the Dead Spirit Company starting today as agreed. By the way, all Dead Spirit Company members are talents carefully selected by Lord Gama. Managing them well is your duty. If you can't manage them well, you may need to give up the commander position. After hearing these words, my vision gradually blurs, as if I'm about to return to my room. But a new save prompt suddenly appears before me, asking if I want to save. Based on my past experience, this is a sign danger will surely occur. Though there's no reason I must save, I want to know what description will appear on the panel when saving. With confirmation of the save, a prominent title instantly appears before me, but it just changes the first year to the second year. I thought this was a meaningless save. Unexpectedly, after saving, a line of text I've never seen suddenly appears, asking if I would like to see an episode. I don't understand what this means, but since it's just watching, there's no reason to refuse. After confirming, darkness suddenly falls. But soon it brightens again. The projection before me is actually the Dead Spirit Company commanders. At the same time, their whispered conversations continuously enter my ears. The man with a tuft of white hair on his head is Yoram, first company commander of the Dead Spirit Company, also the earliest member selected into the Dead Spirit Company. Have you all heard? The person chosen as captain of the Dead Spirit Company is coming here. The man by the wall is Jake Song, second company commander of the Dead Spirit Company, the oldest among the commanders. It seems personnel are being filled quickly this time. The woman sitting by the window is Sor Young, fourth company commander of the Dead Spirit Company, specially selected by Ganma at the Crimson Demon Palace headquarters. A note shows on the pop-up, if Seol Wee falls in love with this woman, he can obtain 3 lives. I think the person coming this time should be predetermined. Right now, the captain of the Dead Spirit Company position is vacant, and there are rumors this person has a connection with Lord Ganma. Yoram looks puzzled. How do you know such things? But Soryang smiles mysteriously, indicating she can easily recognize her own kind. Just then, Young Jin, third company commander of the Dead Spirit Company, walks in. He has the worst temper among these commanders, but also has an honest side without schemes. Only power can make him submit, he says with an annoyed expression. Whether he got in through connections doesn't matter. If he knows what he is doing, I'll listen to him. If not, I'll kill him. As soon as he finishes, new text appears, indicating the prologue has ended and action formally begins. With the disappearance of video, unknowingly I've arrived outside the door where they gather. At the same time, the system puts custom clothing for the captain of the Dead Spirit Company on me, and also asks if I want to wear a mask. I think for a moment, guessing the reason this option appears is very likely due to Soryung's presence. After all, though I first met her at the Martial Art Academy through repeated rebirths, I truly met her at the Heavenly Sun Archive. After all, back then I was just a handyman working under the administrator, so if I appear here now, she should become suspicious of me. Therefore, I decisively choose to wear a mask. But the moment I open the door, time stops flowing. A pop-up indicates I need to talk with each commander, but this time is different from before. In stop time, I can actually move freely. This is my first time experiencing this, so I first choose to come before Yorim. With popping up of the option, would you like to read Yorim's mind, I finally hear his inner monologue. Since entering the Dead Spirit Company, I haven't practiced proper martial arts. The so-called missions I'm responsible for are just peripheral searches, because we only do these odd jobs. Guys from other companies mock us, and the captains who should teach martial arts do nothing. I also want to learn martial arts like night vision and scent masking. Night vision is a vision technique that allows clear sight even in darkness. This is martial art I cultivated while deepening tracking techniques. At this moment, I slightly understand why the education director taught me these martial arts. It should be to have me teach them martial arts and gain trust. When Yorim's mind is no longer read, I look at Joksong leaning on the wall. His inner monologue also displays to me, I'm sick of these boring missions. I want more thrilling missions. I don't care who the new captain is. I just want to fight stronger soldiers and be assigned special missions. As long as that can be achieved, I can give this life to him anytime. Then it's hot-tempered Yongjin's turn. What a bunch of bastards. We actually have to clean up after other companies every day. The captain of the Dead Spirit Company coming in this time should also be someone with backing, right? If this time it's also a bastard, I definitely won't let him go. Damn it! Might as well become another disciple's subordinate to avoid this humiliation, right? After hearing 3 commanders' inner voices, I involuntarily take a deep breath. It seems everyone has many grievances. And in summary, previous captains who came in were all bastards. Now only the last commander remains. So I slowly come before Soryang and begin listening to her inner monologue. What good does joining this kind of organization do for me? The result won't change anyway. I must find a way. If I can't find one, The Lord of the Great Imperial Pavilion will take our lives within 2 years. Hearing this, nameless anger wells up in my heart. Why does Giwai-sama suddenly come from her mouth? Will that damn guy harm us? But her next inner voice makes me unable to believe my ears. That person in my heart should also want to escape this hell like me, right? In an instant, my heartbeat accelerates. Who is that person she's talking about? Is it me? After a moment, her inner thoughts no longer come. Instead, a suddenly appearing pop-up blocks my vision, indicating I've finished peeking into everyone's hearts and will return to the position just inside the door. With a dazzling white light, I return to the moment I just pushed the door open. Almost instantly, their inner unease and disgusted gazes all turn toward me. So in the heavy atmosphere, where no one wants to speak, I break the silence first. You should know who I am, right? But I know nothing about you. Frankly speaking, I'm not interested in you at all. I don't plan to make you do anything or change. Those who want to follow me, I'll welcome very much. Those unwilling can pack up and get lost. The reason I say this is because I know clearly in my heart that even though I heard their inner voices, I don't agree with their thoughts. After all, I also struggled with the cult's lowest people for 10 years and experienced countless dirty and unequal things. Therefore, I know very well how to teach them, so they'll follow me. Sure enough, hot-tempered Youngjin speaks, just as he's dissatisfied with his previous captain in his heart. Who are you? How dare you say such things? But when he sees killing intent surging in my eyes, he instantly shuts his mouth. Listen well, all of you. Now whoever is dissatisfied with what I said can come at me anytime. You had better come together. Unexpectedly, as soon as I finish speaking, Youngjin pounces. Then I adjust the combat mode to turn-based fighting. A pop-up instantly reveals I found his weakness. I don't think much but directly choose to approach behind him. Then I grab his collar and fiercely throw him backward. The other 3 commanders are shocked by this scene, not because Youngjin was defeated, but because they didn't see my move at all. I gently rub my neck. The motion is slow and composed. I can probably guess why the Dead Bandit Company and Dead Emperor Company usually look down on us. You losers becoming commanders, in their eyes you're naturally not worth mentioning. At this, everyone's fury instantly ignites. Even Youngjin, lying on the ground, pounces. Dealing with 4 people at once is very risky for me. But if I deal with them one by one, I can't leave a deep impression. It seems I need to suppress them all at once. So I adjust turn-based to simulation mode. With time around stopping again, countless shadows burst out from my body. They try and err from all directions. Finally, only one shadow remains. With time flowing again, I also begin preparing to counter. First is a diagonal slash at 15 degrees, precisely deflecting 2 darts flying from Soryang. At the same time, the deflected darts precisely fly in 2 directions, one toward Jakesong, the other toward Yoram. Due to the sudden hidden weapon counterattack, Yoram tries to dodge but falls to the ground. Jakesong can't dodge in time and is hit by a dart, but I don't stop there. Instead, I deploy the second motion. After moving laterally to the left rear, I raise the sword to chest height. At this moment, the sword tip points directly at Youngjin, preparing to ambush. Like this, everyone is instantly subdued. After brief silence, I speak first. What do you think of my strength as this captain who got in through connections? Or do you think I'm just lucky? Or do you regret choosing the wrong path? While speaking, I step forward, beginning to capture their gazes one by one. I'll say again, I don't care at all what you think. Those dissatisfied with me can skip my class tomorrow. It has no effect on me. After speaking, I glance at the frozen Soryang, then leave here directly. Honestly, I just want to quickly end this damn useless matter and find my own way to survive. But for face, I still need to put on an act. Just then, a pop-up suddenly appears, indicating the Dead Spirit Company commander's likability toward me has risen. Looking at these dense numbers, I suddenly understand that as long as these values rise to 100%, I can lead them to execute missions together, thus opening a more meaningful path. In the days that follow, like usual, things go very smoothly at first, but I know crisis will come again. This system, like a curse descending on me, though it can transform crisis into opportunity, pushes my peaceful life toward danger in a twisted way. In this situation, the only thing I can do is quickly get them on my side and complete tasks at hand. By early the next morning, I come to the Dead Spirit Company office with an uneasy heart. Will anyone come? After all, I went that far yesterday, but when I push the door open, to my surprise, the originally hostile commanders for some reason have all sat in their positions. Then from this moment, time suddenly enters acceleration mode. Day 1, teaching them advanced courses of the Ilwanzo School. Day 2, teaching them advanced courses of the Ilwanzo School. Day 3, still teaching them advanced courses of the Ilwanzo School. Like this. In training lasting 1 month, the Dead Spirit Company commander's likability toward me all increases. Then comes the 14th month of cultivation. Like last month, I choose teach the Dead Spirit Company commanders. But unlike before, teaching areas increased to 5. There must be a reason for this change. Though there's no special time or opportunity now, I'm certain these 4 added locations have special meaning. So I first choose to go to the outskirts of the Black Martial Arts Academy, with the scene's rapid change. Yurim's figure also comes into view, but seeing me, he just exchanges simple greetings then turns and leaves. Though he seems polite, he doesn't seem to want to continue talking with me. I'm very curious why the system would teleport me here. I don't believe I'd appear here for no reason. After all, during this time, the options have brought me very significant meaning. As I think and slightly raise my head, I see the option of outskirts of the Black Martial Arts Academy disappeared, so I decide to try every option. Then I arrive at the joint training center. At this moment, Juksong is practicing swordsmanship, but this encounter still has the same result as last time. After Juksong bows in greeting, he leaves here directly. I feel somewhat disappointed for some reason, because after simple greetings, the commanders don't seem to intend to continue talking with me. Next stop is the rooftop of training center. This time I encounter Youngjin. As I expected, the ending still ends in failure. Based on their current likability toward me, they don't like me enough yet, so they can't open their hearts to me. Now only the last place, the Garden of the Black Martial Arts Academy, remains. Soryang should be waiting there for me. Unlike other commanders, Soryang's likability isn't curiosity but interest. I'm really curious about the difference between the two. But to be honest, I also kinda want to meet her. Something she once said helped me greatly in changing my fate. Though we're now in a superior-subordinate relationship, as long as I can see her, I'm willing regardless of what relationship. With the transition interface popping up, my vision gradually blurs. When vision becomes clear again, I sense something strange. First, my body floats in midair. This only happens when AI solely is activated. Second, the Garden of the Black Martial Arts Academy has more than just Soryang. A man points at Soryang and shouts, seeming to harbor considerable hostility, "Commander Kang, it's this wretched woman. She attacked us first." Facing heavy encirclement by the Dead Bandit Company, Soryang's gaze remains sharp, even facing two commanders from the Dead Bandit Company. She's fearless. At this moment, Commander Kang steps forward with a wicked smile. "I let you go before because your appearance is good. Yet you dare to provoke our Dead Bandit Company without measuring your strength. Let me see if you can continue being arrogant this time." Then he turns and orders subordinates to watch all exits, preparing to pull off something big himself. Soryang sees all this, mocking him for being so cowardly as a Dead Bandit Company commander. Presumably, his subordinates' level won't be much better. Facing mockery, Commander Kang isn't angry at all. "Say whatever you want. After all, your self-righteous attitude will disappear today. Because Commander Gyu will personally teach you a lesson today." The moment Commander Gyu enters the field, the system pop-up suddenly triggers, asking how I want to increase likability. I think for a moment, thinking to increase likability I should indeed help Soryang now, but I want to know her true strength, so I choose continue watching. Then battle is about to break out. Commander Gyu, walking slowly, suddenly swiftly deploys movement technique. At the same time, the distance between the two gradually shortens. Soryang shows a composed smile on her face, which seems to handle this battle with ease. But in my view, her current situation is very dangerous, because Commander Gyu is too fast. She doesn't even have time to react. But just then, a hidden weapon rushes toward Commander Gyu at astonishing speed. But Commander Gyu isn't weak either. With just one sword, he changes the hidden weapon's direction. Even so, this doesn't slow Commander Gyu's speed. His distance to Soryang grows even closer. But Soryang appears especially confident. Turns out she attached a silver wire to the hidden weapon's end, allowing it to be thrown then quickly retrieved. Then she grabs the silver wire with one hand and quickly swings it. This is a situation Commander Gyu didn't expect, but he can react instantly, leaning back in a handstand to dodge, at the same time swinging his sword to cut the silver wire. But Soryang doesn't stop. Instead, she draws her sword and charges like swift wind. Just then, the pop-up asking me whether to join the fight appears again, but I think it's better to continue watching now. Like this, with Soryang's continuous attacks, Commander Gyu is also suppressed into continuous retreat. At this moment, faint green energy emanates around Soryang. Presumably, she's executing the Ilwanso school. It seems her swordsmanship is even more outstanding than I imagined. But it's not eye-catching swordsmanship. Rather, it's the excellence shown by someone who perfectly masters basic swordsmanship. But what makes me doubt is the opponent is a Dead Bandit Company commander, although Soryang's strength is unquestionable. What amazes me is Commander Gyu's continuously disadvantaged state, but he doesn't seem to be hiding strength either. Just as they fight fiercely, the pop-up sends another prompt, asking how I wish to increase my likability. This constantly appearing question makes me feel something's wrong. Do they have some scheme? And that companion called Commander Kang hasn't made a move. I hesitate, finally still choosing to continue watching, because when problems appear, this pop-up will presumably appear again. But suddenly the battlefield situation undergoes an astonishing reversal. Commander Gyu's seemingly ordinary palm strike sends Soryang flying 10 meters away. At this instant, their respective ability values finally appear. Dead Bandit Company 4th Company Commander Yun Gyu, fighting power 2.2 million. Dead Bandit Company 3rd Company Commander Sok Kang, fighting power 2.4 million. Dead Spirit Company 4th Company Commander Soryang, fighting power only 1.1 million. Fighting power only 1.1 million. Her fighting power isn't even half of theirs. So they've been playing with her all along. Then Commander Gyu launches an attack again. Rather than saying he's executing the demonic martial art, it's more like physical technique, under his continuously striking hand technique. Soryang ultimately can't match her opponent and slumps to the ground. And compared to internal injuries, Commander Gyu seems to want to cause her external injuries more. This scene makes me increasingly anxious. But from the moment Soryang fell into disadvantage, this damn pop-up hasn't appeared. Finally, Soryang falls in one move and never stands up again. At this moment, Commander Gyu looks down at Soryang from above. You shouldn't be able to stand up easily, because not only pressure, points, but your internal chi has been disrupted by me. Desperately resisting, Soryang can no longer stand. She covers her severely painful chest, looking puzzled. You were also hit at pressure points by me. Why are you fine? She says this with difficulty, but Commander Gyu responds with a cold laugh. There's something called the shifting technique that can change pressure point positions. Essentially, we're different from you units that only clean up. Soryang endures pain, glaring at him viciously. As her breathing gradually recovers, she says through gritted teeth, if the head of the unit knows about this, do you think he'll turn a blind eye? But Commander Gyu appears very confident. You hurt my subordinates first, so you're at fault first. As long as you're left with strength to breathe, the head of the unit won't intervene in such matters. At this moment, I'm nearly mad, wishing I could immediately beat this young Gyu into pulp. Suddenly, Suddenly, I hear Soryang call out my name. From birth until now, this is the first time someone calls me in crisis. Then Soryang looks at Youngju again. The captain of the Dead Spirit Company won't let you go. But when they hear the captain of the Dead Spirit Company's name, they suddenly start laughing. You mean that weakling Lord Gamma brought? Then he squats before Soryang with a mocking expression. Do you know that weakling was previously a handyman at the Heavenly Sun Archive? Every previous captain of yours was trash. This time won't be an exception. Hearing this, Soryang immediately widens her eyes. Confusion and curiosity intertwine on her face, but Youngju is very interested in her surprised expression. Then he begins slowly stroking her hair. You might as well join our Dead Bandit Company. We'll take very good care of you. Soryang contemptuously spits at him. Even if I'm locked in a dungeon for life, I won't become your subordinate. Killing intent immediately flashes in Youngju's eyes. But Soryang isn't afraid at all. You said as long as I don't die, the head of the Silver Spirit Unit won't intervene, right? Saying this, she sticks out her tongue preparing to bite down. Youngju is startled first, but he soon regains his composure and strokes Soryang's hair again, as expected of being a commander. Just in case I've already sealed your pressure points. Thinking about it, it is really nerve-wracking. I suppose your body no longer obeys you right now. Let me think. What method should I use to snap you out of it? At that moment, the sound of fighting suddenly erupts from behind. The dull light in Soryang's eyes also brighten again, because that captain of the Dead Spirit Company she spoke of finally appears. As the prompt asking whether to join the fight pops up again, a killing feast is about to unfold. Suddenly, I hear Soryang call out my name again. Her voice that never lost composure begins trembling slightly. But I must quickly cool my angry mind. Only this way can I calmly judge the situation before me. Sok-Kong comes before me with an angry face. You punk, I asked who you are. Are you ignoring my words? To his words, I don't respond immediately but wipe the corner of my mouth I bit. One of you will certainly die. As for the other, I plan to leave him a way out. No special reason. I just think it would be more interesting to leave one trash to report to your superior, then I adjust combat mode to turn-based fighting. Because I don't want to kill him all at once, I want pain to seep into his bones. As Sok-Kang dashes towards me with his swift movement technique, the system warning pop-up I've been waiting for appears. Sok-Kang has found your weakness. How would you like to respond? In this situation, I don't need to hesitate at all. I directly choose to fight back, the moment our fists collide. Flames also spread from my hand to Sok-Kang's entire body, but this is far from over. After he exposes another opening, I launch an attack again, though this time it's not martial arts but a heavy fist. This fist, infused with inner energy, emits a sound close to a roar. Sok-Kang, hit in the face, also flies backward. At the same time, his health hits bottom again. Though he's already unconscious, I don't stop there. Instead, I walk forward and grab his hair. Don't play dead with me here. I'm not completely satisfied yet. Just then, the warning pop-up triggers again, indicating Youngju has discovered my weakness. How would I like to respond? I'm not flustered but expected this. At the same time, an excellent idea surfaces in my mind. Then I choose defense. In an instant, Youngju's heavy fist lands on a face. But what's hit isn't me, but his teammate Sok-Kang. Youngju is both surprised and flustered, but I'm very satisfied with this. How cruel you are. You actually attack your injured companion. In panic, Youngju's weakness also appears. With confirmation of the attack option, I directly blink before Youngju. But I don't use a killing move. Instead, I directly shatter his Dantian. From now on, he's trash who can't use ki. But Youngju seems very stubborn. He gets up and wants to attack me again. As expected, he again takes a heavy fist from me, but Youngju, who is kneeling on the ground, still doesn't see the situation clearly. You bastard. After saying this, he wants to stand and counterattack again, but is beaten down by my sword hilt. Then I walk forward, holding his head with my hand, saying in a deep voice, I'll personally beat you bit by bit until you're on the verge of death. So with continuous beating, Youngju's health also drops sharply. Then he loses consciousness and never stands up again. At this moment, Soryang suddenly shouts, Captain! But I turn my back to her and say coldly, in the following time, I'll teach you more martial arts so you won't be humiliated by such guys anymore. Although the process will be painful, persistence is the only way out. You must learn to survive on your own. After speaking, I prepare to leave, though I've always wanted to see her and say something when we're alone. Now isn't a good time. Just then, she suddenly calls out to me, Captain, I miss you very much. These words make my heart pound, but soon I calm down again. What are you saying? She freezes first, then passes by me, but then she stops, turns around, and shows me a meaningful smile. But I soon understand what that means, because the system panel before me already tells me, congratulations, Soryang's status has changed from interested to friendly. At the same time, Soryang's likability rose 40%. At this moment, I contentedly stretch. Then I begin 1 month of combat training for them. At the same time, time's passage also accelerates again. With this month's course ending, the commander's likability also has good improvement. According to usual practice, after each month's training ends, the system directly teleports me to the bedside, but this time it teleports me outside the door, and the door seems to have been opened somewhat, so strong curiosity drives me to push the door open. At the same time, a both familiar and strange figure comes into view. He's Bigun, captain of the Dead Bandit Company. I wanted to rebuke him for entering my room without permission, but when I see his astonishing fighting power, I decide to get straight to the point. What brings you to me? He doesn't answer immediately but approaches me. I'm Bigun, captain of the Dead Bandit Company, captain of the Dead Spirit Company. Don't you know what you did? Though he identified himself first, I never said I'm the captain of the Dead Spirit Company. This means he already knows of my existence to some extent, so I smile coldly. Hearing you say this, I understand two things. Bigun responds with raised eyebrows. What two things? I involuntarily adjust my mask first. My mask is very handsome in others' eyes, otherwise you wouldn't appear here. Second, I think you came to make friends with me. Hearing this, He laughs speechlessly, ha ha ha, you're really interesting, but soon his gaze becomes extremely fierce. Through simple communication, I know he suspects the masked person who crippled his subordinates is related to me, but he can't be very certain, so he suddenly came to my residence to test me. I wanted to dispel his suspicion by claiming external forces plot to split the Silver Spirit unit, for instance guiding him toward the Lord of the Great Imperial Pavilion line. Unexpectedly saying this, I'm bitten back. He says I was once a subordinate of the Lord of the Great Imperial Pavilion but now serve under Lord Ganma. Then he begins mocking me, my two commanders are both powerful. With your power, it is impossible to beat them. His words prevents me from directly refuting, because if I admit I'm stronger than his two commanders, I'd indirectly admit my suspicion, and this kind of veiled insult I've experienced countless times at the Lord of the Great Imperial Pavilion, so this level doesn't even count as provocation to me. I slowly walk beside him and respond contemptuously, you're right. With my strength I indeed can't easily suppress them, but I didn't expect those two commanders to be so useless, actually crippled by an ambushing spy, and I heard they provoked Commander Soryong because they couldn't control their primitive desires. Is this how you teach subordinates? Hearing this, killing intent in Bigun's eyes surges more fiercely, but I'm not overwhelmed by his momentum. Instead, I meet that killing intent and stare at him. Though our fighting power doesn't differ much now, his health and chi values are several times higher than mine, and when he's angry, fighting power also increases 12%. If I use existing advantages, I might win this battle, but if one of us is seriously injured or dies, whoever strikes first will definitely be held accountable. So even in battle, I can't strike first. So after brief deathly silence, I speak first. Seeing you so excited, it seems what I said is true. It really fits that saying. When the upper beam is crooked, the lower beam is askew. I wonder if you're same as your subordinates. My words completely ignites his fury. With his anger increasing, his fighting power also greatly increases. Then he blurts out, "Go die, you bastard!" Seeing that he has taken the bait, I directly adjust combat mode to simulation. With the system analysis complete, I also begin to take actions. First, while moving laterally to the right, I use Flaming Dragon Flash from the Blazing Fist school. In an instant, flames burst from my palm. Though Bigun dodges my attack in time, a few scattered sparks still remain on his body. But I don't stop there. I quickly draw my sword and slash diagonally to the left. Though he jumps outside the courtyard in time, he's still injured by my sword aura. Then I chase outside the courtyard and activate turn-based fighting. In a situation where I can avoid fighting Bigun, the reason I still choose to provoke him seems to be because of Soryang, but more than that, I'm also very curious about my current fighting power. I want to know how big the gap is between 6 million fighting power and over 7 million. The moment the blades collide and spark, his expression becomes more twisted. "You bastard, I'll take your life." Then he disappears from my sight. Only mud continuously splashing around remains. His movement technique is so fast it's impossible to track. Then sword auras appear out of nowhere, numerous and without trajectory. For a moment, I can't respond adequately. Just then the alert pop-up suddenly triggers, indicating Bigun has found my weakness. How would I like to respond? Right now I have no choice. After all, his movements can't be tracked, and counterattacking now is too dangerous, so I must take the safest response. So I decisively choose to run away. The moment I confirm, a crimson sword aura suddenly appears before me, though I dodge in time. The successive sword auras that follow leave me unable to dodge. Damage to my body also gradually increases. Bigun, who stopped attacking, again enters taunt mode. Ha 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 ha, with just this level of skill, you still dare to act so recklessly, but I don't respond to him. Instead, I switch to another combat mode. My original martial art, the Soshinsu school. It not only efficiently increases defense, but can also attack over a large area. Although it consumes immense chi, it's a necessary choice to defeat Bigun. Perhaps sensing my unusual aura, Bigun appears somewhat excited. It seems you plan to get serious. Then I won't hold back anymore. Since it's come to this, just say it straight. What's your reason for provoking me? I pause for a moment before responding. I found everyone thinks our Dead Spirit Company is easy to bully. So this time I plan to teach them a lesson. If anyone dares bully my subordinates in the future, they shouldn't expect to live. Then I concentrate the power at the sword tip. But what I didn't expect is Bigun launches action first, and it's the same move as before. But I'm now completely different from before. The moment I sense the opponent is nearby, I fiercely thrust the sword tip into the ground. Then countless blades transformed from cold air burst from the ground. Bigun, unable to borrow force, finally appears. I seize the opportunity and quickly slash a sword aura at him. Bigun, unable to dodge, suffers heavy damage. At the same time, I also receive his sword aura's attack. What follows is a brutal exchange of blows. Every strike I land costs me one in return, although I also cause him serious harm. The gap between him and me in health and chi is too large, so I'm still at a disadvantage. Seeing him launch another attack, helplessly I can only plan to use Wind God from the elemental techniques. It not only can exert absolute power, but also won't consume chi. It can reverse the current situation with one strike. But the problem is the success rate isn't high. If it goes smoothly like usual training, the success rate would reach over 50%. But I must create an opportunity to perfectly deploy the move. That is, the so-called preparatory motion. So I decide to gamble. The moment of several contacts, I finally wait for that opportunity. Then I throw away my sword and switch to using fist. But unexpectedly, the moment I execute, my posture collapses. At the same time, my unpredictable action also stuns Bigun after dodging. "Are you trying to make me laugh to death? What are you doing?" I smile awkwardly while cursing damn it. Feeling humiliated, Bigun fiercely swings a sword at me, directly dropping my health to a critical point. I originally thought fighting power is most important for survival. Therefore, I concentrated on increasing fighting power. This led me to relatively neglect health and chi, ultimately creating the current situation. Bigun slowly comes before me, eyes full of mockery. How disgraceful. No matter what, you're the captain of the Dead Spirit Company. To display the disgraceful act of throwing away your sword. Don't you feel any shame? Come to think of it, if you knew shame, you wouldn't wear a mask. I actually fought such a useless guy. You are not even worthy of dying under my sword. After saying that, he slowly sheathes his sword. In fact, I have a way to knock him down, but I didn't want to use it before because taking his life would invite much trouble. But now I can't care about all that. Then I activate AI mode. In an instant, my consciousness floats into midair again. Seeing me slowly stand, surprise appears on Bigun's face. Then he draws his sword again. If you don't plan to give up, then I have no choice. For Lord Gamma's sake, I won't take your life, but I'll sever one of your arms. But the moment he draws his sword, AI slowly before him disappears, then arrives before him at uncatchable speed. Then the earth begins shaking. The ground underfoot also begins cracking. At the same time, with a huge sound, a hurricane dozens of meters high rises from the ground, sweeping away everything before it. This scene leaves me dumbfounded. The technique I can't even use in actual combat, AICOE easily displays as soon as he appears. With just one strike, he completely ends this battle. AICOE stares at Bigun on the ground and smiles coldly. You are merely a small character. Then he turns to look at me in midair. His gaze also carries a trace of disdain, as if saying you're really trash. With the battle's complete end, I also regain control over how to deal with Bigun. When he wakes again, the first thing he asks me is, was the martial art you used at the end the elemental techniques? Ha ha ha, so you hid your power. I don't answer his question because that wasn't used by me but by AICOE. Then I ask him a question. Regarding the Lord of the Great Imperial Pavilion, how much do you know? Bigun scans me with an examining gaze. After thinking for a moment, he finally responds. Recently, several of our subordinates who were tailing died. I wanted to investigate further but was stopped by Lord Gamma. Even though sacrifices appeared on our side, Lord Gamma still refuses to let me deeply participate in this matter. This means he has his own difficulties. I think this matter should be related to me. After all, I told Gamma the Lord of the Great Imperial Pavilion's weakness. But what matter would dispatch his private forces? Just as I fall into various thoughts, Bigun speaks again. Actually, I've always wanted to know what kind of person you are. If you were useless, I wanted to recruit your subordinates. So I had 2 commanders provoke that commander named Sor Young. I just didn't expect my subordinates would do such dirty things. For this, I apologize to you. I don't know if he's sincerely apologizing or wants to induce me to admit I'm the one who hurt his subordinates, but I ultimately remove my mask before him. I originally wore the mask to avoid meeting Sor Young. In fact, from a long-term view, it's to deal with the future Lord of the Great Imperial Pavilion. But Bigun at least is not the Lord of the Great Imperial Pavilion's paw. The moment I remove my mask, a pop-up suddenly triggers indicating Bigun's interest has increased. News that I easily defeated the powerful captain of the Dead Bandit Company with just one move quickly reaches the Dead Spirit Company commander's ears. After hearing, the company commanders of the Dead Spirit Company is extremely excited. They finally won't suffer humiliation from other companies anymore. And I, knowing nothing of this, am still sleeping soundly. Suddenly a noisy sound wakes me. What comes into view is Sekdu. Unseen for a long time, Captain Sailwee, you finally woke up. I came over at dawn and found your door and windows were all broken, so I hurriedly helped you repair them. At this moment, a pop-up suddenly sends a notification. Your likability among the company commanders of the Dead Spirit Company has increased. I don't know who spread the news, but it is good for me who's troubled about how to quickly raise likability. At the same time, since I've passed this crisis point, I also save this time point. Then I again choose to go to the company commander classroom, teaching the Dead Spirit Company commanders the Owanso school. As time goes by, unknowingly 4 months have passed, but the commander's likability has been stuck at 80%, and starting from the 19th month. For some reason, the system refuses requests to continue teaching martial arts. Helplessly, I can only shift my gaze to the only selectable option. Scout the area, then the expanded submenu shows 3 options. According to past experience from difficult to easy, I decisively choose the last option, Dead Spirit Company Commander's Rest Area, with that white light's disappearance. Jigsong's figure also immediately appears before me. But this time, unlike last time, after seeing me, he doesn't hurry to leave. Instead, he very enthusiastically approaches to chat with me. Presumably, this has much to do with my likability increase. After Jigsong bows in greeting, he then asks me a question. Captain, I heard you weren't this strong before. I'd like to presume to ask, how did you rapidly become stronger in such a short time? I think for a moment, recalling that when I was dying, mysterious pop-ups with options appeared before me. I just need to do as described to become stronger. But even if I say such things, he won't believe. Just as I'm troubled about how to answer, the system pop-up suddenly triggers, indicating I can choose an answer for reasons to become stronger from 4 options. But this time, unlike before, there are no strange answers in the options. All could possibly be correct answers. But until now, I've never encountered a meaningless question. From this, I deduce the current choice will definitely affect likability. But most importantly, it's not what option I choose, but what I say after choosing. To convince Jigsong, I need to tell him my story. So I decisively choose the first option. I was desperate. I was born into a butcher family. Until now, I still clearly remember those livestock's cries and bloody smell. Because when slaughtering livestock, their screams penetrate my ears. Though each type of livestock sound is different, their emotions are conveyed to me intact. Strangely, no matter how many times I've heard it, I can't adapt to that sound. In addition, the fishy smell of blood and meat is also very hard to endure. What's worse, The bloody smell is already bad enough. Actually, more unpleasant is the foul smell of excrement. I don't know if this can become your basis for finding ways to become stronger, but this is my answer. I thought Jigsaw wouldn't be interested in such a story. Unexpectedly, his eyes are sparkling. It turns out he was also born into a butcher family, so we have a common topic. I hardly dare recall the hunger I suffered as a child. Did you also hide those meat pieces behind the slaughterhouse? Jacksong nods. That's right. Mainly did that in winter. Frozen meat can't be cut with a knife, you have to chop with an axe. Doing this, some meat scraps would fly out. I'd pick them up and put them in my mouth, let them slowly melt, and eat them. Yes, I remember too. Even so, people still thought the butcher profession was good, because everyone filled their stomachs with simple tea and bland rice while butchers wouldn't go hungry. Watching Jigsaw laugh happily, I also laugh along. Even though we've now become demonic cult warriors, childhood memories are still easily beautified, especially with Jigsaw who has the same experiences. Even more so. In this pleasant atmosphere, Jigsaw again asks a question, but why weren't you taught any martial arts, despite coming from the Great Imperial Pavilion? I heard you had no specific affiliation there. Hearing this, I first freeze but soon respond, because I didn't pass the demonic nature inspection. Jigsaw can't believe his ears. Being able to use such advanced demonic martial art, why would you still be unqualified? I look up at the sky, recalling those unbearable past events again. You must be very confused, right? Most people without demonic nature only live on as handymen, but to become stronger, I had to take risks. So I often ransacked the Lord of the Great Imperial Pavilion's office. At this, Jigsaw is immediately scared into a cold sweat, because if caught doing such behavior, it's no different from seeking death. But I don't mind his expression anyway, it's just losing this one life. Fortunately, I was lucky to grasp the Lord of the Great Imperial Pavilion's weakness, and met Lord Gamma. Jigsaw is genuinely surprised by this, Captain, so this is why you are desperate, right? To become powerful, you have the courage to bet your life and the urgent drive to keep growing stronger. I suddenly start laughing heartily, indicating his understanding isn't wrong. Then Jigsaw also laughs along. Just then, a pop-up indicates my likability with Jigsaw has reached its peak. At the same time, the likability has risen to the stage of trust. As long as no special situations occur in the future, likability won't decrease, and I've gained qualification to command Jigsaw to execute missions. At this moment, I think of my likability with other commanders. If they can also reach the stage of trust like Jigsaw, then I can execute missions I've long anticipated. Seeing my expression is somewhat strange, Jigsaw also speaks, Captain. If you have any questions, just ask me. Suddenly a pop-up appears again, indicating I can obtain some intelligence from Jigsaw. I scan it and find which option to choose doesn't seem important, because whichever option I choose, I can get the so-called intelligence. So I decide to ask, starting from the first, what future do people who didn't pass the demonic nature inspection have? Jigsaw's expression becomes somewhat ugly. Their future will be unbearable to see. This is the inevitable fact that the weak will be eliminated. This is also why warriors who use standard techniques can't be stronger than our demonic cult. His answer leaves me speechless. Then I ask him the second question, about the current relationship between the Lord of the Great Imperial Pavilion and the Silver Spirit Unit. Recently, Silver Spirit Unit members investigating the Lord of the Great Imperial Pavilion. To be precise, 6 dead Emperor Company commanders disappeared. They should have used bone-melting acid themselves to conceal their identities, but if it reached the point of using bone-melting acid, that's equivalent to them already exposing weaknesses. The Lord of the Great Imperial Pavilion should already know someone is monitoring him, and with just a little thought, he can know who that person is. Therefore, the Silver Spirit Unit has fallen into danger. From the overall situation, Lord Gamma's position has also become precarious. Conversely, our role becomes even more important. These words make my heart feel a trace of self-reproach. The root cause is all because I gave the Lord of the Great Imperial Pavilion's secret map to Ganma. It seems future missions will probably be very dangerous. Next is Jigsaw's answer to the last option. Weapon equipment is extremely important for battle. If you get the weapon you want, fighting power will have a qualitative leap. At the same time, different people using different weapons, abilities will also change accordingly. Captain, if we possess those weapons, we can play a greater role when executing missions. There are many ways to obtain weapons, can be through accepting missions and commissions, or warrior cultivation. But if we have sufficient funds, we can also buy them. Of course, the price will also be very expensive. After getting all the intelligence from pop-up prompts like this, I also bid farewell to Jigsaw. But not long after, Jigsaw suddenly freezes in place. At the same time, my vision also stagnates. At this instant, the scene I see becomes the direction Jigsaw is walking. Only then do I discover with surprise that this is actually Jigsaw's perspective. Just as I'm puzzled about what's going on, suddenly an old man calls Jigsaw from behind. Come here. I want to ask you a question. The moment Jigsaw turns back, my heart begins beating violently, because this person is precisely GWI-sama, the Lord of the Great Imperial Pavilion I deeply hate. I don't know why he suddenly came to the Silver Spirit Unit or why he suddenly approaches Jigsaw, but what surprises me isn't his extraordinary fighting power. But why does this damn system pop-up appear here? More terrifying, it's even telling me to fight him now. In anyone's eyes, this would be an act of self-termination. I sigh deeply. All along, I've given my utmost, overcome countless life and death moments. I never stopped training and gained rich abilities and experience through massive battles. But the enemy I must face has completely transcended the scope of my imagination. Moreover, this is inside the Silver Spirit Unit. This place not only has nothing to do with him, but is also not a place to approach blindly. So I now need more intelligence to clarify the reason. So I decisively choose the second option, wait a bit longer. Almost simultaneously, Jigsaw bows in greeting. Lord Sama, what brings you here? Sama clears his throat. I have some business. Is the captain of the Dead Spirit Company here? For a moment, I can't believe my ears. Why does he suddenly want to find me? Until now, in the process of returning to the past, the life I chose should have no connection with him. From the beginning, before accepting Givi-sama's mission, I went to the Heavenly Sun archive and negotiated with Gamma there. Could it be because I eliminated those administrators? Suddenly, my thoughts are interrupted by Jigsaung's words. It seems you're looking for our captain. Giwi-sama smiles and nods. So he's your captain. Then where should I go to see him? I just separated from Jigsaung not long ago. At this distance, as long as Jiwi-sama knows my location, he can completely catch up. But if Jigsaung doesn't answer, he'll fall into a dangerous situation. But what I didn't expect is Jigsaung actually changes the topic. I'm very sorry. I'm not very clear. Our captain took office not long ago. I'm not particularly close to him either. Jiwi-sama nods, then turns to leave. But suddenly he stops again, slowly turning his head. At times like this, shouldn't you usually say you'll personally go find him? Because of panic. Jigsaung glances up at Jiwi-sama, then nervously lowers his head. In this intense atmosphere, Givi-sama again comes before Jigsaung, then fiercely gives him a slap. It seems there really are many uneducated guys here. Jigsaung hurriedly bows, greeting again. I'm very sorry, Lord Sama. But Jiwi-sama approaches again, showing an inscrutable smile. If you feel sorry, show me your sincerity. Saying this, he throws the sword in his hand before Jigsaung. I didn't expect he'd use such dirty means to humiliate Jigsaung again. Just then, that deadly pop-up appears again. Honestly, I really want to immediately kill the damn Giwi-sama, but my hands are trembling. But if I do nothing, Jigsaung's situation will be very dangerous. Suddenly I think again that no matter how much the cult respects the strong, unreasonable demands, must have corresponding justification. So I believe the situation I'm worried about shouldn't occur. So I choose wait a bit longer. Jigsaung also then speaks. Why must you treat me like this? I'm a Silver Spirit Unit member and belong under Lord Ganma. If you're dissatisfied with my behavior, you can protest through official procedures. You actually pressure me because I didn't reveal my direct superior's location. If Lord Ganma knows about this, he absolutely won't sit idly by. Jigsaung's words make me immediately breathe a sigh of relief. Using the justification of righteousness to resolve this is the best method he can employ as a Silver Spirit Unit member in the current situation, because the Silver Spirit Unit is the direct force of the fourth disciple Ganma. And Jiwi-sama's behavior clearly crosses the line. No matter how powerful his strength, he can't ignore Ganma's dignity. Warned, Jiwi-sama smiles slightly. Come out, Hukbi. The moment the laughter stops, a figure suddenly appears beside him. She's Hukbi, Giwi-sama's bodyguard. She picks up the sword before Jigsaung and presents it before Jiwi-sama. Then something unbelievable happens. Jiwi-sama draws the sword and actually pierces Hukbi's shoulder with one strike. Although blood flows freely, she maintains a respectful posture. Jiwi-sama nods with satisfaction, then issues an order to Hukbi to kill Jigsaung. Hearing they intend to kill him, Jigsaung hurriedly retreats and quickly draws his sword into defensive stance. I didn't expect that to kill Jigsaung. Jiwi-sama actually fabricates the disgusting excuse that Jigsaung attacked his bodyguard. Due to the overwhelming gap in power, Jigsaung is no match for Hukbi at all. And Hukbi could clearly take his life with one strike, but she doesn't do so. Instead, she's painfully torturing Jigsaung, waiting until the torture is enough before killing him with one move. This is hunting, not fighting. But just as the blade is about to pierce Jigsaung's throat, Jiwi-sama suddenly calls off the fight. At this moment, Jigsaung is in a critical state. If not treated promptly, he will likely die. But Jiwi-sama leisurely walks toward Jigsaung. Sowing discord, the captain you treat so loyally is actually a coward who abandons his subordinates. His name is Siloi. He was once just a nobody at the Great Imperial Pavilion, and he managed a small organization called the Flying Hand Company. Do you know what he did when he received missions? Upon realizing the danger, he abandoned his subordinates and fled alone to join Ganma. In the end, all his subordinates died. Yet he successfully became the captain of the Dead Spirit Company. Do you still want to follow such a man who climbs up by luck? At this moment, I finally confirm Jiwi-sama has long known about me joining forces with Ganma, and when Ganma began sending people to monitor him, he should have already known his secret map was missing. At this moment, Jiwi-sama shows an increasingly sinister gaze. Unfortunately, you are severely injured. If not treated quickly, you might die. We don't have time to waste with you either. So let's make it easy. Where is your captain? And where does he live? Severely injured, Jigsaung struggles to lift his head, his barely opened eyes also gradually widening. I remembered. Jiwi-sama immediately shows an excited expression. Really? Where? But Jigsaung is in a very faint voice. Gui-sama can't hear clearly at all, so he moves closer. What did you say? Speak more clearly. Jigsaung suddenly coughs up phlegm, then spits it directly onto Gui-sama's face. How about that, Lord Sama? I had you there for a second, didn't I? This is my reply. Someone like me from a family of butchers is worth less than a bug in your eyes. While speaking, he grips his sword with trembling hands. But in his current state, the weapon is meaningless. However, even so, he won't let go. My captain and I have many similarities, though he was once inferior to me. Now he's even stronger than me. How could a bastard like you possibly know what makes him different? Facing Jigsaung's sarcasm, Jiwi-sama is furious. The killing intent bursting from his eyes could crush Jigsaung at any moment. But Jigsaung doesn't care. Though his hand holding the sword trembles, he still doesn't let go. In his last second of life, he still holds on to his trust in me. Captain, I really liked what you said about being desperate. It was very inspiring. As soon as he finishes, he falls to the ground with a thud. Even so, he still doesn't put down the sword in his hand. With Jigsaung's fall, my vision also blurs. Just then, the pop-up triggers again, asking what choice I'll make. Facing this repeatedly appearing option, I've always chosen to avoid. but my cowardice must have its limits. To survive, must I again use subordinates as shields? Since I still have 2 lives left, this time I decide to fight with Gaba-sama. As I confirm the option, my consciousness also returns to my body. Gui-sama, you bastard! But just as I draw my sword, my movement suddenly stops. Then a text I've never seen appears in the pop-up, indicating 2 or more enemies have been discovered. And who would I like to choose to attack? After interpreting the meaning of the pop-up, all my senses instantly come alive. After all, if it's a surprise ambush opportunity, Hyukbi is naturally the best choice compared to Jibu-sama, who I can't possibly beat. The moment I confirm the option, dazzling light immediately spreads before me. At the same time, surrounding objects also begin distorting. Then a vortex appears, above Jibu-sama and Hyukbi. The moment it pours down, it seizes an advantageous position for me. This sudden attack makes both Jibu-sama and Hyukbi retreat a few steps. Just then, the pop-up indicates I've found Hyukbi's weakness. How would I like to respond? I have a weapon, so there's no need to use fist techniques. From power perspective, the elemental techniques are most powerful, but I haven't mastered them skillfully enough yet. Meanwhile, the Soshinsu school is also still at intermediate level. So compared to the other 3, though the Ilwanso school is somewhat weaker in power, it's in a perfectly mastered state. So I decisively choose to use the Ilwanso school. With intense aura, several non-physical phantom swords burst from the sword tip, instantly diverting Hyukbi's gaze. She quickly reacts and retreats, but she is still caught by sword aura, and her shoulder has already been pierced by Jibu-sama, so she loses half her health total after the successful attack. The pop-up again indicates I've found her weakness, so I continue to strike when she doesn't have time to counterattack. I use the 3rd basic technique of the Shinsu school, Glacial Moon. Not only does it cause 400,000 damage to Hyukbi, but it also restrains her movements. As expected, the pop-up indicates I've found her weakness again. But this time, before I can even rejoice, I receive a chilling warning. The Lord of the Great Imperial Pavilion has found your weakness. How would you like to respond? At this point, not only is there distance between Jibu-sama and me, and he hasn't entered my attack position, but a weakness window actually popped up. It seems my surprise ambush time has run out. He truly lives up to being a transcendental demon master. But I don't want to give up this opportunity at all, so I change turn-based fighting to simulation. With the system analysis complete, text I've never seen appears before me. 3 options have been found. The first option, attack Hyukbi without dealing any damage. The second option, suffer 30% damage in exchange for dealing a powerful blow to Hyukbi. The third option, suffer 90% damage in exchange for dealing a critical strike to Hyukbi, but I have no need to hesitate, because since intervening in battle, my target has always been Hyukbi. Not just her behavior of torturing Jigsaw almost like hunting just now, but more because of the symbol of +4 lives above her head. So today I must take her life. With action beginning, I immediately turn right following the shadow's prompt, and raise the sword to shoulder height. At the same time, Jibu-sama has already attacked me from behind, but I can only force myself to ignore him, because once fear takes hold, I'll forget what I need to do. The moment his fire mass demon style touches me, I immediately use the Sawon technique from the Ilwanso school mentioned in simulation. In an instant, my hand gripping the sword hilt feels the fire mass demon style's blazing heat, but I don't release the sword hilt. Instead, I endure the severe pain and use the Sawon technique to gather the fire mass demon style's heat together. Then I immediately deploy the final motion, rotating my body while swinging the sword to the side. Just then, something incredible happens. Part of the fire mass demon style's attack actually flies straight toward Hyukbi. I once heard a saying at the basic training camp. They said that if we worked hard to perfect our basic sword techniques, someday we would be able to use Taoist techniques like the ultimate power transformation. It's a way of countering massive attacks with minimal effort by using the opponent's own power against them. Though this move succeeded, I don't know if Hyukbi has been eliminated by me, because Jibu-sama grabs my neck at even faster speed. With residual heat remaining on his fingertips, my mask also begins melting. When he sees my true appearance, his eyes widen. He didn't expect the person he's looking for is right before him. And even knowing I'm about to die, I still don't avoid his gaze, because only this way can I see his angry appearance. Are you surprised to see me? But that really happened just now. Even when your bodyguard is barely alive, you only watch from the side. Looking at it this way, the person who abandons subordinates isn't me but you. Gasama is furious to the extreme. Then he unleashes the fire mass demon style to its maximum extent, and I use my last bit of strength to look at Jigsaw lying on the ground. With a dazzling white light, I return to the most recent save point. But when I recall the heat of the fire mass demon style penetrating my whole body, I tremble all over. This is the first time after time reversal I can still recall such agonizing pain. But fortunately, I successfully killed Hyukbi. Right now I have 5 lives left. But how to defeat Jibu-sama has become a problem. Although I firmly believe continuing to grow will definitely give me a chance to kill him. Right now, the gap in our fighting power is too large. It seems now isn't the time to fight him. But after all, I defeated Hyukbi, and also saw Jibu-sama's extremely angry expression. This counts as half revenge. But to escape this timeline story development, first I need to send Jigsaw elsewhere. Because Jibu-sama obviously appears after my likability with Jigsaw has reached the stage of trust. So I just need to transfer Jigsaw to another location before Jibu-sama appears. Just as I organize these thoughts, I suddenly remember the ceremonial blade of awakening I held when fighting Jibu-sama. I didn't have time to put it in the toolbox then. But this sword wasn't snatched by me. It was legitimately obtained from Ganma. If causality isn't wrong, presumably that sword should be at the place I died, with the schedule pop-up triggering. I again arrive at the dead spirit commander's rest area, and the dialogue unfolds as expected. Only my feelings toward Jigsaw are very different from before, because until the moment of death he was very loyal to me. Suddenly Jigsaw appears somewhat nervous. "Oh right, Captain, don't misunderstand what I'm about to say." Saying this, he takes out a sword from behind. "Isn't this your sword? You might find it hard to believe, but it just fell around here." I received the sword with extreme excitement. My guess was indeed correct. Things I carry will be placed at the location where I died as long as they don't break causality. Then begins the dialogue to increase likability. With my likability rising to the stage of trust, our dialogue also finally nears its end, so I immediately order Jaksong to return to the company commander classroom. Jaksong looks puzzled. "Didn't the course already end?" I say with a serious face. "I have other arrangements. Just do as I say." Although Jaksong is confused, he doesn't refuse my instruction. Sure enough, when likability reaches the stage of trust, he no longer disobeys my orders. Seeing Jaksong safely leave, I quickly hide in a large tree to observe the situation. Not long after, I see Jui-sama slowly approaching. After wandering for half an hour without any gain, he retreats along the path he came. Just then, a pop-up suddenly triggers, asking where I would like to go. Only then do I breathe a sigh of relief, because since this kind of question popped up, it means I successfully passed the stage. Compared to the home of Ganma, the garden of the Black Martial Arts Academy attracts me more, because I feel unexpected things will happen here. So I decisively choose the garden of the Black Martial Arts Academy. At this moment, 1.5 days have passed. What comes into my view is darkness surrounding moonlight, and I'm standing on the wall of the garden. As my gaze moves down, I find a black shadow running quickly. Gradually, that shadow's appearance also becomes clear. Looking carefully, it's actually Yongjin, but he now seems to be running while being chased by someone. But soon I know who the pursuer is. Though I can't see the appearance due to darkness, the faint white light showing from the wrist makes me certain. It is Hookby. The lord of the Great Imperial Pavilion also follows closely. The moment I see him, the system pop-up suddenly triggers asking if I want to intervene. I don't hesitate and choose to agree, because this is not only an excellent opportunity to increase my likability, but can also make Jigi-sama suffer again. The moment I confirm, I blink behind Yongjin. Sensing a slight chill behind him, Yongjin uneasily turns his head. Just as he's about to reflexively draw his sword, I instantly seal his pressure points. At the same time, I tightly cover his mouth. "Don't make a sound. It's me." Seeing it's me, Yongjin feels much more at ease. "Captain, how are you here?" I don't answer but suddenly grab his collar and quickly move him to a hidden alley. While unsealing his pressure points, I begin removing my clothes. Seeing this scene, Yongjin can't help but be somewhat shocked and confused. "Captain, what are you doing?" "Shut up. You take yours off quickly." With a shy face, Yongjin very reluctantly removes his outer garment. When we exchange clothes, he realizes I'm replacing him to become the enemy's target. In the previous life, Jigiwai-sama asked my whereabouts as soon as he saw Juksong. This time, after I transferred Juksong, they targeted Yongjin. His intention in doing this is obvious. He's trying to secretly inquire about my residence by threatening the dead spirit company commanders behind Ganma's back. He probably wants to ask me about the secret map's whereabouts. Suddenly, Yongjin curiously interrupts my thoughts. "Will this really work? Though we exchanged clothes, you look different from me. Let's just duel her directly." I refuse his suggestion. What if the Lord of the Great Imperial Pavilion follows? At that time, we'll both only have a dead end. As for appearance, you don't need to worry. After saying that, I use camouflage to change into Yongjin's appearance. Yongjin's jaw nearly drops in astonishment. "Where did you learn this move?" I just smile slightly, because at this moment, my likability has risen to the stage of trust. At the same time, I can obtain the following information from Yongjin. First, it is the reason he's walking in the garden of the Black Martial Arts Academy. Second, I can upgrade my simulation combat style. Right now, no matter how urgent the situation, the second option really makes me very curious, so I decisively choose the second option. At first, the system doesn't respond. It just displays a text indicating simulation has been upgraded to the second level. Then something unexpected happens. Suddenly, Yongjin speaks with a blank stare. "Level 2 simulation combat style will make judgments based on your usage method. You just state the objective you want to achieve. It will make corresponding judgments based on battle or escape, even attacking specific parts of enemies." In an instant, I'm extremely excited. The upgraded simulation mode can actually respond at any time based on situation changes. This is no different from winning the lottery. Then we launch into action. Then I leap up to the rooftop to observe the situation. But just then, a shadow in the distance is moving agilely. It seems Hyukbi discovered me, so I hurriedly switch combat style to upgraded simulation. Then the pop-up prompts, asking what kind of simulation would I like to run. I'm curious why there are no options. Suddenly, I think of what the system just said. I need to state the objective I want to achieve. I immediately speak, "Tell me the path to escape Hyukbi," with the analysis page popping up. The system quickly gives an answer. The captain of the Dead Bandit Company is 0.8 miles. T-He path is shown with an arrow. Then the scene before me unfolds into grid form. As long as I follow the path marked with red lines, I can reach the Dead Bandit Company captain's position. That is, the brightest light spot in the grid. So I immediately act according to instructions. Though the system has given the escape method, I still feel somewhat uneasy inside, because the distance between Hyukbi and me is very close. She could catch up any time, and as Jiwai-sama's bodyguard, she has outstanding expertise in hidden weapons and long-range throwing. Therefore, I'm unwilling to run straight ahead at full power because I could be hit by hidden weapons any time. But what I didn't expect is the system actually calculated this point. Suddenly, text on the ground catches my attention. Use empty surface from the 4th phase of the untraceable phantom steps. I have no time to hesitate. Immediately act according to the instructions before me. The moment I take the second step, I deploy the untraceable phantom steps. Then my body shoots forward like a projectile. Not long after, another line of text comes into view. prompting me to use crisscross from the third phase of the untraceable phantom steps. Then rows of buildings appear before me. I alternate left and right, quickly moving my figure. Soon, I reach the marked point the pop-up indicated. Seeing the suddenly appearing shadow, Big Un leads members to immediately surround alertly. Who are you? State your true identity. I don't answer immediately. Instead, I shift my gaze to Hyukbi not far away. She briefly looks at me once, then disappears into darkness. Only then do I breathe a sigh of relief and prepare to release camouflage. Seeing me not answer, Big Un behind me suddenly becomes furious. I asked who you are. Do you want to die? With the sound of bones cracking, I also slowly turn around. Long time no see, Big Un. I don't want to fight you again. Seeing it's me, the originally tense atmosphere instantly becomes friendly. But while laughing, I suddenly go dark before my eyes. Then Giwi-sama and Hyukbi's conversation suddenly enters my ears, and Giwi-sama seems somewhat disappointed. Did you lose him? You almost never make mistakes, but it's also reasonable. Capturing him while avoiding surrounding gazes isn't easy. Well then, since that's the case, I'll use other methods after their conversation ends. The system pop-up also triggers, asking where I would like to go, and right now only one option remains. That is home of Chianma's fourth disciple. I breathe a sigh of relief. It seems I've passed this stage as well, and this might be the last option to raise my likability to trust among the commanders. With confirmation of the option, time comes to late night 3 days later. But what comes into view is Sor-young and Yorim in crisis, surrounded by several unidentified masked assassins. If not for the immediately following information pop-up, I might not even know who they are. The pop-up indicates they're a unit of 10 agents who carry out the secret mission for the Lord of the Great Imperial Pavilion, and among them, the 2 leaders are both Supreme Masters. I've only heard of this unit in rumors, not even knowing if they're a real organization. I didn't expect them to actually appear here. Suddenly nervous, Yorim shouts loudly, "Where the hell did you come from? Don't you know this is Lord Ganma's home?" But the masked leader remains calm. You don't need to know why. Just answer our questions. Tell me, where is the captain of the Dead Spirit Company now? Floating in midair, I can't help but break into a cold sweat. I didn't expect Gubi-sama to be so persistent about my whereabouts. You damned bastard, how would we know where he is? Hearing this, the masked leader silently raises his sword as expected, someone impossible to communicate with. At this moment, Yorim's expression turns even grimmer, damn it. Hearing Lord Ganma suddenly looking for us, I thought he'd teach some great martial arts. Sor-young slightly turns her head sideways with her face pale. It looks like she's already been through a battle. From the start, this was all their trap. After all, we didn't hear Lord Ganma say it personally. Suddenly they stop talking, because the elite agents before them have already begun action. With fierce fight, Sor-young and Yorim are also quickly forced into a corner. Though Sor-young can't match them at all, she still defends with full strength. I know with just the 2 of them, escape is impossible. Looking at the choice pop up before me, I fall into thought again. Their purpose is to find my location, so they probably won't kill Sor-young and Yorim, but I don't want to experience the same thing as with Jaeksong again. Finally, I choose not to hesitate anymore and decisively choose fight, with my consciousness returning to my body. I also quickly launch into action. Just as I engage the elite agents head-on, I shout out the simulation objective I want to achieve. I want to know the method to kill all the elite agents. In just the blink of an eye, the system finishes analyzing. At the same time, the simulation details page immediately appears before me. You may deal a critical strike to all of the Great Imperial Pavilion's elite agents in exchange for suffering 60% damage, though this 60% damage concerns me somewhat. I immediately launch into action. After all, without the help of simulation, I can't kill all enemies present. One of the elite agents discovers my intention, quickly reacts and retreats, but still gets caught by me finding a weakness. One move, instant kill. The remaining several people seeing this also pounce. Following simulation's prompts, I quickly use the Soshinsu school. In an instant, intense cold energy wraps the enemy's bodies. At the same time, their movements are also quickly slowed. I have no time to delay and immediately deploy the untraceable phantom steps, instantly slitting 2 members' throats. Perhaps because the speed is too fast, with no time to think, at this moment my landing point is in a very disadvantageous position. It seems this is the unavoidable damage the system mentioned. I can only let him succeed. But at the same time, I don't forget to counterattack. Then, enduring severe pain, I use flying phantom sword technique, directly splitting the enemy in half. It is the 9th basic technique from the Alonso school. But the damage I bear doesn't end there. Another attack gives me a fatal strike, so this is the 60% damage the system mentioned. I stagger and turn while preparing combat stance, because simulation hasn't ended yet. I need to finish it up here. But just then, Yorim not far away suddenly speaks, "So it's you." Before he can say my name, I hurriedly shout at him, "You shut up!" This scene scares Yorim into nodding repeatedly, because their target is me, so I can't let them discover my identity. Just then, the pop-up suddenly sends a notification, "Simulation failed. You preformed the wrong movement." My brain immediately buzzes. I just took an action different from the shadow shown in simulation, which triggered a system error, seeing I'm about to die. But suddenly the opponent's blade stops in midair. Flames continuously spout from the masked person's body. Then a violent explosion occurs. Blown away by the explosion airflow, I look bewildered. Suddenly, a familiar voice comes from not far away. There are actually assassins who dare attack the members of Silver Spirit Unit. What a bunch of damned fools. When I turn my gaze toward the voice's source, I can't help but freeze. It's actually GBV-sama. Yorim looks puzzled. "Why are you here, Lord Sama?" But Gibi-sama doesn't answer, and just raises his hand and snaps lightly. In an instant, the elite agent's corpses explode. His behavior is obvious, using the fire mask demon style to eliminate those assassins' traces, thereby covering up the fact they're his subordinates. Though I already knew his character, he actually eliminates his subordinates like crushing bugs. He truly is a mad dog. Then Jijiwai-sama casts a concerned gaze toward everyone. That was close. Is everyone alright? Then he shifts a curious gaze to me. Who are you? You are powerful. Where are you from? I don't answer. Because if I make a sound, my identity will be exposed immediately. But Jijiwai-sama leisurely strokes his beard. I suddenly feel the aura you emanate is very familiar. Have we met before? As repayment for me saving your life, can you remove your mask? Why don't we introduce ourselves? But I still make no response. Sor Young to the side seems to sense something and is about to speak, but is interrupted by Gibi-sama. Why don't you answer me? Damn it. I can't think of a reason to refuse at all. Right now I need to find a way to divert his attention, otherwise I can only flee directly. But it is impossible to try to run away before this monster. Even if I successfully escape, what about Sor Yang and Yoram? Just when I'm at a loss, a familiar voice suddenly comes from behind Gibi-sama. It seems you have come a long way to come my home. You must be tired now, right? Hearing it's Gonma, Jijiwai-sama instantly changes a gloomy expression, but he quickly composes his emotions and turns to bow in greeting. At the critical moment, Gonma appears, as if waiting for this moment all along. And before my eyes, light also begins projecting. When the light fades, my view has arrived at Gonma's reception room. At this moment, Gonma speaks first. I didn't expect a disturbance to occur at my home. May I ask what happened? Jigi-sama pauses slightly, indicating it's not a big deal. I thought there seemed to be spies lurking in the Silver Spirit unit, so I took it upon myself to kill them all. And the dead Spirit Company commanders looked like they were in danger. Gonma smiles slightly. That's too coincidental. Though you separately notified me, I didn't expect such a thing to happen just then. What's even more coincidental is that I needed to investigate who ordered them, but the evidence was destroyed. Although Gonma answers in a sarcastic tone, Jijiwai-sama pays no mind. Instead, he laughs heartily. Perhaps at the time, in order to save the Silver Spirit Unit members, I was also a bit hasty. Although I subdued those attackers and they were not yet dead at that moment, I thought there might be danger, so I struck a bit heavily. As you surely know, I have been rather sensitive lately due to spies invading my residence. Then he pretentiously bows. If I have caused you displeasure, I'm truly sorry. Seeing he's fairly sincere, Gonma withdraws that sharp gaze. Well, how could something like this hurt the rapport between us? By the way, what business brings you to suddenly look for me today? Kui-sama blurts out. Lord Salma asked me to relay a message to you. Gonma again casts his gaze at him. What message? Perhaps because the words are too sharp, Gigi-sama can't convey them verbally, so he wrote them on parchment in advance. Gonma opens the parchment. It contains only one sentence. Let go of what you're doing now. His expression immediately changes. Then he slowly folds the parchment. The next second, he fiercely throws it at Jibu-sama's face. Kui-sama's expression instantly freezes. Provoked like this, Gonma speaks with a gloomy expression. If this is my answer, what do you intend to do? Jibu-sama doesn't answer, but his slightly furrowed brow is keenly captured by Gonma. What's wrong? Are you angry? Are you tempted to go berserk and flip over the table? Or are you thinking that you can fight with me? After all, I am not strong. Kui-sama remains silent. But in this situation, silence represents tacit affirmation. Gonma puts down his teacup and again casts his gaze at Jiwai-sama. It's alright. You can tell me the truth. I'm not strong and I'm not the top of the hierarchy. You are probably wondering where someone like me gets the nerve to behave like this. Honestly, that's what you were thinking, isn't it? Gonma is right. He's the weakest among Chama's disciples. Except for being a divine Death Star, he's obviously inferior to other disciples. Therefore, Jiwai-sama is even more troubled. Because on the surface, Gonma seems like an opponent he could easily defeat. So why does Gonma have the audacity to be so aggressive toward him now? Jiwai-sama briefly reviews the information he has, then slowly lifts his head. How could I possibly think of harming you, Lord Sama? I'm simply carrying out the duty that was assigned to me. As he speaks, he clasps his fists in salute, then cautiously stands up. It seems inappropriate for me to express my insignificant opinions about such a thing. I will make sure to deliver your answer to Lord Salma. With that, he prepares to turn and leave. But at this moment, what Gonma says next frees him in place. Have you found the thing that you lost? Isn't that why you came to see me? You wanted to see how much I actually know? Guai-sama instantly feels a chill down his spine. I don't know what you're talking about. At this moment, a trace of killing intent surges in Gonma's eyes. You had better not know, because the moment you understand what I mean, you'll be the first to be killed. After a brief silence, the atmosphere shifts. Koisama looks at Gonma with a tense expression. Meanwhile, Gonma shows a relaxed expression. Koisama, do you know why I haven't submitted that evidence to the demonic cult? Because a sword in its sheath holds more power than when it's drawn. At this point, beads of sweat covered Zama's face. Just as he's about to explain something, Gonma's mocking laughter reaches him. Are you a fool? This blatant insult makes Guisama's eyes widen instantly. In his view, even if Gonma is Chionma's disciple, he would never stoop to being casually insulted by such a person. After all, he's not just any other pavilion lord, but the lord of the Crimson Demon Palace, which is considered the highest-ranking pavilion. Clearly, he is a figure who deserves respect. But Gonma stares at him and issues an even more insulting warning. If you don't want to die, watch your words and actions. At these words, Jiwai-sama immediately straightens his attitude and bows. Then he turns and walks out the door. But the moment he turns around, his respectful expression vanishes completely, replaced by fierce killing intent. After the figures of Jiwai-sama and Gonma disappear, I suddenly open my eyes. The view before me indicates I've returned to my residence. Seeing me awaken from unconsciousness, Yorim and Soryung finally breathe a sigh of relief. You fainted last night, so we sent you to the clinic. Although your injuries were severe, the doctor said the treatment was successful, so you don't need to worry. I vaguely realize I must have lost consciousness while shifting to Gonma and GBY-sama's perspectives. At this moment, a system pop-up suddenly appears. My likability with Yorim has increased to the stage of trust. Although my likability with Soryung has reached 90%, it's currently still at the very friendly stage. I then carefully look them over and ask, "Are you all right?" They quickly respond, "We're both fine. Fortunately, we didn't receive fatal injuries, but if you had been slightly later, we would probably be lying here with you." At the same time, Yorim adds, "And we didn't remove your mask. I can guarantee it with my life." I quickly raise my hand to touch what's covering my face. Perhaps because I've been wearing the mask too frequently lately, sometimes I forget what's on my face. Then I change the subject and turn my gaze to Yorim. "Can you go out for a moment?" Yorim nods, while not forgetting to steal a glance at Soryung. Then he leaves the room. After Yorim goes out, only Soryung and I remain. I finally remove my mask and confess everything to her. At first, she's somewhat surprised, but she quickly calms down and sits beside me. Just as she's about to say something to me, Yorim suddenly rushes in frantically to tell me Gonma has arrived. Gonma's sudden appearance interrupts this intimate atmosphere. Upon meeting, he hands me 2 special pills that can heal my internal injuries and increase my strength. He also praises my performance this time. But at this moment, another person bursts into my room. It's Elder Bacon, who is highly respected in the cult. Learning that I was seriously injured, he specially brought his disciple Mugi Ium to visit. Seeing me safe and sound, he finally relaxes. Then he notices Gonma is also here. He walks before Gonma and bows. "I'm really sorry, Lord Gonma. I was somewhat flustered just now and forgot to greet you." Gonma doesn't mind his discourtesy, only curious about what happened between Elder Bacon and me. Elder Bacon looks somewhat embarrassed. "A while ago, because my disciple had an accident, Solwi helped me tremendously, but because this matter is too private, I can't tell you the details. In any case, thanks to Silwi, I found my lost disciple. I express my sincere gratitude to you as well." With that, he bows to Gonma again. Gonma is quite embarrassed by his enthusiasm. "I'm also grateful that one of my lowly subordinates was able to help you." Upon hearing this, Elder Bacon immediately widens his eyes. "How could he be lowly? You have such an excellent subordinate, yet remain so humble. I finally understand why Lord Chianma took you as a disciple." Receiving praise from an elder-level figure, Gonma tries hard to conceal it, but he is clearly very excited. After all, Elder Bacon is a significant figure among the elders in the demonic cult. Although those elders have shown goodwill or concern to other Chianma's disciples, they've never done so for Gonma. Gonma must have envied this greatly. In this situation, Elder Bacon appearing at the Silver Spirit unit and praising his subordinate implies there is more to it than that. As expected, he speaks up. "I hear you've had many difficult matters lately. If you have any troubles, please tell me any time. As long as I can help, I'll come immediately." At these words, Gonma shows a surprised expression. "What do you mean by this?" Elder Bacon smiles slightly. "You can understand it exactly as you heard it. Elder Bacon has been neutral until now, never taking sides in any situation. Yet he unconditionally supports Gonma now, which means the first elder-level figure has emerged on Gonma's side." At this moment, a system pop-up suddenly triggers. It indicates my likability with Soryung has reached to the stage of trust. From now on, I can set schedules for the 4 company commanders. At the same time, accept a mission from Gonma has been unlocked. Their abilities and lives are all in my hands. At this moment, Elder Bacon brings Mugi Ium before me. A pop-up immediately appears. "Would you like to accept Mugi Ium as your subordinate?" When I saw Mugi Ium about a year ago, his health was only around 400,000, and his fighting power was just over 1 million. Now he's suddenly become an awoken master. I think it over and finally decide to accept him. Judging from Elder Bacon's character, he's not someone who would be ungrateful. Having him owe me a favor at this time will be very helpful to me in the future. Moreover, Mugi Ium's abilities will be useful in various aspects. What I didn't expect is that after confirming acceptance, Elder Bacon proposes to give me a gift. This puts me in a difficult position. After all, everything in the options is very attractive. I now have the ceremonial Blade of Awakening given by Gonma, so weapons are out. Compared to fighting power, my health and chi are relatively low. Just as I'm about to choose the special pills, I notice the shoes in the last option. After all, it's a gift from Elder Bacon. It's surely not just a pair of shoes. The moment I confirm selecting the last option, the shoes are handed to me by Elder Bacon. In an instant, my eyes light up. Indeed, it's not just a difference in material. The system pop-up states, it can reduce special techniques by 1 move, so after everyone leaves, I eagerly put on those shoes. At the same time, I also take the pills Gonma gave me. In an instant, both my chi and health receive a tremendous boost. But I don't have time to think much and quickly open the action technique menu. I delete the most difficult startup action in Wind God, so to verify if it's truly effective, I immediately go to the open space in front of the door to test it. After a simple startup, the Wind God punch is indeed easily used. Although the Wind God blade is more powerful, the Wind God punch can spread the wind pressure more widely. If I can freely switch between the 2 techniques under appropriate circumstances, then defeating GBY-sama should be just around the corner. But for some reason, a sense of unease suddenly wells up in my heart. Just in case, I save the game at this current time point. As for this courtyard I've destroyed, let adorable Sakdu clean it up. Next, I open the schedule for the 20th month. At this time, the teach and scout the area options disappear, while 2 new options appear. I decide to confirm them one by one, starting from the first option. But at this moment, a warning notification suddenly triggers, indicating that if I choose to accept Gonma's mission, it will consume the remaining 17 months of the schedule and move to the main storyline. The pop-up then asks if I choose to continue confirming. Just as the countdown reaches 2 seconds remaining, I decisively choose to decline. I originally wanted to check the progress, but almost wasted nearly a year and a half. The main storyline seems to mean my training period ends. I think it's better to use the remaining time to choose other options. So I select the second option, decide on my subordinate's schedule. 4 options then unfold. I'm determined to properly develop my subordinate's abilities, so that when accepting Gamma's missions in the future, I can complete them excellently. So I plan to arrange these 4 tasks one by one. Next, I first issue them instructions for solitary training. Over the course of 7 months, all the commander's abilities receive significant improvements, of course excluding Mugi Eum, who doesn't want to execute missions. However, I don't mind this at all, because his current stats should be sufficient. At the same time, with the release of the 3rd mission to find personal gear, everyone obtains the gear they've long desired. Of course, this excludes Mugi Eum, because what he brings is not a visible item, but rather the contact information of famous beauties in the Seishan region. He even secretly tells me that if I want to meet them, he can arrange it anytime. As he speaks, he prepares to pull out portraits of these famous beauties from his chest. Just like that, in the blink of an eye, we arrive at the 28th month of the schedule. Roughly calculating, until my training period ends, I only have 9 months left. In that case, this residence won't be available anymore, and I also won't be able to save the time point. So I decide to use the remaining time to improve my own abilities. But deciding whose mission to accept next puts me in a difficult position. Previously, because of Dr. Hong's request, I lost 2 lives. Although from the results I obtained Gamma's divine weapon, it's completely disproportionate compared to my losses. So I exclude the first 2 for now and decisively choose the Silver Spirit Unit's training instructor's mission. A pop-up immediately appears, asking if I would like to carry out the mission with my subordinates. It doesn't require consideration at all. The reason I train them is precisely for this kind of situation. As a white light flashes by, the training instructor immediately comes into view. From him I learn that the Silver Spirit Unit's operational funds mainly come from the branch in the Seishan region, but now there's a problem with funding, because there's a partner named Manjung Guillaume, who primarily provides large amounts of funding to the Silver Spirit Unit. But recently, someone has been threatening him under the pretext of stall fees. After investigation, this person is named Yangshin Baek, master of the Blue Dragon School, who at a young age already has over 300 disciples, and I'm given 2 months to resolve this matter. The training instructor indicates they allow Manjung Guillaume to pay Yangshin Baek some stall fees, but if Yangshin Baek goes too far, I need to kill him without exposing my identity. And so, 6 days later, I lead the commanders to the largest inn in the demonic cult branch. After discussion, we decide to first meet with Manjung Guillaume to understand the situation. But Sor Young expresses a different view. If he's already colluded with the righteous sects, it might be dangerous for us to rashly meet him. I think for a moment. At first, I indeed considered Manjung Guillaume one of our own, so I never thought to doubt him. But Sor Young points out what I hadn't thought through carefully. Moreover, Sor Young has precognitive abilities, so her words are worth considering. At this moment, I notice Mugi Eum, who came with us, has disappeared. Following Sor Young's gaze, I turn my head. I find Mugi Eum chatting enthusiastically with 2 women. Joksong is just about to get up and drag him over, but I stop him. Although Mugi Eum sometimes behaves inappropriately, he's not a fool. Sure enough, when he returns, he brings important intelligence. He found out where Manjung Guillaume frequently stays, who he's been meeting with recently, and what his latest interests are. Moreover, he also uncovered information about Yangshan Baek. So I assign tasks to several commanders based on the intelligence, and in the blink of an eye, 5 days pass. Yoram investigated Manjung Guillaume's funding situation. Since Yangshan Baek started demanding stall fees, the funding to the Silver Spirit Unit has indeed decreased. Because Yangshan Baek requires Manjung Guillaume to pay 200 silver coins a month, equivalent to half of what's paid to the Silver Spirit Unit each month. So Manjung Guillaume, who gives 400 silver coins a month to the Silver Spirit Unit, reduced funding for this reason. This indicates the problem isn't with Manjung Guillaume, but with Yangshan Baek. Jake Song investigated the Blue Dragon School where Yangshan Baek is in, including architectural structure and personnel deployment. According to the investigation, the Blue Dragon School has a total of 322 disciples, of which only 150 are warriors, and their strength isn't as formidable as rumors claim. At the same time, he also drew a defense map of the Blue Dragon School. Yongjin investigated Manjung Guillaume's business territory and found that not only was his business unaffected, he even spent large sums to acquire several shops. Soryung investigated Manjung Guillaume's whereabouts over the past year, although on the surface it seems as usual. Starting 2 months ago, his whereabouts became mysteriously secretive, and even the warrior who usually guard him was replaced. Finally, Mugi Eum was responsible for investigating Yangshin Baek's related connections and found he's not an ordinary member of the Manhwa sect. Because normally, ordinary lay disciples don't maintain much contact with the sect after descending the mountain, yet Yangshan Baek maintains connections with the Manhwa sect members, including elder-level figures. After hearing the report, I feel increasingly uneasy. A mere member actually has connections with Manhwa sect elders. Without delay, I immediately order Juksong to contact Manjung Guillaume for a meeting. Then I lead the commanders to take action. This is the demonic cult branch in the Seishan region. Although the demonic cult isn't in the Central Plains, it has branches and sub-branches in various regions of the Central Plains, partly because of the need to systematically manage funds, various daily necessities, and intelligence. But actually, the main reason is that when being hunted by the righteous sects, we need a safe hiding place. Through the servant's guidance, I soon meet Manjung Guillaume. He looks exactly as described in the intelligence, but the guard behind him catches my attention. He's Cheon Sang, ranked 3rd in the Great Imperial Pavilion, yet now he's performing guard duty beside Manjung. I don't understand why a warrior from the Great Imperial Pavilion would appear in a branch that provides funding to the Silver Spirit Unit. Could this be GWI-sama's revenge for being humiliated by Ganma? If Manjung knows about this and still cooperates with him, that would be equivalent to betraying Ganma. Moreover, that information above his head, isn't that the method I've been searching for to remove the seal on the ceremonial blade of awakening? But I must stay calm and absolutely cannot reveal my true thoughts here. After simple communication, Manjung states that the protection fees Yang Shanbaek demands are more than what he earns. He is unwilling to be at the mercy of others, so he sent a request for help to the Silver Spirit Unit. But the Silver Spirit Unit's reply was that due to problems within the unit, he should wait. Hearing this, I immediately guess it's GWI-sama's doing. He continues, saying he couldn't just keep waiting. So he made another request to the demonic cult. It just so happened the Crimson Demon Palace offered to help me and proposed arranging guard warriors for me. Due to the urgent situation, I accepted. After all, I also want to ensure my safety first. I shift my gaze to his guard. My intuition tells me things aren't as simple as he says, but now isn't the time to investigate this issue. So I naturally change the subject. What do you want me to do? As soon as I finish speaking, a system pop-up appears. You have received a mission from Manjung. Mission objective, eliminate Yang Shanbaek, head of Blue Dragon School. However, there must be not any witnesses. Upon completion, you will raise funds necessary for activities in the Central Plains and to purchase desired gear. Rewards, 1 tome of seal deactivation, part of map to secret books. Although this is a system mission, I still question Manjung method of solving problems. Eliminating someone when encountering a problem, won't that provoke retaliation from the Manhwa sect? After all, he's from the Manhwa sect. Manjung jingles the gold coins in his hand. You don't need to worry about it. I've already used these to bribe someone I know. There are always worldly people even among the righteous sects. I don't respond. In this situation, how could I easily believe nonsense like everything will be fine once we deal with one person? He must have other calculations in mind. But even so, the mission is started and I can only try. Well, Captain Silwi, you are indeed a reasonable person. Manjung expression brightens as if he had prepared in advance. He then pulls out 2 rolls of parchment from his chest and places them before me. This contains the Blue Dragon Schoolmaster's schedule for a week, including his times for using the toilet, eating, and receiving guests. At the same time, there is various information about the warriors guarding him. I look forward to meeting you again after everything is handled. And so, we choose the evening 3 days later. That is, 1 hour before Yang Shanbaek goes to sleep, as the best time for assassination. According to prior investigation, there are 2 sentries on the watchtower at the back gate's outer wall. At the corner of the outer wall, there are 2 guards. In front of the main gate are 2 gatekeepers, and their stats are all around 10,000. But at this moment, I feel doubtful. Manjung chose 1 hour before Blue Dragon School Master Yang Shanbaek's sleep as the assassination timing. The reason is that he obtained secret intelligence that Yang Shanbaek practices qi circulation before sleeping. After all, everyone knows martial artists are most vulnerable to attacks when circulating qi. This seems like a very reasonable plan, and precisely because of this, I feel something's off. If he even knows when Yang Shanbaek circulates qi, Manjung could have completely asked his guard Cheonjiang Sang to kill Yang Shanbaek. Seeing my unusual state, Jiak Song suddenly speaks. Captain, what are you troubled about? I don't respond, only glancing at him. If my wavering causes my subordinates to make mistakes, things will become very troublesome, so I must now focus my energy on the mission. As the time arrives, I silently raise my hand, signaling them to act immediately. At this moment, the commanders who've been waiting leap up from behind me. The guards all fall to the ground before they can react. This scene relieves me. It seems the commanders have all become much stronger. According to the plan, we still have half a quarter hour. We need to hide in Yang Shanbaek's residence during this time. Only then can we occupy an advantageous position in advance, and then launch a surprise attack when the target is circulating qi. But just as I carefully open the door to enter, a pop-up suddenly triggers. You have 300 seconds. If you fail to reach Yang Shanbaek's residence within the time limit, you will die. In an instant, I break into a cold sweat. The time given by the notification is more urgent than what I planned, which means I not only have to evade the surrounding surveillance in such a spacious place, but also enter the residence within the time limit. This is absolutely impossible by using normal methods. Seeing that 6 seconds have already passed, I quickly jump to a high place to scout. The architecture in the Blue Dragon School is a diverse mixed structure, and every corner has tight defenses. No matter how fast I move, I'll definitely be discovered. Right now, there's only one way to avoid all sightlines and reach the residence. At the same time, Mugi Ium outside the gate sees my unusual behavior and looks curious. Why did the captain suddenly stop moving? Is he looking at beautiful women? At this time, I've already activated simulation mode and carefully tell the system, please tell me the shortest route and required time to reach Yang Shanbaek's residence while avoiding enemy sight. Unexpectedly, the pop-up tells me impossible and indicates that due to insufficient information, I should move to a place where I can overlook the Blue Dragon School to collect data. I quickly look around, searching for the target. I soon find a tall tower not far away. 49 seconds have now passed. I must coordinate with my subordinates and act quickly. I then use a guide to the mysteries of sound. The plan has changed. Sor-young, eliminate the 3 people patrolling under the eaves ahead. Everyone else follow me. Seeing me use a guide to the mysteries of sound, they also realize something has clearly gone wrong with the pre-arranged plan, but they don't hesitate and quickly begin executing my orders. Sor-young moves to the blind spot of the 3 people's vision. She throws her dagger, precisely piercing their throats. The moment they fall, I suddenly rise. Stepping on the eaves, I fly toward the target building. Along the way, I see 2 more patrolling guards walking. I immediately give Yoram an order. Yoram immediately reacts, While moving agilely, he draws his sword and instantly slashes the throats of the two patrolling guards. At the same time, we're almost approaching the target building. 153 seconds remain. But at this moment, I suddenly stop. Because the courtyard before me doesn't have just 2 or 3 patrolling guards like other places, there are actually 8 people here. I immediately issue a decisive order. Eliminate everyone. In an instant, the remaining 3 subordinates leap toward the enemies. When launching surprise attacks, their movements are more agile than usual. At the same time, stepping on the eaves on both sides, I jump back and forth and finally reach the top of the target building. While casting my gaze around, I activate combat simulation mode. The system quickly provides analysis results. The simulation shows I can reach Yangshan Baek's residence in 55 seconds. I'll inevitably encounter enemies along the way, all of which I need to eliminate in close combat. If I can't defeat enemies in one strike, the estimated time will extend. The current margin of error is only 21 seconds. I have no time to think and immediately take action. Following the system's instructions, I leap down from the roof, landing on the ground successfully. Suddenly, the figures of 2 guards come into view. Fortunately, the shadow appears in time and finds the weakness for me to kill them in one strike. So, following the shadow's movements, I quickly end the battle. But the estimated time is still extended by 5 seconds. The margin of error now has only 8 seconds remaining. At the same time, the commanders who finished their battles are beginning to regroup. Soryung is curious about not finding my trace. Yorim states, Captain seems to be acting alone. As for why I am not following the plan, he can only shrug to indicate he doesn't know. Jigsong thinks, the captain acting alone must have his reasons. Perhaps he discovered the operation differs from our plan, like he found a faster and safer way to reach the residence. Yongjin looks displeased. Why do that, without even telling us? Although he's strong, wouldn't it be better to act with us than alone? Just as everyone falls silent, Mugi Eum speaks. Maybe he saw Yangshan Baek moving. We all know acting together would be better, let alone the captain. When executing assassination missions, unpredictable things always happen. Maybe Yangshan Baek suddenly went out for a drink and will come back. At this moment, everyone's gaze lingers on Mugi Eum. Not because what he said is so reasonable, but because they feel he seems not as unreliable as he appears on the surface. Meanwhile, on the other side of the battlefield, I'm still running frantically following the system's instructions. Just as I'm about to pass through the last gate, suddenly the gate is opened from inside. Damn it. The destination is right in front of me, so I let my guard down a bit. But now it's too late to escape. My current position is right in front of Yangshan Baek's residence. Perhaps behind the door are the guards protecting him, so they're likely experts. 15 seconds remain. I have no time to fight them. At such a critical moment, the simulation instructions don't appear. It seems I can only find a way to resolve this myself. At this moment, a good technique surfaces in my mind. As the gate slowly opens, the 2 people cast strange looks at me. Then they loudly scold me. You brat, what are you doing behind the gate? And where did you get those clothes? They're pretty ugly. I don't pay attention, only pointing to the side, indicating there are intruders over there. They nervously rush forward to check. In the gap when they shift their gaze from me, I seize the opportunity and instantly kill them. At the same time, I glance at the countdown panel. 4 seconds remain. I have no time to think and leap up toward the tall building. Just as the countdown is about to reach 0, I finally reach the designated location. A system pop-up immediately appears. You have broken in successfully. You completed the time attack mission. You are rewarded with an objective eye. Just as I'm curious about what the objective eye is, suddenly the sound of a door opening is heard. I immediately use cloaking to hide my presence and quietly hide above the rafters. The person walking in from outside is precisely the target, Yangshan Baek. Just as I catch sight of him, the pop-up triggers again, indicating it's calculating the time required for the mission. At the same time, just as expected, Yangshan Baek seems to have already begun circulating his chi. As the analysis completes, the prompt quickly provides the finishing time. The warriors in the Blue Dragon School will find out the intruders in 212 seconds. You must defeat Yangshan Baek in 212 seconds. Only now do I understand why a 300-second limit was given when I first broke in. It's because Yangshan Baek arrived at his residence faster than originally planned. And during this process, for those warriors who had to be eliminated by me and my subordinates, it takes precisely 212 seconds before their bodies will be discovered by others. In that case, I can't waste any more time. I must attack him quickly, so I swiftly draw my sword. At the same time, I adjust the combat mode to turn-based. But at this moment, the text triggered by the pop-up makes me unable to believe my eyes. Yangshan Baek's fighting power actually exceeds 10 million. But I only have a mere 5 million fighting power. Even so, I have to brace myself and charge forward, because I must win. At this moment, both the reference and warning windows trigger. They warn me that during the assassination of the target Yangshan Baek, the head of the Blue Dragon School, I cannot draw any attention to myself. If I cause a disturbance, nearby warriors will come to investigate. If I fail to complete the assassination within the time limit, the warriors will also join the battle. Also, all commanders must survive before Yangshan Baek dies, and if there's even one witness during the fight with him, I will fail the mission. Right now there are 202 seconds remaining, although I found Yangshan Baek's weakness. With my current fighting power, a direct confrontation with him will still be extremely difficult. Even though I have a method in mind to kill him, it carries enormous risk. Suddenly, a thought strikes me. Wait, even AI Seolwi cannot handle opponents with such a large power gap. After all, the battle with the Lord of the White Dream Palace left a deep impression on me. Moreover, whether AI Seolwi will act according to my intentions is also unknown. So, with no other options, I gather my courage and take action myself. The moment I leap up, I choose without hesitation to use the Ilwanzo School, because if I use too much chi all at once, it might destroy the building and cause a huge noise, which would attract the warriors. So I can only wait and see how he reacts before deciding what type of sword techniques to use. Accompanied by a flash of sharp sword light, I slash across his body and quickly pull back. I had intended to strike his vital point, but his reaction is unexpectedly fast. Although I regrettably failed to kill him in one strike, his stats show a clear decrease. It's probably because he hastily used his chi to block my attack, he suffered internal injuries, or he got a chi disorder. As he staggers to his feet, a pop-up appears again. You have found Yangshan Baek's weakness. How would you like to respond? Just as I expected, he got a chi disorder. Although he assumes a defensive stance on the surface, the chi inside his body must be running wildly out of control. I immediately attack him. Struck by my blade, Yangshan Baek staggers backward. Although I pierced his shoulder, his stats don't drop significantly. He only spits out fresh blood due to internal injuries. He curses, "You bastard," and immediately counterattacks. In a split second, I block his attack while retreating quickly. Because of his exquisite swordsmanship, if I take even one hit, I risk death. He demands again, "Who are you? Who sent you?" Seeing that I don't answer, he assumes his attack stance again. Then he charges forward, engaging me in combat. At first glance, he seems to be merely swinging his sword, but each sword path and position where the blade stops is incredibly sharp, and he is shockingly good at connecting one techniques to another, as if his sword techniques contains the thoughts of countless ancient masters. Right now, my health is decreasing, but under his relentless offensive, I can only defend passively. "You bastard, who the hell are you?" Faced with his roar, I still don't respond. Right now, I only want to find his opening, but counterattacking rashly might result in fatal injury. Using chi won't work either, because it will cause a disturbance. I thought he got a chi disorder, which would let me match him, but now it seems I can't. Having no choice, I can only use that method. So, I lower my sword. Seeing this, Yangshan Baek looks confused. "What are you doing? Are you giving up?" I don't respond. Instead, I make a provocative gesture toward him. Yangshan Baek has never suffered such humiliation. When roaring in anger, he lunges at me. Almost instantly, a warning pop-up appears. "Yangshan Baek has found your weakness. How would you like to respond?" I decisively choose fight back. In an instant, intense pain surges through my entire body. Forget fighting back, even dodging his attack is extremely difficult for me, but I don't give up. Instead, I deliberately expose another weakness, letting him attack. As my health drops drastically, I finally see his attack more clearly than the first time. Yangshan Baek shows a hint of curiosity. "What exactly are you trying to do? What's your scheme?" I don't respond. I just stand up quickly. Now both time and my health to endure attacks are running out. This is the last chance. If I fail, I'll die. Then I make the provocative gesture again. Yangshan Baek is furious. He raises his sword and slashes at me, and I have only one goal, to make him use the attack aimed at my neck. At this moment, I open my eyes wide with tension, because the direction of his sword swing is exactly what I hoped for. A horizontal slash aimed at my neck. I instantly bend down to dodge, my body almost touching the ground. Then I quickly perform the wind-up motion while extending my hand toward his chest. In an instant, the energy released by the wind god palm strike transforms into violent turbulence that explodes within his body. This way, I don't have to worry about destroying the building or making loud noise. Although this is my first time using this technique, fortunately it succeeds in the end. As Yangshan Baek's health reaches 0, the countdown also ends. When the success notification pops up, I finally breathe a sigh of relief. At this moment, my subordinates arrive. "Captain, you killed him." Sor Yang removes her mask, showing a concerned expression. "Are you all right?" I nod. "I'm fine. Let's get out of here quickly." But just as we're about to retreat, an emergency pop-up suddenly triggers, indicating that I have been assigned another mission. I sharply turn toward the door. At this moment, noisy voices come from outside. "Come out! I know you're in there! You're surrounded!" My mind goes blank instantly. I don't understand what went wrong. I clearly eliminated Yangshan Baek within the time limit. How did someone find out? At this point, there's no other choice but to open the door and face the enemy. But as soon as I step outside, I see someone unexpected. Xinjiang Sang, the temporary guard sent by the Great Imperial Pavilion to Manzhongyam's side. At the same time, there's a new face, Gumiang Li, the direct disciple of Gu Zhongyang from the Manhwa sect. Seeing them appear, I finally understand that the mastermind behind this assassination incident is Qianzhang Sang, and Gu Zhongyang's disciple must be the person bribed by Manzhongyam. Judging from the relationship between the Lord of the Great Imperial Pavilion and Gu Zhongyang, these two before me have clearly reached some kind of cooperation. Gumiang Li starts accusing. "You bastard, what did you do to Lord Yangshan Baek?" I don't respond at all. At this moment, Qianzhang Sang beside him speaks instead. "See? I told you. From the moment he started blackmailing Lord Manzhongyam, I became suspicious of them. Facts prove they came here for his money. This overly sensitive word blackmailing makes me frown. Only at this moment do I realize he wants to frame us as assassins who coerced Manzhongyam and murdered Yangshan Baek. "You dared to assassinate Lord Yangshan Baek. I will never let you get away with this." As he speaks, he has the disciples surround us. Only now do I understand what's really going on. Qianzhang Sang was the one who proposed the mission execution date to us, but he appears here, and just now he deliberately mentioned Manzhongyam to incite Gumiang Li. The reason he did this is to tell Gumiang Li that they have nothing to do with this matter. Now that Yangshan Baek is dead, he will surely take over the Blue Dragon School for Gumiang Li, who comes from the Manhwa sect. Then, while profiting himself, he'll use the excuse of avenging Yangshan Baek to kill us all. Although I anticipated there would be a trap, I didn't expect him to stab us in the back like this. "If you're smart, surrender. You have nowhere to run now." But I directly ignore his shouting and shift my gaze to the side, because that's exactly where a pop-up appears. Qianzhang Sang event activated. Mission eliminate Qianzhang Sang. Upon success, your fighting power will increase, and the Scroll of Bloody Hand School will be awarded. And if I eliminate Gumiang Li, I will be rewarded the Scroll of Plum Blossom Sword Technique, although I briefly consider escaping with my subordinates. For me right now, it's difficult to protect them and escape alive. If I must die, then at least I'll take one of them down with me, either Qianjiang Sang or Gumiong Li. Jexong asks with a tense face, Captain, what should we do? I turn my head and look at the commanders. Honestly, I don't want them to become sacrifices in this battle, so I say in a low voice, there's no need for you to die here in vain. When I give the signal, you all run. Hearing this, they look shocked. After a brief silence, Jixong and Yoram speak first. Captain, what do you mean? We have to fight together. Yongzhen even raises his axe with a displeased look. That's right. What kind of subordinates would abandon their captain and run? Besides, I've been looking forward to this situation. At the same time, Soryang slowly draws her sword. We won't leave you alone and run. As she speaks, her eyes become sharper and more determined. Let's show them the power of the Dead Spirit Company. Even Mugi Ium, who's never serious, speaks up. If I'd known this would happen, I would have enjoyed myself more with the women I met yesterday. Since we've all come this far, let's go all the way with you, Captain. Because they happen to become my subordinates, they're now caught in this crisis. But they unexpectedly move me. I swear that after this battle, I'll never let them face such danger again. I'll work hard to make myself stronger. At this moment, a pop-up notification appears. Your subordinates have entered combat mode. If you use turn-based fighting, you must select their combat style. Concentrated attack. Your subordinates focus on attacking a target without any concern for defense. They concentrate all their fighting power on a single individual. Individual attack. Your subordinates protect themselves from nearby threats first. Then, they each attack the enemy according to their own judgment. Assisted attack. Your subordinates provide support from behind. Unless they are in grave danger, they will focus all their attention on your safety. Random attack. You may assign subordinates any mission that you want. Seeing the newly available combat styles, I immediately know what choice to make. Since it is impossible to run away, the concentrated attack should be most effective. In the end, I decide I'll handle Qianjiang Sang, while the commanders concentrate their attack on Gumiong Li. The moment I issue the command, the commanders who've been waiting leap up and converge on Gumiong Li from 5 different directions. At the same time, I begin my action, facing 3 members from the Blue Dragon School. I first open the toolbox and use 1 ghostly speed pill and 1 healing potion. But the healing potion's effect is close to 0, so I don't continue using it. Then I choose to approach the enemies. While creating distance, I immediately begin the preparation of activating the techniques. Accompanied by a delicate green light, the imminent wind god sword aura erupts. The bodies of those 3 members are instantly torn to shreds. In the face of this overwhelming power, everyone else is stunned. Then their weakness windows trigger again. I don't hesitate. I use the same technique again. I can easily use the incredibly powerful Wind God Blade, all thanks to the shoes Elder Bacon-sama gave me, but this advantage doesn't last, because Qianjiang Sang has already found my weakness, but this is also within my expectations. He doesn't have Gumiong Li's superior fighting power. Now he comes here, perhaps because Gumiong Li doesn't want help from someone weaker than himself. In any case, from the perspective of Qianjiang Sang, killing me will more easily please those Blue Dragon School warriors. At the same time, I'm not afraid. Although his fighting power is higher than mine, for me who has fought Yangshan Bake, this level of gap is still worth attempting. Plus, I have a special technique I want to try. As I confirm the defense option, I quickly turn around and assume a defensive stance, but his attack seems faster. That powerful sword aura whooshes past, grazing my shoulder. As I'm violently pushed back, I quickly steady myself. Seeing that about only 10,000 health dropped, I finally breathe a sigh of relief. It seems the frozen armor really can be used for defense when the weakness window appears. When activated, it doesn't consume health, it only consumes chi, thereby dispersing the damage I receive. Seeing that the sword aura didn't enter my body but was deflected, Qianjiang Sang panics slightly. What the hell was that just now? I respond disdainfully. As the 3rd-ranked warrior of the Great Imperial Pavilion, is this your power? Hearing that I actually know his identity, Qianjiang Sang shows shock, but he quickly regains his composure and seems to make some decision. Lord Sama said you're a dangerous person. As expected, I should have taken your life. Hearing this, I almost laugh out loud. Do you think I fell for your trap? I just wanted to see this trap you set, to find out who's behind you, and how Manjung Guillaume and the Lord of the Blue Dragon School are connected. As I speak, I point my sword directly at him. This isn't just a simple gesture, it's the wind-up arrangement for the technique I'm about to use. Before he can react, I continue. Unexpectedly, I indeed gathered important information. After all, Gu Zhongyong's disciple actually came here. This must be another scheme designed by Jibui-sama and Gu Zhongyong. Hearing my words, Qianjiang Sang's eyes widen. He didn't expect that I know so much, but I don't wait for his response. I directly launch into action. In the blink of an eye, powerful sword aura scatters wildly around the Blue Dragon School, but his reaction speed is faster than I anticipated. Although I failed to deliver a fatal blow just now, I at least consumed some of his health. At this moment, although his whole body is covered with wounds, his eyes are unusually calm. Alright, I admit you seem different from what Lord Sama described. I underestimated you. From now on, I won't. As he speaks, a force gradually spreads to his sword, and soon flames ignite along the blade. At this moment, I involuntarily widen my eyes, because that flowing flame is precisely created by using the bloody hand school mentioned in the system rewards, and his chilling statement makes me shudder. It seems the real battle is only just beginning. Then he launches the first attack. His offensive is dense as urgent rain, sword shadows interweaving, completely enveloping me. Whether it's the fire mass demon style Jidai-sama is using, or the Chogyuk school I've practiced, both are martial arts based on the bloody hand school. After a fierce exchange, I retreat continuously. Frozen armor is countered by fire, so it can't defend against his attacks. Although we're using mutually countering martial arts, the Bloody Hand School is superior in quality. Perhaps it's due to the gap in our fighting power or comprehension, and it is also vividly reflected in the stats. Moreover, up to now, it's only been a clash of QI. If he hits me, I'll lose a massive amount of QI. Xianjiang across from me begins to gloat, completely different from his earlier pathetic state. He believes that when he takes the fight seriously, he's certain to win. I don't know what to do. Should I use AI here? I had intended to use AI Seole against Gumiong Li, but if I can't defeat Xianjiang before me, I won't be able to join my subordinates. Right now, time is urgent. I can't hesitate any longer, so I activate AI fight mode. In an instant, AI Solwee's aura undergoes a subtle change, but his gaze isn't fixed on the battlefield ahead. Instead, he raises his head and turns toward me in midair. Listen carefully. You can't just be satisfied with learning martial arts techniques. In that case, you will never free yourself from the system. You must comprehend the background and underlying logic of each technique. I look confused, not understanding what he's saying. At the same time, Xianjiang feels exceptionally furious at the humiliation of being ignored. He raises his sword and charges at AI Seole. I urgently signal him to look ahead, but he doesn't move at all, still talking endlessly about the mysteries of martial arts. In the blink of an eye, Xianjiang's attack reaches right before his eyes. In this millisecond gap, a straight sword attack diagonally slashes across Xianjiang's body. Immediately after, Xianjiang, split in two, falls to the ground with a thud. At the same time, AI Seole reminds me again that I must not be consumed by the system. The moment I regain control of my body, a pop-up indicates my fighting power has increased, and I've received the scroll of Bloody Hand School as an event reward. But I don't immerse myself in the joy of obtaining the spoils. Instead, I'm puzzled by AI Seole's behavior this time. Normally, regarding how to deal with Xianjiang, a pop-up should appear letting me choose how to handle it. But this time, no pop-up appeared. Instead, AI Seole eliminated Xianjiang in one strike. While thinking, I suddenly snap back to awareness. Right now the commanders are in danger. I must quickly join them. So I sprint toward the battlefield where they're fighting Gumiong Li, even though 5 of them are attacking the same target. With their current strength, it's impossible to subdue a supreme master, whose fighting power is several times greater than theirs. Running frantically, I finally reach the battlefield against Gumiong Li, but what meets my eyes are the cold corpses of Jigsong and Yangjin. At the same time, the remaining 3 commanders are in terrible condition. Yorim, who has lost one arm, Soryang, whose face is half covered in blood, and Mugi-eum, whose neck is still gushing blood. If they could receive treatment immediately, they might still survive. But in this situation, that's simply impossible. In fact, I anticipated that after I eliminated Xianjiang and joined them, some subordinates would lose their lives. But even so, I still gave them the mission at that time. This is the cost-benefit analysis I made to achieve my goal. The lives I possess and every choice I make are given by the system, which also gradually causes me to lose emotions. I've reached the point of weighing even my own life. How much more so my subordinates' lives and deaths? Gumiong Li shakes his blood-soaked sword with a smile. You arrived faster than I expected. Your subordinates really aren't strong. I just finished toying with them and was taking them out one by one. Anyway, someone like Xianjiang is just expendable. His death has no impact on my plan. Yorim beside me looks guilty. I'm sorry, Captain, because we're not strong enough. Hearing this, I lower my head guiltily. It's not your fault, but I promise you, in the next life I will never abandon you this way again. Seeing me talking with my subordinates, Gumiong Li looks leisurely. Are you done with the emotional scene? Then let's begin now. As he speaks, he slowly raises the sword in his hand. I also draw my sword, preparing to engage. Our fighting power differs by more than double, and after battling Yangshan Baek and Xianjiang, I've already lost most of my chi and health. What's worse, I have used the simulation combat mode in turn-based fighting. Now I can only fight Gumiong Li without any assistance. At this moment he launches the first attack. Seeing this, I hastily retreat. While avoiding his attack, I kick out and swiftly counterattack. The sword momentum in my hand has completed its charge. A massive air vortex erupts, sweeping forward, but his reaction is faster than I expected. The instant the attack lands on him, he has already moved laterally to my side. You think I'd be hit by something like this? As he speaks, he swiftly swings his sword at me. I quickly dodge backward, but Gumiong Li is startled and looks down at the sword in his hand. He's probably wondering why his sword aura was deflected when his strike clearly hit me, but when he hears the faint shattering sound, he understands everything. His confused expression becomes excited. Someone like you from the demonic cult has indeed learned some funny little tricks, but my situation is getting worse. Although I just used frozen armor to avoid fatal damage, because of this attack, my chi is about to be depleted. If I suffer the same strike again, I'll have no way to continue fighting him. Even the usually most useful wind god has had its movements predicted by him. Right now, he won't easily give me time for wind-up motions. As he continues attacking, he doesn't forget to keep taunting. I'm still somewhat disappointed in your performance. After all, you defeated Yangshan Baek. I was actually a bit nervous at first. But judging from the power you've shown, no wonder you only know how to ambush from the shadows. Later, under his continuous offensive, I'm sent flying. For me right now, I simply cannot predict his sword attacks, much less think of a way to win. Right now, I've completely lost my will to fight, and plan to leave all hope for the next cycle. Just as Gumiong Li's sword is about to slash at me, it's interrupted by 2 sudden darts. I turn around and see it's the severely injured Soryang who stopped that strike. She doesn't stop. She launches a second attack. Gumiong Li is instantly distracted and hastily jumps back to defend. At this moment, Mugi-eum also suddenly leaps up from the ground and firmly grabs hold of him. Although his body has been pierced through, he still chooses to burn his last spark of life here. Then he shouts loudly, "Yorim, now! Throw it. At the same time, Yorim, bursting with powerful chi, generates spear aura with his remaining arm and thrusts straight at Gumiong Li. In an instant, intense chi waves erupt at Gumiong Li's position. Yorim thought Gumiong Li was surely dead, but when the smoke clears, the one who has fallen is not Gumiong Li. It's Mugi Eom. Not far away, Gumiong Li, who nearly died, looks furious. Just because I didn't take you losers seriously for a while, I suffered a big loss. Fine! Fine! This time I'll definitely kill you! Yorim doesn't run. Instead, he shouts at me, Captain, run quickly, we'll do everything we can here to buy you time. At this moment, Soryang also blocks in front of me. Although I don't know how long we can hold out, we'll do our best. These are their final words. After speaking, they leap up and charge at Gumiong Li. But this futile resistance only lasts a few seconds. Then Gumiong Li comes before me, looking smug. The more possessed they are by the demonic nature, the more blindly they obey their leader. I really envy that. After speaking, he kicks me hard. But this kick actually clears my head somewhat. Until the moment of their deaths, my subordinates fought desperately. In contrast, I, who possess 4 lives, haven't struggled to resist. At the same time, Gumiong Li, who hasn't tormented me enough, is still grabbing my hair and constantly taunting. Do you know why I haven't taken your life immediately? It's those eyes of yours filled with despair and helplessness that excite me immensely. Suddenly, I uncharacteristically slap his hand away, but he becomes even more excited. What are you struggling for? Anyway, you're all just expendables used and discarded by those above to change the world. So rest in peace. Just as he's about to raise his sword, I suddenly begin muttering quietly. AI Seilwi was right. I shouldn't be consumed by the system. He's telling me to struggle, isn't he? In this so-called fate set by the system, how much can I actually struggle and how many people can I resist? I also really wants to know. Thinking carefully, it's not like I have no way to defeat you. If I fight desperately, there is a way. Gumiong Li thinks I'm starting to speak delirious nonsense in my final moments. Unable to listen anymore, he pins my shoulder with one hand. With the other hand, he grips the blade and thrusts it into my chest. He believes that with my chest pierced through, I can't do anything. He even ignores my action of reaching forward to grab the blade. Just as he's about to pull out the sword and leave, an astonishing airflow rapidly spreads along the blade in my arm, drilling into Gumiong Li's body and quickly covering his entire body. Accompanied by a loud boom, his body is blown beyond recognition. Having experienced my subordinates' deaths, I've had enough of being pushed around by the system. So this time, I'll struggle until my last moment of life. Then I fall to the ground with a thud. At this moment, a pop-up indicates my fighting power has increased, and I've obtained the Scroll of Plum Blossom sword technique. Before my health hits 0, I put the ceremonial Blade of Awakening given by Ganma and the shoes Elder Bacon gave me into the toolbox. As my health continues to drain, I return to the most recently saved checkpoint, the 9th month after successfully gaining the commander's trust and recruiting Mugi Eom. Although I've confirmed I'm back at my residence, the tragic state of my subordinates still lingers before my eyes. To prevent this from happening again, I must compose my emotions and act quickly, because there are still many things I need to prepare. First, I open the toolbox and learn the Bloody Hand School and the Plum Blossom Sword technique. Then I copy the formulas from both tomes into a notebook, because I have a special fusion box that can merge 2 different martial arts. So I prepare to combine the Bloody Hand School and my own Shogyuk School, because their methods of handling and controlling demonic energy are very similar. As expected, the moment of fusion produces a martial arts tome glowing with red light. At the same time, a pop-up indicates, you have created Fire Mass Demon style. This is insane. Although I anticipated that something particularly powerful would emerge, I didn't expect it to be the supreme martial art used by the Lord of the Great Imperial Pavilion. Although currently it's only at beginner level, I firmly believe that one day I'll fully master it. The rewards from defeating Xianjiang Sang and Gumiong Li in the previous life, plus the Fire Mass Demon style I just learned, make me curious about my current abilities. So I hurriedly open the status panel. Although I'm much stronger compared to the previous life, I'm still far from other masters. And fighting power doesn't represent everything. I don't know when I started having this doubt. Gamma's fighting power is around 1 million, and Hoiku, the head of the Silver Spirit unit, has fighting power around 10 million. But I always feel these numbers don't correctly reflect their true strength. Especially the power I felt when fighting Gumiong Li was far greater than the fighting power the system panel showed for him. To prepare for future crisis, I still need to write other martial arts tomes. As the sky gradually brightens, I walk outside holding 2 tomes. At this moment, Mugi Eom, just woken up, isn't quite alert yet. But when he sees the martial arts tomes I hand him, his eyes instantly widen. One is the Soshinsu school, the other is the Fire Mass Demon style. Why are you giving me such precious tomes? I'm going out for a while. So you need to copy them and distribute them to all the Dead Spirit Company commanders. All of you then must practice both martial arts. When I get back, I'll check to see how much you have been practicing. So don't slack off. As I'm leaving, Mugi Eom asks where I'm going. I don't reveal it because I plan to handle this matter in a different way. And if I want to avoid accepting that mission from the training instructor, I can only choose the option of acting as a foot soldier. This time I'll take action myself and strike first. As for the destination, it's still the demonic cult branch in the Seishan region. Soon, accompanied by a dazzling white light, I arrive once again in the Seishan region where the demonic cult branch is located. Just as I'm about to eat something, suddenly a woman with a special symbol above her head catches my attention. What does friendly group mean? At this moment, my thoughts are suddenly interrupted by the waiter. Sir, what would you like? But when he sees the sword on my back, his expression undergoes a subtle change, but he quickly adjusts his composure. Through his introduction, I learn this is a famous red light district. I was about to turn and leave, but thinking that woman who just entered might be related to my mission, I inquire about the woman. It turns out she works here, but seeing her requires an appointment. Right now her appointments are fully booked. But I don't have that kind of time. So, after ordering something to drink, I walk straight over and sit down in front of the woman. She looks curious. May I help you with something? I just wanted to sit here. She shows a faint smile. You're quite an interesting person. Just as I'm about to ask something, several burly men suddenly appear behind me. The woman also stands up and hands me a name card. I'm sorry, but I have to go now. If you're interested, come to this place. I look at the card in my hand. It reads, The Moonlight Inn, room number 15. Just as they step out the door, the drinking I ordered finally arrives. For some reason, as soon as I finish drinking, I start feeling dizzy. Then I pass out. In my sleep, I feel someone slapping my face. When I open my eyes, I discover someone is indeed slapping my face. It turns out they drugged the drinking. They specialize in kidnapping strangers who pass through here. At this moment, their boss walks over. He's the captain of the guards in the Moonlight Inn. Seeing his stats, I feel a bit puzzled. Since I've been fighting powerful enemies each time, I haven't seen such extremely low stats in a long time. He slowly approaches me, speaking in a vicious voice. I have a few questions for you. I hope you'll answer honestly, otherwise I will kill you. Then he holds my sword in front of me. This sword looks quite nice. Where did you buy it? But I don't answer his question directly. Instead, I ask him, is the Moonlight Inn the backer of that establishment I visited? He chuckles. You're really strange. Haven't you figured out the situation yet? Of course I know. That's why I'm very pleased. Watching his face gradually stiffen, I finally can't help but laugh. It seems things are going more smoothly than I imagined. I happen to have business at the Moonlight Inn. As I speak, I break free from the ropes and send several people flying. Then I slowly walk up to the captain with a friendly expression. Shall we have a chat? Through brief questioning, I learn that he's responsible for extorting unfamiliar faces in the red light district and turning over most of the money to the boss of the Moonlight Inn. The boss of the Moonlight Inn is called Cheng Shik, and he has over 200 subordinates. Based on the intelligence he provides, I soon arrive at the Moonlight Inn. At the same time, using camouflage, I transform into the captain's appearance. As soon as I enter, I encounter a man who greets me. It looks like your business is good. Not surprising, most visitors end up here. Anyway, the boss is here. Go see him. But before I take 2 steps, he calls out again. By the way, the boss seems to be in a bad mood today. You'd better be careful. I turn back curiously and ask him why. Why else? It's because of the Blue Dragon School. Manhwa wants to compromise appropriately, but it doesn't seem to be going well. And the boss doesn't dare openly oppose them. Thinking about it, the person managing this red light district is Manhwa, and his backer is us. At this moment, I see the woman I'm looking for. I can't help but blurt out, do you know her? He acts as if he knows everything. She's that new girl. I heard her father sold her to the underground sect to pay off his gambling debts. The boss spent a lot of money to bring her here from the trading market. The underground sect is a group consisting of the lowest members of society. So I roughly understand what the friendly group displayed above her head means. If this is true, what exactly is her connection to the underground sect? More importantly, what use is the underground sect to me? After confirming the boss's location, I go directly to the 3rd floor of the Moonlight Inn. He's Chang Shik, the boss of the red light district in the 3rd sector. Although his fighting power isn't high, I still bow to him respectfully and present the newly acquired weapon. Seeing the exquisite patterns on it, he can't help but show an enraptured expression, and I look toward the woman covered in bruises not far away. My gaze is caught by Chang Shik. I'll take her life soon. I spent a lot of money buying her back, only to discover she's been hiding money from me. As he speaks, he draws that sharp sword. Although I could overlook this matter, I saw that she used that money to hire an assassin and have me killed. Do you know why she did this? Because I took her father's life. That's why that sneaky woman deliberately approached me. After speaking, he hands the sword to me. You kill her. Let me see how sharp this sword is while you're at it. I look around and see dozens of fierce faces grinning at me. An ordinary person would certainly back down, but today they're unlucky. They've encountered me. So I take the sword and walk up to the woman. You're really reckless. You only have one life. What a foolish thing to waste it on. Because her actions are foolish, I want to know her reason. The woman is stunned for a moment, then raises her head and glares at me viciously. In the eyes of bastards like you, it certainly is. But I don't regret it. I only hate that I was discovered so quickly. Even if I could go back to the past, I would make the same choice. Her will to choose revenge, even knowing her actions are reckless, reminds me of my past self. At this moment, a roar comes from behind. What are you doing? Why haven't you acted yet? But I ignore him and continue calmly asking the woman, how much did you spend hiring the assassin? The fee must have been substantial, right? Her firm gaze suddenly shows a trace of confusion, not understanding what I mean. Seeing she doesn't answer, I relax my stiff muscles. Then I transform back to my own appearance, and I say, we can discuss this matter later. After all, I'm not someone who values money much, but given this situation, I plan to kill them all. Seeing it's me, her eyes instantly widen. The fierce-looking subordinates also notice something wrong. Who is this guy? He's not the captain at all. As they speak, they swarm forward and charge at me. But this time, I don't use the martial arts I've frequently used before. Instead, I switch to the newly learned the Plum Blossom sword technique. After a brief exchange, only the boss of the Moonlight Inn remains. After witnessing my prowess, he quickly kneels and begs for mercy, promising to keep quiet. At the same time, I can take that woman away anytime. If I die, people will surely looking for you. I think for a moment and feel he has a point. If the boss of the Red Light District dies, the related forces and gangs, as well as cooperative groups that need to collect money, will all come after me. In that case, I might indeed be drawn into trouble, as he said. But what if this woman wants you dead? Changshik hastily argues in fear. Think about it. Even if it weren't me, someone else would have taken her father's life. His words also have some merit. If her father continued gambling, even if it weren't Changshik, someone else would have killed her father. Then I turn to ask the woman's opinion. Unexpectedly, at this moment, a warning window suddenly triggers. It indicates Changshik has discovered my weakness. I don't hesitate. I decisively choose fight back. In an instant, an astonishing heat wave rushes at me. This is an improved lightning bomb, more powerful than sword aura, An ordinary person hit at close range would certainly die, but when the smoke clears, I stand there unharmed. At the same time, a pop-up indicates I only suffered 1 damage from Changshik's attack. Accompanied by a blue light, the boss of the Moonlight Inn falls to the ground. Seeing this scene, the woman quickly comes forward and bows. She indicates that her money was taken by them, and she may not be able to pay the fee for now. I say it's fine. Just answer some things for me. Tell me about the underground sect, the place where you used to work. To repay my life-saving grace, she introduces me to the butler of the underground sect, who takes me to meet the branch leader. When the butler appears, the special symbol above her head quickly disappears. Then, led by the butler, I arrive at the underground sect. I saved that woman precisely to come here, because as long as I contact the underground sect famous as an intelligence group, I can use the objective eye to accurately and quickly grasp the surrounding situation. When did Qianjiang Sang, as the lord of the great imperial pavilion's pawn, begin protecting Manjung? And when did those others I haven't met expand their influence to such an extent? Also, what is their relationship with Gumiang Li from the Manhwa sect, and the relationship with the head of the Blue Dragon School that Manjung mentioned? I need to reinvestigate everything. This is why I came to the Sashan region. I can eliminate in advance those who would interfere with my mission. I'll kill them while taking action. Led by the butler, I soon meet Okayu, the branch leader of the underground sect. Although he looks very young, he is very experienced in handling affairs. And before I arrived, he had already thoroughly investigated what I did at the Moonlight Inn. I don't beat around the bush and get straight to the point. How much do you know about Qianjiang Sang beside Manjung? Unexpectedly, as soon as I say this, his eyes instantly waver and his expression becomes very stiff. Good, you're also from the demonic cult? His panicked appearance isn't just because he's facing someone from the demonic cult, but because someone from the cult is asking about intelligence on cult members. In other words, he must have guessed there are conflicts of interest within the demonic cult, because at this moment he's more flustered than at the beginning. You must be very panicked, right? If you say something wrong carelessly, you might be drawn into internal strife, but the greater the risk, the greater the reward. At least Manjung is on our side. He looks deeply troubled. Whether he wants to or not, he's now caught in the turmoil of the demonic cult. Depending on the choice he makes, his fate will be completely different. Then, after a moment of silence, he finally speaks. Ha ha ha! My luck is always so good. May I ask you something? How much do you actually know? I immediately understand his intention. By asking how much I know, he's indirectly asking what my position is in the cult. It also means he'll decide whether to follow me based on my answer. Thinking of this, I decisively answer his question. Gu Zhongyong's disciple Gumiang Li is cooperating with Qianjiang Sang. I wonder if this answer satisfies you. His eyes instantly widen. You? Who exactly are you? Just consider me an investigator. Mentioning Mount Hua sect elder Gu Zhongmyang is equivalent to telling him I'm not a small fry in the demonic cult. To figure out the conspiracy of Gu Zhongmyang and Gumiang Li wanting to seize the position of head of the Blue Dragon School and their relationship with Qianjiang Sang, the first person I need to win over is this branch leader of the underground sect before me. At the same time, the anxious Manjung finally receives news from Qianjiang Sang. I just finished talking with them. I've given them 5 business premises and reached a preliminary agreement. Manjung sighs. The stall fees have been seized by the Blue Dragon School again. It's been a while since I contacted the cult, but I don't know when they'll send someone to help me. Qianjiang Sang quickly consoles him. You don't need to worry. As long as the Silver Spirit Unit sends someone here, everything will be resolved easily. Also, the matter you asked me to investigate has leads. The Moonlight Inn incident wasn't done by people from the Blue Dragon School, although the cause of death was Mount Hua sect swordsmanship. According to the investigation, the killer didn't come from the Central Plains. He is most likely an unknown warrior from beyond the frontier. However, to save one woman, he actually eliminated over 200 people. This is truly puzzling. But you don't need to worry. I've already found his location, and now my subordinates have already departed. Through eyewitness descriptions, they quickly find my location. The moment they confirm my identity, they all draw their weapons. But I'm not surprised at all by their arrival. I just ask calmly, did Qianjiang Sang send you? Hearing me mention their captain's name, the leader suddenly feels a chill sweep through his entire body. He sternly commands his subordinates to kill me quickly. In an instant, everyone leaps up and lunges straight at me, but the next second, those charging at me seem to hit an invisible wall of chi and are all sent flying. The leading man stares in astonishment, hardly able to believe the scene before him. He didn't even see when I made my move. But that burst of chi, which is faster than visual capture, didn't even give his subordinates a chance to attack. At this moment, I stand up and slowly walk up to the man. Are you from the Crimson Demon Palace? The man is still immersed in that terrifying scene, unable to recover. You don't need to be so surprised. You should be the heavenly guards within the Crimson Demon Palace, right? Aren't you acting together with Qianjiang Sang under the Lord of the Great Imperial Pavilion's orders? Hearing me state his affiliation and specific organization, he instantly realizes I must also be from the demonic cult. I continue. Don't misunderstand, I'm from the Mount Hua sect. Hearing this, his expression becomes even more terrified. Do you think I'll believe that? I grin. Believe it or not. Either way, you won't be leaving here alive. Soon, night falls. Qianjiang Sang, who hasn't received news from his vice-captain, personally comes here. But what greets him are the cold corpses of his own subordinates. His eyes instantly widen, but what appears in them isn't fear but anger. Who the hell did this? As he examines while walking to the center of the hall, a corpse kneeling on the ground catches his attention. Looking closer, it's actually his vice-captain, Sadu Cheol, who is kneeling powerlessly on the ground. It shows he had already lost his fighting spirit. What kind of master could so thoroughly suppress him? So Qianjiang Sang carefully examined Sadu Cheol's corpse, The next second, his expression gradually stiffens, because both the trajectory of the fatal strike and the curve formed by the sword patterns point to the Manhwa sect's plum blossom sword technique. Hearing Qianzhang Sang's description, the intelligence agent behind him looks shocked. Could it be that whoever did all this is from the 9 great sects? But Qianzhang Sang isn't entirely certain, so he orders the intelligence agent to immediately contact Gumiong Li from the Manhwa sect for a meeting. Early the next morning, learning that I used the plum blossom sword technique to mislead Qianzhang Sang, Okayu praises me highly. He deduces that Qianzhang Sang will soon meet with Gumiong Li. After all, his subordinates all died under the plum blossom sword technique. However, even so, Qianzhang Sang won't easily suspect Gumiong Li, with whom he's cooperated long-term. Presumably, Qianzhang Sang will point his spearhead at Lord Yangshan Bake of the Blue Dragon School, but Okayu feels this level of provocation won't make Qianzhang Sang take action, so he suggests that this time I should deceive Yangshan Bake. At this moment, the steward reports that several people from the Blue Dragon School are causing trouble at a tavern under Manjung Giam's name, and they're all the guards of the head of the Blue Dragon School. Okayu immediately gives me a look. I immediately understand his intention. Then he hands me a face mask of Qianzhang Sang, but I shake my head, indicating I don't need that thing. Then, accompanied by a crackling of bones, I use camouflage to transform into Qianzhang Sang's appearance. I soon arrive at the tavern where the Blue Dragon School guards are. I happen upon a guard causing trouble. The moment I sit down, he notices my appearance looks familiar, but can't recall who I am. I grin and directly introduce myself. I'm Qianzhang Sang, Lord Manjung Giam's guard. I see you don't want to live, daring to cause trouble here? The guard disdainfully drops the waiter he's holding. Are you following us? Because in his view, if it's a coincidence, fine. But if it's intentional, a fight is inevitable. But when he learns it's the latter, his expression instantly becomes serious. You should know what deliberate provocation means, right? Do you want to have a conflict with the Blue Dragon School? I laugh dismissively. So what if there's a conflict? If you can hand over 400 gold coins now, then I'll consider sparing your lives. Realizing the negotiation has failed, the Blue Dragon School guards immediately show strong hostility. At the same time, another guard has quietly come behind me and raised his sword to ambush me. But just as the sword is about to fall, I quickly dodge to the side. Before he can react, I punch him and send him flying. Seeing this, the onlooking customers all run outside. In the blink of an eye, only I and the remaining guards are left in the hall. The leading man seems to realize he cannot defeat the opponent before him, but facing my provocation, his subordinates charge forward without hesitation, ready to fight. Unsurprisingly, they are killed by me. But at this moment, I realize I used the wrong technique. I quickly activate the Bloody Hand School to deliver finishing strikes to the dead guards. Suddenly, a warning pop-up triggers. It indicates 2 guards have discovered my weakness. How would I like to respond? I can't understand why this pop-up appears when I can completely suppress them. Out of curiosity, I shift my gaze to their status panels. I discover their fighting power has actually surged in an instant, but is still far below mine. So I decisively choose fight back. At the same time, I activate the frozen armor for defense, so their swords fail to pierce my body. At the same time, at this moment, I grab their heads. Flames igniting at my fingertips quickly spread across their entire bodies. They don't even have time to lower their swords before being consumed by flames. Then I also breathe a long sigh of relief, because the situation just now was unexpected. Their fighting power actually surged instantly during battle. Before, the status panel would show a plus sign indicator, so I would fight only after careful judgment. The techniques they used are considered ultimate moves in the Plum Blossom sword technique. Unlike me, who learned the martial art all at once, they practiced for a long time and must have integrated their insights into the techniques. Therefore, their degree of flexible application and comprehension of the techniques also differ from mine. At this moment, I recall AI Solwe's warning. It seems there are many things I still don't know. But in any case, after transforming into Qianzhang Sang, I left traces of the Bloody Hand School. When the head of the Blue Dragon School sees his subordinates' corpses, he'll naturally think of eliminating Qianzhang Sang. So, what I need to do next is eliminate Gumiong Li, the most troublesome one in my plan. At the same time, in a secret chamber in the outskirts, Qianzhang Sang finally meets with Gumiong Li. As Gu Zhongyong's direct disciple from the Manhwa sect, Gumiong Li shows displeasure due to the sudden meeting. How many times have I said to avoid meetings in this way? I apologize for bringing you out this way, but I must confirm something. My subordinates died. After examining the bodies, I found they were all killed by the Plum Blossom sword technique. Gumiong Li shows both surprise and astonishment in his eyes. They were eliminated by the sword technique from the Manhwa sect. Could it be the Blue Dragon School? But aside from Yangshan Bake, the Blue Dragon School has nobody to do it. Qianzhang Sang nods. That's why I wanted to ask you. After all, no one understands the Plum Blossom sword technique better than you. Gumiong Li doesn't immediately refute this. After a brief silence, he slowly walks up to Qianzhang Sang and lifts his hat. His gentle gaze instantly becomes fierce. Are you suspecting me? Qianzhang Sang quickly shakes his head. How could that be? I just thought you might know something. Gumiong Li quickly calms down. After all, you lost your subordinates. It's understandable you'd think this way, but this matter has nothing to do with me. I haven't been out recently, and my fellow masters aren't active in this area either. Also, shouldn't you ask the underground sect about this kind of thing? After all, they're the experts at investigating such matters. After speaking, he grabs Qianzhang Sang's hat again. Let me give you some advice. Whatever problems you have, you'd better solve them yourselves. Don't order around people who are resting. In addition, people should know their place. Do you think you're qualified to summon me out to meet you? Qian Jiangsang doesn't answer. He just watches Gumiong Li leave with gritted teeth in anger. Because his rest was disturbed, Gumiong Li still hasn't calmed down on his way back. He plans to have his master change his partner when he returns to the sect. But at this moment, the figure of a man by the roadside catches his attention. Normally, he might directly ignore it. But seeing the similar hat as Qian Jiangsang's, he seems triggered. So he walks up with an unfriendly expression and loudly demands, "Who are you?" I smile slightly and ask back, "You're Gu Zhongyang's disciple Gumiong Li, right? Although I don't know which number disciple you are. I heard you're cooperating with Qianjiang Sang, and you agree that when the demonic cult sends people, you'll work together to eliminate them. The reward is obtaining the Blue Dragon School." Gumiong Li is stunned at first. Then he instinctively prepares to draw the sword at his waist. He mutters quietly, "Is today an unlucky day? Why do I keep attracting flies?" Then he quickly draws his sword and swings it at me. I quickly dodge his attack and create distance, but Gumiong Li seems to have anticipated this. At the same time, his expression becomes increasingly excited. "The culprit who eliminated Qianjiang Sang's subordinates should be you, right?" I don't respond to his certainty. I just want to confirm something through this battle. Whether it's the Blue Dragon School warriors before or Gumiong Li, their fighting power seems to increase during battle. So I want to figure out under what circumstances their fighting power increases or decreases. As Gumiong Li launches the first attack, the battle begins. At the same time, his fighting power instantly surges by over 3 million. With just one strike, my body is pushed 10 meters away. As expected, martial arts like the Plum Blossom Sword technique can increase fighting power, presumably stemming from their method of practicing martial arts. Unlike demonic cult members who mainly grow through Qi, orthodox martial arts mostly focus on Qi cultivation and physical strength during practice. Looking at it this way, I also have times when my fighting power increases. That's when I use the Soshinsu school. When I become more familiar with various techniques through battle, proficiency rises by a level, so fighting power also increases significantly. From this, I deduce that as long as I can skillfully use techniques I'm not yet familiar with, I can also quickly increase my fighting power. Right now, the martial art I'm not proficient enough in is the Fire Masked Demon style, which I haven't properly used in actual combat. Thinking I'm about to become stronger again, my heart can't help but pound. Gumiong Li, who's been ignored, becomes furious when he sees me smile. "Do you have mental problems? You can still smile after being seriously injured?" I don't pay attention. Instead, I raise my sword and infuse chi into it. At this moment, flames immediately rise. As the battle begins again, I charge forward and begin my first attack. Gumiong Li stands still, choosing to receive my attack with his sword. This is his well-considered countermeasure, because although the Plum Blossom Sword technique is renowned for its elegance, in reality, its greatest killing move is speed and precision. So he believes that after blocking this attack, the following combo techniques will be enough to gain the advantage. But the moment the swords collide, he suddenly falls into brief confusion, because the flames burning on that blade somehow disturb his mind. The result is that he is sent flying by this unexpected impact. At this moment, he realizes what I'm using isn't the flame of samadhi he guessed. I chuckle. "What I'm using is the Fire Masked Demon style, you fool." Although I display a condescending attitude, actually I'm panicking inside, because the Fire Masked Demon style, which I've barely used, has actually consumed more than half my chi. Although I chose to take a risk to increase proficiency, each of its techniques requires massive chi as a guarantee. Hearing me mention Fire Masked Demon style, Gumiong Li instantly regains his confidence. "Fire Masked Demon style? But it consumes massive QI, so your QI will soon hit rock bottom." I don't care about his threat at all. Have you heard this saying? Those who have nothing to lose are the most terrifying. Since I've already chosen to take risks, I will fight to the end. So I directly execute the Fire Masked Demon style's ultimate technique. As the sword pierces the ground, in an instant condensed heat gathers on the ground. Then it erupts, immediately followed by several intense explosions. In just the blink of an eye, the surroundings are turned into scorched earth, and it precisely hits Gumiong Li. Now I only have 5,000 ki left. That was also my last strike. But for some reason, Gumiong Li still hasn't been eliminated. At this point, I no longer have chi to continue fighting. Unexpectedly at this moment, a pop-up suddenly triggers, indicating Fire Masked Demon style has leveled up and my fighting power has increased accordingly. The result I've been hoping for finally appears, but I can't be purely happy. To change the situation under these circumstances, my chi is far from enough. But the next pop-up reignites my fighting spirit, indicating Fire Masked Demon style's technique chart has been activated. I try to use the technique according to the method above. To my surprise, my chi is actually slowly increasing. It turns out it can help me collect chi from the surrounding environment. Meanwhile, Gumiong Li, although suffering the pain of burns, still looks arrogant, because he firmly believes I've consumed considerable chi and can no longer deploy powerful force again. For him, this is the perfect opportunity to make his move. He discovers the chi around me is surging wildly. However, the wide-range explosion just now makes him hesitate whether to charge forward and attack me. Suddenly, his intuition tells him something's wrong. Wait, he's collecting chi? How can there be such an absurd thing? So he makes a snap decision and immediately charges forward swinging his sword. And having regathered my strength, I immediately counterattack. Using the Soshinsu school to slow his speed, I fiercely thrust my sword. It pierces through his body, accompanied by a miserable wail. Gumiong Li completely loses his fighting ability. He tremblingly looks at me. At this moment, his eyes are filled with fear and confusion. "Please spare me. I have no grudge against you. This is our first meeting. You should have no reason to kill me," but I still coldly raise my sword. The dust settling on all this can be considered my good fortune. If Gumiong Li hadn't been careless because of the Fire Masked Demon style, I couldn't have resisted his masterful Plum Blossom sword technique at all. Now, to complete the plan, only Qianjiang Sang remains. I must rush back immediately and kill him. As night falls, The deceived Yang Shenbei launches a midnight raid, fighting his way into Man Zhonggui's office. This scene fills Xian Jiangsang with fear. He doesn't understand why Yang Shenbei has suddenly gone mad. Yang Shenbei is even more furious. You think you can harm my subordinates and remain unscathed? In his panic, Xian Jiangsang begins rambling. I don't understand what you're saying. Anyway, if you dare touch me today, you won't live long either. I'm from the demonic cult. As soon as the words leave his mouth, he realizes his mistake. Hearing this, Yang Shenbei is stunned at first, but he quickly calms down. The Alliance will never easily let go of any demon warrior they've encountered. The reason you're alive now is because I'm adjusting the timing. As for your claim that killing you will bring the demonic cult's revenge, unless the cult plans to declare full war on the righteous sex, your death will only be treated by the cult as an accidental incident. Just as Qian Jiangsang prepares to continue arguing, a commotion comes from the entrance. Their gazes turn toward the door. Soon, I walk in. At this moment, everyone is extremely tense. They're about to attack me, but are stopped by Yang Shenbei. In his view, if I can easily come here, it means I subdued all the warriors standing at the door. This indicates my fighting power is definitely not low. He demands to know who I am. I don't answer. Instead, I walk straight toward Qian Jiangsang. Sensing the demonic chi emanating from me, he instantly changes his expression. Did the demonic cult send you to save us? That's wonderful. Those Blue Dragon School guys actually dared to ambush us at midnight. Hurry and deal with them. I nod. Then I suddenly swing my sword. But the direction of the swing isn't at Yang Shenbei. It's at Qin Jiangsang. The observing Blue Dragon School warriors, including Yang Shenbei, are all stunned by this scene. But before they can speak, I kick Qin Jiangsang's corpse in front of him. Take it. Isn't this the purpose of your coming here? By the way, you've been demanding Man Zhonggui pay 400 silver coins monthly, right? If you can change it to 200, this matter ends here. But Yang Shenbei doesn't seem willing to stop here. Are you in league with them? Whether I'm from the demonic cult, is that so important now? If I say I'm not, you probably won't believe me anyway. If you can prove you're not, I can let you leave. After a brief silence, I speak again. Of course, I could kill you all to silence you. As I speak, I slowly draw my sword. Hearing this, Yang Shenbei's eyes widen in terror. He realizes I really would eliminate them all. Since he hasn't figured out my true strength yet, he doesn't know if all the people he brought can win together. Seeing him hesitate, I speak again. There are many enemies in this world. Even if not here, those enemies are hiding in every corner. Some people's target is me, while others' target is you. Yang Shenbei stares at me for a long time. Finally, he issues the retreat order, and what I just said isn't merely speculation. Because in my previous life, I witnessed firsthand the ambition of Qian Jiangsang and Gumiang Li to seize the Blue Dragon School. So I believe Yang Shenbei can't possibly be unaware of such signs. His demanding heavy fees from Man Zhonggui may also be related to this, but for some reason, after I've resolved everything, the special symbol above Man Zhonggui's head still hasn't disappeared. I try asking him if he has any books about breaking seals, but still come up empty. Having no choice, I can only ask him directly with a try-and-see attitude. This sword has a seal. Do you know how to break this seal? Unexpectedly, he's remarkably shocked. Isn't this the ceremonial Blade of Awakening, one of the 4 elemental blades? It's said that Qianma gave the 4 elemental techniques and blades together to his disciples. The gem embedded in the hilt is a crystal orb that can be infused with mana. If you grant it certain power, the innate energy this sword possesses will emit tremendous power. After that, he searches his study for a long time and finally finds a related book. The moment I take the book, a pop-up indicates the seal on the ceremonial Blade of Awakening has been broken, and it's been renamed the Elemental Wind Blade. After deactivating the seal, I can not only use the advanced skill Wind Blade of Destruction, but also gain access to the technique chart for the Elemental Wind Blade technique. After that, as I return to my residence, I save my progress. When I choose the Silver Spirit Unit Training Instructor's mission again, I receive this response. You've come at the right time. I have something to say to you. It seems you've already completed that mission. At the same time, a pop-up indicates you have received 3,000 gold coins and obtained part of the map to the secret book. Not only that, because I completed the mission excellently, my various stats have also significantly increased. But I realize it's difficult to become stronger through self-training. On the contrary, actual combat with strong enemies allows rapid growth. So I ultimately decide to choose to execute Gamma's mission. While I still have plenty of lives and have the capacity for my training, trying it at this time will make preparing countermeasures easier in the future, so I accept using 7 months of time to exchange for executing Gamma's mission. At the same time, I'll return to the main storyline. As the option is confirmed, my view instantly shifts to Gamma's office within the Silver Spirit unit. But besides Gamma, there's another person here. He is Elder Zhang Guan Nok, ranked in the top 100 of the demonic cult, and also someone who supports Gamma and serves as his advisor. But for some reason, he's now looking at Gamma with a serious expression. Master, starting from the 2nd month of tracking the Lord of the Great Imperial Pavilion, Taeyong Ma has gone missing. This news gives Gamma a severe headache. Elder Nok, who do you think did this? Taeyong Ma is the core of my fighting power, one of the 7 envoys. Jiahui-sama should find it difficult to subdue him. Taeyong Ma is not only powerful but also extremely loyal to Ganma. His disappearance is undoubtedly a painful blow to Ganma. After a brief silence, Elder Nok finally speaks. I guess it should be the Manhwa sect that made the move. Because during this time, Taeyong Ma not only investigated the Lord of the Great Imperial Pavilion, but also searched around Mount Huangga. I heard there's a secret branch of the Manhwa sect in that area, so I believe something must have gone wrong there. However, although Taeyong Ma is critically important, I advise you to stop here, Master. Ganma's eyebrows twitch. His tone also begins to lose control. We've come this far, and now you're telling me to stop? Elder Nok quickly urges Ganma not to get angry. The reasons for the collusion between the Lord of the Great Imperial Pavilion and the Manhwa sect, as well as its full scope, are only now beginning to be revealed. But if we continue, we'll face danger. Taeyong Ma is a supreme master close to reaching supreme demon level. If he's gone missing, it means heavyweight figures from the Manhwa sect have also begun to move. Then we cannot rule out the possibility that Salma will learn of this. If he really finds out, he might directly barge in here. Gamma instantly falls into contemplation. Elder Nock is right. Salma is the mastermind who designed this affair. For him now, Salma is still an unreachable opponent. If Salma believes he's been tracking him, he'll definitely break in. After a moment of silence, Gamma sighs. I'm very clear about what you're worried about. My current actions may lead to very dangerous situations. If I reveal the fact that Salma is colluding with the Manhwa sect, I might lose my life. But I can't back down anymore. How much longer must I live watching the expressions of others amidst the conflicts between disciples? Should I just watch them fight for hegemony without any resistance, praying I'm lucky enough and waiting for their mercy? Seeing Ganma's increasingly sharp gaze, Elder Nock says nothing more and continues listening beside him. The Manhwa sect gives money and weapons to Salma, and Salma is offering our cult members to Manhwa sect disciples to let them accumulate combat experience. This is something absolutely intolerable for someone as a member of the demonic cult, so I'll use the Manhwa sect supplies flowing into our cult as evidence for my scheme. And this scheme will require utilizing the second disciple, Mahu. Hearing this, Elder Nock's eyes widen. This is indeed a good strategy. Currently, the demonic cult's forces are divided with Salma and Mahu opposing each other. In this situation, if intelligence is leaked to Mahu and a divisive scheme is used to make them fight each other, the probability of success is very high. So, after sufficient time to organize his thoughts, Elder Nock speaks. Master, please first select people skilled in tracking. There may be evidence at Mount Huanga. We need someone agile who can make quick judgments based on the situation. Gamma nods. I have some people prepared exactly for that. As soon as these words are spoken, Elder Nock immediately guesses it's the Silver Spirit unit. Then, just in case, have them bring Juggernaut, because we cannot make any mistakes. So we must think ahead about countermeasures if they are captured alive by the enemy. Hearing this name, Gamma's expression undergoes a subtle change, because Juggernaut is someone close to reaching the supreme demon realm, and is the person with the most powerful martial arts among his subordinates. Finally, he nods. He also agrees they need a safety measure. Then he calls a subordinate forward. Get me the captain of the Dead Spirit Company. With his words, my vision begins to blur again. Then, some reference items appear before entering the main storyline. First, a new combat style known as freestyle has been added. This is now the default combat style. Second, if you select any other type of combat style aside from freestyle, the effect wears off 15 minutes. Third, as of this moment, you cannot create a save point even if you return home. There will be opportunities to create save points occasionally, so keep an eye out for them. As the text slowly disappears, the main storyline begins. After receiving Gamma's approval, I slowly walk into his office. Based on what I just heard, I roughly understand the difficulty of this mission, so I must be extremely alert. After brief pleasantries, Gamma finally gets to the point. There's a very dangerous mission I need you to handle. It may cost your life. You don't have to force an answer. If you don't want to do it, you can refuse. I firmly state, I've always been training to become stronger. As long as you command it, no matter what the mission, I will certainly complete it. Hearing these words, Ganma shows a gratified smile. Then after brief contemplation, he speaks. I suspect Mount Huanga is a secret branch of the Manhwa sect. I need you to go there for reconnaissance. I have a subordinate named Taeyong Ma who went missing while conducting reconnaissance there. Now I don't know at all whether he was killed or captured as a prisoner. Go see what the situation is. But your purpose is reconnaissance, not combat. I lower my head and bow to accept the order. Then I briefly raise my head. Lord Ganma, may I ask you a question? This sword is so precious. Why did you give it to me? Faced with my vague question, he seems to understand something. Do you think I gave you this sword with other intentions? I'm instantly startled and quickly shake my head in denial. Ganma continues slowly, Solwi, do you know what kind of person I am? I'm asking if you are aware of my condition. In an instant, I recall what the training instructor said. He asked if I'd heard of the Divine Death Star. From your reaction, I guess you've heard of it, but I haven't deliberately concealed it either. That's right, I am the Divine Death Star. Then, let me ask you again, do you think a Divine Death Star needs precious weapons? A Divine Death Star refers to someone who will one day be unable to resist the demonic nature and go berserk. It's said that in a berserk state they can eliminate anyone, so they don't need legendary blades or divine weapons. Moreover, if people knew the Divine Death Star possessed such formidable weapons, it would instead make those around them wary and become an obstacle. Lost in thought, I'm suddenly interrupted by Gamma's words. I won't press further, but I know you can use the wind technique, one of the 4 elemental techniques, so I judge that sword suits you better. I hope you'll continue to use that sword well to serve me in the future. Embarrassed at being discovered for secretly learning his technique, I quickly change the subject and ask when it would be best to depart. Gamma indicates I can depart now. So later, after brief planning with the team members, we finally arrive at the target location, Mount Huanga. The mountains roll on, range after range. No matter how good we are at tracking, without knowing his last disappearance location, relying on speculation alone makes it very difficult to find the target in the mountains. Moreover, 2 months have already passed. Even if there were traces, they should have long since disappeared. At this moment, the usually clever Soryang speaks. Captain, isn't it said there's a Manhwa sect secret branch here? Even if we continue searching the entire mountain, it's probably very difficult to find any clues. How about we simply concentrate our search there? Juksong beside her also agrees with Soryang's view. After contemplating, I have everyone stand by where they are. Almost in the blink of an eye, I leap up and climb the mountain peak. The speed is so fast, I almost instantly disappear. Seeing this scene, everyone looks puzzled. Does the captain have diarrhea? Meanwhile, I'm still continuing to climb toward the summit. Since yesterday, I've been troubled whether we can really find Ma using normal methods. I also thought that searching the secret branch of the Manhwa sect, recorded in the secret letter, would be the fastest method. But on the other hand, I also have another thought. During this time, besides us, hasn't Guma sent others to look for Ma? After all, to search for one of the 7 envoys, he should have previously sent other units to confirm. It seems, in the end, they still didn't search out useful intelligence, which is why he entrusted the Silver Spirit unit, skilled in tracking, to search. Amidst confused thoughts, I've unknowingly reached the summit. The reason I came here is because there's a method I want to try, although I'm not sure if it will succeed. But if it succeeds, perhaps finding Ma won't be difficult. So I activate simulation mode. After changing the combat style, question mode immediately triggers, asking what kind of simulation I would like to run. I immediately blurt out, I'm looking for Ma, one of Gamma's subordinates. Show me the last place where he was around here. Based on experience so far, simulation mode always finds the optimal method. Now, the upgraded simulation can calculate a wider range. But the request I just made not only requires knowledge all people in the world, but also has to know the exact time frame, so I have a premonition this kind of request is an impossible challenge. But at this moment, the analysis before me stops. Instead, the completed analysis result appears. It indicates that if I just follow the red arrow, I can find Ma's last movement trajectory. After a period of long trekking, we finally arrive at a hillside not far from the target location. In the distance is a quite massive traditional building complex. At this moment, just as Mugi Ium is about to speak, I signal him to be quiet, because down the hillside there are 2 men with agile steps patrolling. At a glance, they're clearly warriors. Jigsaw beside me whispers and asks if I need to deal with them. I shake my head, indicating to wait more, because if there are enemies at the destination, my plan is to use camouflage to infiltrate and obtain intelligence. I feel this is the most efficient plan, so I need to carefully choose who to disguise as. After all, the more powerful the person I choose, the easier it is to obtain intelligence. Then I switch freestyle to turn-based fighting mode, because only in this mode can I see the enemy's status window. At this moment, the strongest guy among them appears. Taoist warrior Myung-gang, one of top disciples in the Manhwa sect, manager of the Myunghwa complex. Although he has companions nearby, which seems somewhat dangerous, I feel this is actually a good opportunity, because I can disguise as him and get information. Then I switch the combat style from turn-based fighting to freestyle. After that, I leap up and perform the wind-up motion during the brief fall. The moment I touch him, the powerful force of the wind god palm strike immediately spreads inside his body and causes an internal explosion. Just like that, I successfully use camouflage to disguise as his appearance, and quickly join the group. Seeing this scene, Mugi Ium exclaims in admiration. Did you just see that? That guy was eliminated without even getting out a scream, but they don't just observe here. According to the current situation, they unfold the pre-planned action. Meanwhile, I've already arrived at the entrance of the building complex. From the outside, this place looks like ordinary residences, but actually, it's a training space where dozens of people can gather and operate. Moreover, its location is completely opposite to the place marked in the secret letter. No wonder the reconnaissance personnel didn't discover it. However, it's still possible to find this place when spending some time. Ma must have also found this place. From this, it can be inferred that this is definitely where Ma last appeared. At this moment, the 2 people ahead suddenly start chatting. With your level, you definitely can't do it. You still need to continue training. The other quickly retorts. I heard the demonic cult also has many guys with lower levels than me. Hearing these words, I'm shocked inside, because their words remind me that my former teammates from the Flying Hand Company died at Mount Huanga. Just as I'm considering whether to kill them, they suddenly turn around puzzled. Senior Myung-gang, why are you so quiet? While suppressing my inner rage, I quickly pretend to cough. I may have caught a cold. I'm not feeling well now, and my voice sounds strange. Speaking of the demonic cult, I heard there was a demonic warrior who recently invaded here. Do you know anything? They look at me puzzled, then fall into thought. A demonic warrior? We're not too clear either. Elder Guun should know something. After all, he's the person here who knows the most. Hearing this, a good idea quickly flashes through my mind. Then I pretend to cough continuously. I'm not feeling well because of this cold. Can you help me to the Myonghwa complex? At the same time, I also ask them Elder Guun's specific location. They point to the palace above. Then, with one of them supporting me, I finally arrive at the key location for obtaining more intelligence. During this process, I also learn the identity information of the person I'm impersonating, so I can use this identity to collect more intelligence. But just as I'm about to push the door open, a pop-up suddenly triggers, asking if I would like to create a save point. I think for a moment and ultimately choose not to create, because the location and time aren't much different from the last save point. I feel even if I'm unlucky enough to die here, I can completely return here again. Plus, now that I've already used up turn-based fighting and simulation, there's even less need to save. The room where Elder Guun is located is like a library. I look around but can't see a single person. But at this moment, a voice suddenly comes from the darkness in the corner. How truly interesting. Although you're trying hard to hide it, you still leaked weak demonic energy. But I'm very curious, how did a demonic warrior enter here? By the way, who exactly are you? I presume my disciple Myong-gang has already been killed? Why did you infiltrate here? As he speaks, he's already come behind me. At this moment, I'm very tense. Should I attack or run away? Most critically, not knowing his stats makes me very frustrated. First, he's a master who can see through that I'm from the demonic cult. Second, I instinctively feel an invisible oppressive force from him, and his gaze emanating with chi, Is that what the righteous sects call pure heart? My battles during this time have relied too much on stats. What should I do to get through this? The old man across from me seems to see through my thoughts. He speaks forcefully. You seem busy calculating. If you want to run away, then let me lighten your troubles. As he speaks, an invisible magic circle rapidly spreads around us. At the same time, he continues, I set up this magic circle, so you can only destroy it by killing me. Now, have your troubles lessened? Damn it. In other words, if I can't defeat that old man, not only finding Taeyong Ma, but even whether I can even get out alive is a problem. But I can't show weakness. So I say, in a doubtful tone, it seems you're very confident you can defeat me. If the outside can't interfere with this room, you also can't call for help, right? These words make the old man laugh. You think I need external help to defeat you? Anyway, one of us won't be able to leave here alive. How about we chat something before fighting? Let's ask each other questions we're curious about and both answer truthfully. After all, you must have a reason for infiltrating here, right? I also have things I want to ask you. So this is a good condition for both of us. I feel what he says has some merit. Perhaps this is actually a good thing, because I originally wanted to obtain intelligence anyway, so I readily agree to his request. He's very satisfied with my response. Then let's start with introductions. My name is Guillaume. What's your name? I change back to my own appearance and tell him my name. Silwi. Although you're from the demonic cult, your name sounds quite pleasant. So, why did you infiltrate here? I came to find someone. Do you know a person named Taeyong Ma? He's from the demonic cult. I deduce he disappeared around here. After a brief silence, Guillaume finally speaks. Recently, someone was indeed captured here. Because he's a very powerful demon lord, the commanders have been monitoring him. I hastily ask where that demon lord is, but Guillaume shows displeasure. Didn't we agree to one question each? Now it's my turn to ask. As he speaks, he takes a few steps forward. Which disciple's subordinate are you? Seeing I don't answer, he presses again. What I'm asking is, which disciple of Cheonma do you follow? I didn't expect he'd ask this kind of question. It seems he is very familiar with the politics in the demonic cult. At this point, I have no need to conceal it. I readily state it's the fourth disciple, Ganma. Hearing this, Guillaume shows a meaningful smile. I continue pressing, I know about the transactions between our demonic cult's Lord of the Great Imperial Pavilion and your sect's elder Gu Zhongmiang. Now it's my turn to ask, what exactly is the ultimate purpose of their transactions? Guillaume's expression becomes exceptionally surprised. You don't seem to be an ordinary member from the demonic cult. So, I'm sorry, the questions end here. I can't tell you any more intelligence. As soon as the words leave his mouth, he quickly swings his sword at me. I hastily raise my sword to block and quickly retreat, but ultimately, I still fall because I can't match him. Although I anticipated there would be some gap between us, I didn't expect the gap to be this large. But even so, my fighting spirit remains high. Those powerful martial arts I obtained from the system, if I don't desperately raise their proficiency now, I'll have difficulty growing. Perhaps this is a great opportunity. As I stand up, I quickly use the Soshinsu school, taking the initiative, using its cold energy to try to slow his movements. Unexpectedly, this full-force strike is easily received by Guillaume. But I don't give up here. Almost at the same moment, I use the Wind God Blade. In an instant, the lightning accompanied by massive wind pressure directly hits Guillaume. He's pushed to the wall behind him, but after briefly falling, he staggers back up. Damn it, I failed again. It seems he moved his body backward before receiving the attack, thus reducing the damage. But in a flash, I realize this isn't complete failure either. Because I look up and see a pop-up, the Soshinsu school has risen to advanced level. But just as I'm distracted, Guillaume begins approaching me, at the same time muttering, what kind of body can simultaneously use lightning and freezing attacks? You really are a special guy. I smile and nod. Yes, I'm special. From now on, I'll be even more special. But I need to apologize to you in advance. Because when I go crazy, even I'm scared of myself. But I especially want you to experience what a real madman is like. Guillaume looks puzzled, unable to understand what crazy talk I'm saying. The moment I activate AI Silwi, my vision also expands, immediately followed by AI Silwi's maniacal laughter. Ha ha ha! Well done, you brat finally made it to the main storyline. At the same time, AI Silwi, gaining control of the body, first looks around, then shifts his gaze to Guillaume, showing a chilling smile. At this moment, he seems to realize the purpose of being summoned. Well, you finally entered the main storyline, but that damn old man is actually using our demonic cult's demon heart circle of illusion. No matter how many times I see it, I can't get used to it. As he speaks, he shifts his gaze to the status panel, but instantly his face fills with confusion. Your health and chi are so low, yet you can reach 12 million fighting power? How did you do it? But I can also understand, because the more ignorant you are, the more you use your body instead of your brain. And your luck is pretty good, which is why you got such good results, right? After speaking, he stares at the status panel again, falling into contemplation. Although his tone is still unpleasant, he's also not deliberately cursing like before. It's as if he's evaluating the results I've accumulated during this time. But soon he begins roaring again. You really are a waste. To enter the main storyline, you should at least cultivate health and chi, and why haven't the mission commissions been completed? You haven't even learned the ultimate wind god. As expected, he still likes to curse like before. But I don't want to miss a single word he says because he definitely knows more information than I do. But what is the ultimate wind god? Could it be a skill at a higher level than the wind god? Suddenly, he looks at me again with disappointed eyes. You might as well just die. If you only want to wander around, beginner bosses don't waste effort to survive. Didn't I tell you last time? In the end, you'll only be used up by the system and cruelly abandoned if you continues that. Guillaume Cross finally can't help but speak. What have you been muttering about? I quickly remind AI Seolwi to look forward, but he still has his back to Guillaume. He's not some powerful guy. Anyway, a few combo hits and I can knock him down. I look curious. What do you mean by combo hits? He immediately explains to me. I'm talking about combo techniques, you waste. Unable to endure this humiliation, Guillaume raises his sword and charges at AI Solway, but no matter how I remind him, AI Solway still looks absent-minded. Just as the attack is about to fall, AI Solway leaps up. With almost no visible wind-up motion, he deploys the Wind Blade of Destruction. Sword aura from all directions interweaves like a gale. Guillaume, caught in the vortex, has no power to fight back. But for AI Solway, this is far from over. Then he deploys the Wind God Blade, making the ground generate a storm again. Accompanied by massive wind pressure and lightning, Guillaume, about to fall, is pushed back into midair. AI Solway isn't finished yet. He quickly deploys the Soshinsu school's strongest technique, So Sang Chi Strike, as extremely cold energy gushes forth. Guillaume, with no time to defend, is perfectly hit. I thought Guillaume would surely die this time, but he staggers up again, staring at AI Solway before him with extremely furious eyes. Seeing he's still alive, AI Solway helplessly shifts his gaze to me again. See? He's originally a guy who could be subdued in one strike, but he's come back to life. It's because your ki is insufficient that I couldn't kill him in one strike. He's the kind of guy who becomes more troublesome the longer it drags on. Then he opens the Fire Mass Demon-style technique chart and begins accumulating chi. But even so, you don't need to be nervous. I just said it became a bit troublesome. That doesn't mean I can't beat him. Seeing the intense chi rising around AI Solway, Guillaume can't believe his eyes. Who exactly are you? AI Solway shows an even more chilling smile. None of your damn business. Just come at me. Provoked again, Guillaume becomes even more furious. Then he lunges at a speed difficult for the eyes to catch. But this time, AI Solway doesn't dodge. Instead, he chooses to fight head-on, and his techniques are completely different from mine. To summarize, his movements are very concise. Moreover, when deploying basic swordsmanship, his sword techniques are so efficient, it's several times more power than mine. So this is the difference between me and AI Solway, who has mastered the basics. Just as the swords continuously collide, AI Solway suddenly uses the Fire Mass Demon style. Powerful heat once again sends Guillaume flying, but like an unkillable cockroach, he gets up again. While AI Solway shows him appreciation, he doesn't forget to taunt. I say, "Are you going to die or not, Guillaume? You actually know me?" Not very clearly. After all, you're not someone worth remembering. Guillaume half closes his eyes and looks blankly at AI Solway. How dare you, a mere demonic warrior, hurt my pride? I've decided that even if I die, I'll take you with me. At least I can avenge my own gang. As he speaks, he presses several points on his body. Seeing this scene, AI Solway becomes even more interested. You want to try the Manhwa sect's hidden secret techniques? I have news for you. I know how to block that move. Moreover, with your current physical condition, you simply can't use it. At this moment, the chattering AI Solway suddenly seems startled. I quickly ask what happened. He smiles awkwardly. I forgot being summoned has a time limit. That old man has made desperate preparations and plans to use a blood death technique. I guess you probably can't beat him. Finally, he only leaves a brief apology and lets me swap back into the body. At the same time, Guillaume exhales a long breath. Then let's start over. But at this moment, my mind is completely blank. Before I can make any defense, I'm killed in one move. As my vision gradually blurs, the familiar space also appears. But I haven't had time to put the elemental wind blade and the shoes Elder Bacon-sama gave me back in the toolbox. If I choose the third option, load save point, these two items will be left in Guillaume's room. I absolutely cannot leave these two treasures behind and return to the past. So I shift my gaze to the continue option I've never chosen before. When I was killed by Gu Zhongyong before, I also tried this option. At that time, a pop-up indicated I couldn't continue. But now it's different. Not only am I in optimal condition, but all combat styles have also been refreshed. Even Guillaume's stats are displayed. But facing his such powerful fighting power, even if I fight seriously, I have absolutely no chance of winning. Unexpectedly, the next pop-up makes me regain confidence. The pop-up indicates, finally, you have one chance to deal an attack with 100% accuracy. This does not cost any chew. Seeing the next two options, my spirits lift. Continue isn't just simply restoring to optimal condition, it also gives me the opportunity to deliver a fatal strike to the enemy. The martial arts that flash through my mind are Fire Mass Demon Style and Soshinsu School. Among them, Soshinsu School's proficiency has increased this time, so it should be able to cause greater damage. So I decisively choose to use the Soshinsu School. Accompanied by a dazzling white light, I return to the battlefield. Seeing this scene, Guillaume's eyes widen, but I don't give him time to react. I immediately deploy the Soshinsu School's strongest technique, Sosang Chi Strike. Because proficiency has reached advanced level, Sosang Chi Strike additionally generates ice attacks. In an instant, Guillaume is frozen into an ice sculpture. He falls to the ground and shatters into countless fragments. This scene finally makes me understand the meaning of continue. Even against powerful enemies, I can use one life to turn the situation around. This really is a good thing. As I organize my thoughts, the magic circle around me also disappears. So I activate camouflage again, leave the building complex, and head straight to the prearranged meeting point. At this moment, the commanders have been waiting for a while. Joksong takes out a parchment with a map of this building complex drawn on it. According to investigation results, at diagonal corners of the village, there are 4 buildings that look like ordinary residences. At the same time, it's deduced that there should be elder-level figures here, but due to time constraints, he couldn't grasp their appearances and clothing. Moreover, there are approximately 10 top disciples here, with over 100 disciples in total, and they go in and out at the entrance to the village, mostly replacing disciples who have accumulated combat experience. Hearing this, I clench my fist. Whether becoming scapegoats or being eliminated for someone's purposes, the treatment of the weak is the same everywhere. At this moment, I notice one person is missing from the team. Just as I'm about to ask about the situation, Suddenly, the wooden door behind me is opened from outside. In an instant, I and the commanders change our expressions drastically, because an unfamiliar face dressed in Manhwa sect attire appears before us, just as Soryung is about to attack. That stranger nervously quickly changes back to Mugi Eum's appearance. Afterward, he's still frightened, worried his handsome face almost got ruined. According to the intelligence Mugi Eum brought back, there's a very suspicious building in the northwest direction, and it has a magic circle on it. I immediately recall that in the battle with Guillaume, Seol said, Guillaume used a magic circle from our demonic cult. It seems the Manhwa sect and Salma exchanged not just experience and supplies, but even martial arts were included in the transaction terms. Although I still haven't figured out what scheme Salma is plotting, the most important thing right now is to quickly rescue Taeyong Ma. After formulating a plan, we soon arrive at the outskirts of the target building. Fortunately, this isn't the dangerous building Jigsaw marked on the map, so everyone's expressions look relatively relaxed. Soon we enter the interior of the target building. Then 5 Manhwa sect disciples successively come into view. The moment I adjust combat mode to turn-based fighting, I become puzzled. If a magic circle has been deployed here, why is the security so lax? Moreover, the top disciple with the highest fighting power only has around 4 million. In addition, there don't seem to be any elder-level masters here. Of course, if there were elders, I wouldn't dare barge in so brazenly. Just as I'm about to kill those 5 people in one strike, Mugi Eum beside me quietly reminds me, Captain, there's no need to fight them. After speaking, he begins feeling around on the wall. Soon he finds a switch. The moment he presses that switch, a stone door comes into view. See, this is most suspicious. My master has deep knowledge of trapdoors, so I also secretly learned a bit. Seeing this, I didn't expect to see a rare trapdoor here. It seems they really hid Taeyong Ma here. Then I plan to go explore the secret chamber with Mugi Eum. The others are responsible for monitoring the surroundings, because the noise when activating the trapdoor just now means someone might come to patrol. But before going far, Mugi Eum and I encounter a huge wall. Is this also a trapdoor? Mugi Eum shakes his head. This seems to be just a magic circle. Magic circles have various forms. This is a kind of supernatural phenomenon that distorts space, makes people take wrong paths, and can even create illusions. It looks like a labyrinth circle. Although the path seems blocked, actually ahead is open. I see. Step back a bit. Hearing my words, Mugi Eum quickly steps back a few paces. I walk up to the wall and fall into thought. Can I succeed this time too? This isn't a trap door, but a supernatural phenomenon deployed using Qi techniques. As far as I know, although simulation fight is all-powerful, there's also the possibility of failure. But I can only believe in it, because there's no other way. I raise my head and switch combat mode from turn-based fighting to simulation mode, and I pose my question. Tell me how to destroy the magic circle before me. At this moment, I'm somewhat nervous, because if this method doesn't work, I really don't know what to do. Fortunately, before long, a pop-up gives me the answer I want. It indicates I just need to place my hand at the marked location, then inject a certain amount of Qi at the specific positions. After following the instructions, the labyrinth circle is finally broken. Then what comes into view is a man whose limbs are fixed by chains. Looking closer, it's indeed Taeyong Ma, as described in the portrait. Although his injuries are severe, I can still hear his weak breathing. At the same time, Yorim rushes in to report. It seems someone just issued an emergency command. Not only were signal flares fired from all directions, but people from the Manhwa sect have also started surrounding the area. Only then do I realize that deactivating the magic circle simultaneously triggered an alarm. But faced with their urging, I don't immediately retreat, because a line of text I've never seen before appears. Which option would you like to choose for the sake of your future? Would you like to take Taeyong Ma with you or leave him here? Based on previous experience, I have to repeatedly consider these two options. If I take Taeyong Ma, I might gain Gamma's absolute trust, but under these crisis circumstances, I have no confidence I can bring him back safely. What if we're attacked during retreat, but having already broken the magic circle? Leaving him here like this would be too regretful. So I steel myself and decisively choose take him with me. In an instant, the chains are severed. I quickly hold the dying Taeyong Ma, but just reaching the cave entrance, I witness a chaotic scene. Several disciples form Manhwa sect who realize there are intruders are charging over, while Jigsong, Yongjin, and Soryung are blocking their attack. At this moment, an unexpected voice comes from behind. It's Taeyong Ma. There's a secret trap door around the magic circle. Although I was mentally confused at the time, I clearly heard the gear sounds of a massive trap door activating. I have no time to hesitate. I quickly notify my subordinates. It said there's a secret passage below. I'll go down first to open a path. As soon as you have a chance to run, follow immediately. Then we take Taeyong Ma back along the path we came. After Mugi Eum feels around, he finally opens the stone door in the secret passage. But while surprised and delighted, I can't help but feel doubtful. There's actually a trapdoor inside the magic circle. Why would it be constructed this way? But on the escape route, I finally understand. This place, as another passage, is very convenient for people to move around. Moreover, there are luminous pearls everywhere illuminating the entire interior. So that wall I deactivated was set up for outsiders. If intruders infiltrate and destroy the magic circle set up there, signals will be fired from every corner of the village to capture the outsiders. Conversely, interrogations are conducted using the secret passage, so outsiders who don't know this route can only be captured helplessly. They are really some cunning guys. At this moment, Taeyong Ma suddenly speaks. Did Lord Gamma send you? His voice sounds somewhat more spirited than before. But when he learns I belong to the Silver Spirit Unit, he says something unexpected. The Silver Spirit Unit is a force specialized in tracking. Then you'd better abandon me. With your level, you cannot break through their defense. His meaning is that we can't possibly escape, although I can understand what he means. I still don't give up. Meanwhile, we've run to the end of the road, but fortunately, Mugi quickly finds the exit of the trap door. He pushes open it, revealing a space large enough to pass through, but after jumping up, we discover the passage exit is a room in an unknown building. Inside the room are two old men leisurely drinking tea. What did I say? They'll definitely escape here. Indeed so, but I'm certain when they came in, they clearly entered through the front door. Did the trapdoor malfunction? There's no problem with the design of the trapdoor. Presumably intelligence was leaked, but this is fine. Before being discovered by other elders, we can first improve our performance. Although I can't see their stats now, I can sense they're not ordinary people. At this moment, Taeyong Ma on my shoulder laughs. Wasn't I right? At this moment, the commanders also successively catch up. Captain, why aren't you leaving? What are you doing here? But when he sees the stalemate, he instantly stops speaking. Then Jigsaw looks around and says, Captain, this is the building in the southwest direction. As long as we escape from here, we can see the retreat route we selected. I nod. You take Taeyong Ma first. We'll meet at the agreed place. Soryang is about to say something but is sternly interrupted by me. If we delay further, this place will also be surrounded. We're racing against time now. Judging from the conversation between the two old men, fortunately, most people of the Manhwa sect concentrated at the front entrance. Although they say they'll surround this village from all directions, there's a canyon below that they'll have difficulty pursuing through. So as long as we can escape from here quickly, we can temporarily avoid pursuit. At this moment, the two old men can't help but laugh. They are really an interesting bunch. Even with me standing before them, they still dare say they'll shake us off and run away. Maybe it's confidence. Who do you want to deal with? I choose the three guys in front, and that one who looks like the captain. What a pity. Then my opponents are those three in the back. While these two old men continue conversing, I order my subordinates to retreat quickly. Then my brain begins racing. Right now, there's only one escape method left to me. Likewise, it's also the only method to defeat these two Manhwa sect people. Help me one more time, AI Seolwi. Then I activate AI fight mode. As body control is swapped again, AI Seolwi also slowly opens his eyes.